Bong Joon Ho joining me now. This man, how are you?
Yeah, so excited. It's great.
I'm ready to drink tonight. 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 I'm ready to drink tonight.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 177 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the man who won't steal your last buck, because I do this shit for free. You can call me Mr. Yuck, aka Moodz, still the toxic offender. Yeah. And of course I have the Mexicant, who still won't admit he has a girlfriend, but if he did, he'd probably realize why he's so broke. Demotion Shot J, aka JP, and I'd like to welcome back to the show for the first time and making his podcast debut here on 22 Shots tonight, the Kick Drum Devastator, the true NFL Pick'em League Canadian champion, the man who gets mistaken for Chris Marquette on the daily, my physical hetero marathon life mate, Dylan, aka the legendary gigantic Goddilla. What's going on, buddy?
Awesome. I was waiting for that. I was actually probably most excited to see what my intro was, so that was good.
I actually was way behind on this today. I had realized I hadn't even wrote any 5 questions. I hadn't done an intro.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, I was scrambling. I was at the gym, like, working hard, and I was like, fuck! What the fuck? Like, I'm usually so prepared and shit, and I didn't even fuck that up, and I just wrote that.
Yeah, that was good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good job.
That was good shit, man. That's good shit. I'm loving this Demotion Shot J thing, man. It just fucking makes me laugh, dude. I know it's not funny to you, but it's kind of funny, though. It's true, though, right?
Ass.
You will not admit the girlfriend thing.
There's no girlfriend.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Shit. You keep denying it, man. It's just material for myself, right? I'm loving it, man. Goddilla, man.
Yes, thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. It's about time. I mean, it only took, 177 episodes to get you on.
That's true, yeah.
And it's so funny, too, because you obviously live in the same town as me. And, why hasn't this happened before? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe because I'm not actually a legitimate podcaster, but, I'm probably the least credentialed person on here, but I appreciate getting invited on.
Actually, since you've been on the show for 30 seconds, you've already made a bigger splash than Jeremy has in 7 years.
Ooh.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, I was too, actually.
But seriously, welcome on. I've always had in the back of my mind, I'm sure I even mentioned it before about having you on at some point. We just never really, sat down and did it.
For sure.
But this particular director, Moodz, as soon as we got this director, Moodz was like, oh, I got to get Dylan on this show because he really likes this director.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's mentioned many, many times in the past about how much he loves the host. And I was like, man, getting Bong Ho on here, I was like, dude, there's only one guy in mind for this show. It worked out because last summer I bought this headphone splitter specifically to have Dylan on the show because he can record. He's actually sitting across from me physically right now.
Yeah.
And then it took still that long to get him on, but it was fate, man. It was fate. So I thank whoever Patreon this show. I'm not sure who did. I didn't even check it. We're so bad with that. So bad, but
whoever it was,
dude, the Patreon has been on fire lately. Ever since we did the last episode talking about Patreon stuff, we've gotten like a ton of new members. We hadn't had a franchise show through the Patreon in, what was the last one?
I want to say it was
Dead
Romero's.
series.
Yeah, Romero.
Yeah, which was probably last year, or almost a year ago.
It was a while ago.
And and we just got 3 back to back to back. So that we pretty much hammered out our schedule until break, which is in May.
Yeah, that was quite shocking. I mean, because the franchise shows come in not that often, but to get 3 all at one time, yeah, it just kind of filled in all the gaps until our break. But I'm excited. So future schedule's looking like, I mean, Scream at the end of this month.
Yep.
And then we also have The Omen to get to. Someone Patreon the Omen franchise, which is really cool. I've been looking... I mean, we've been talking about doing The Omen forever, and especially now that Scream Factory actually gave the whole franchise the top-notch treatment. That actually kind of helps out the whole fact.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep.
I'm assuming
I also
that's
have that box set.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's probably why I got picked. I don't know. And what is the last one again?
So April will be Scream. March... Or sorry. February. February will be Scream. March will be The Omen. Our big show in April will be the 85 show. And then May will be the I Spit on Your Grave show.
Oh, yeah.
Which will round out the end of the season for us. So we're actually going to try to get Dave on that show, Mr. Parka, because he seems to enjoy his sleazy films as well. And
Dave enjoys rape films.
But no, seriously, I think that show is going to be really fun because for me personally, because I feel like I'm kind of a sadomasochist, so I'm going to torture myself for a week watching how many films? 6?
There's 6, yeah.
Is it 6? 6 I Spit on Your Grave films, all in a week. And that, in fact, I've actually only seen the first one. So I've never seen the new sequel, none of the 3 remakes or the unofficial sequel from the 80s, I want to say.
Yeah, Savage
Was
Vengeance.
it the 80s?
The shot on video, type sequel that they came out.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, it's, oh man, it and honestly has one of the funniest fucking scenes ever in a film too. It's got this great dry hump scene. Like the rape scene in it is like a dry hump. That's it.
Wow.
And you know the revenge that she gets from that it's a little over the top, considering. But,
yeah, I'm with you on JP. I've only actually seen the first one of those, so
you know what? This is a very
Yeah.
up and down franchise, man. I mean, the first one, you know, Day of the Women, Spit in Your Grave, pretty classic stuff. The unofficial sequel, pretty trashy. Honestly, dude, I have to say the remakes are all fun. Like the remake and then
Yeah,
a
that's
couple
what I hear.
sequels.
I hear the remakes are all pretty fun.
I mean, to be
I actually
honest-
have them all on Blu-ray too.
Oh, nice. To be honest, like they're kind of brutal, actually. Especially the first, like the remake. There's some nasty fucking kills in that, man. And then I haven't seen the latest one that come out because it was a time thing, really. Because I heard it was like 2.5 hours long, and the consensus on it when it first came out was that it was really, really shitty.
that's what I heard.
And I was like, oh well, I don't want to sit through 2.5 hours of a shitty. So of course now we have to. But I mean. Overall, I mean, it'll probably be an interesting franchise. That's a lot of rape for one show.
I've actually wanted to do that for a long time before they even announced that new sequel, just because I thought, wow, there's a rape revenge franchise.
Dude, could you imagine if we had have done this? It would have been another fucking franchise roundup show we would have had too. Because it's already happened. Like, it's just crazy.
But who the hell would have thought a sequel to the original was going to come out?
I know, right? Like it's strange. So it's actually considered an official sequel to the original film.
Yeah, it's directed by the same director.
Okay.
Is that Mary or something? I forget his name. And then it has Camille Keaton in it.
Yeah. Well, Camille Keaton's also in that kind of pseudo sequel, the Savage Vengeance that came out too, which is kind of fucking bizarre.
Weird.
It is weird, man. Yeah.
See, we're the only show that does that, though. Like, no other show is going to review all the I Spit on Your Grave films plus the unofficial sequel.
Yeah, you know what, man? This is kind of going up there with the actually might even mention Diane Thorne. Diane Thorne passed away, but
It actually was in the news.
Okay, there you go. But the Elsa films aren't covered a whole lot, and I think that's why that show did so damn well. I mean, that one has a lot of fucking downloads and views and shit, and but this one kind of like sticks in that same type of realm. It's just very sleaziness and exploitation, really.
Yeah.
That was the other roundup. Ilsa, the Tigress of Siberia.
Mm-hmm.
That's one we have to hit in the roundup.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll probably do a roundup at some point here.
I mean, we could almost make 2 full episodes out of that. Really, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I'm actually hoping another Leprechaun comes out and we could do a exclusive Leprechaun roundup, because there's 2 right now that we haven't done.
I know, so funny. But I'm sure it's going to happen, man. That's why we should probably hold off. And well, I mean, is the Paranormal Activity franchise on that Patreon or not?
It is actually, and there is one in the works. Of course, we have a new Saw coming out, which ruins that franchise.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, the franchise ruined that franchise.
So I think like the titles we have on there now are Critters, which that we put that on there before the 5th one came out. So luckily that didn't get picked until, obviously now the 5th one came out, because that would have ruined that one. I threw the, like, as titles get picked, I add new titles to it. So I added Evil Bong.
So keyword being different. I. There's no I in team, motherfucker.
I asked you guys.
I never read that chat. You put the Evil Bong on there? See, to be honest, dude, I don't even know what's on there. I have no idea what films are actually on the Patreon. So Evil Bong franchise, which is funny because the second we do Evil Bong, they're going to come out with 3 more. Because I think there's 8 of them now, right? There's Lucky 7.
Is there 8? I actually didn't know how many there was, because normally I do, I'll put like Rec 1 through 4 in parentheses. I just put Evil Bong because I didn't know how many there were.
I'm positive there's 7, because there's the Lucky 7, which is the one that's set in the casino.
Yeah, I know there's at least 7.
And I think there was an 8th one in the works. I don't know, but those things come out pretty rapidly, though.
Yeah, like you said, there'll probably be 3 or more coming.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as this announced.
Well, I'm actually quite surprised, since we did the Puppet Master franchise, that like 7 haven't come out since then.
That's true.
Because there's been enough time as lasted since we did it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that one counts as an official film, because it was like another clip show, but the other clip shows counted. I forget what it was called.
Dude,
the like Bunker of Death or something. But then also keep this in mind, this year
is that a clip
Blade
show of
the
all the
Iron
Nazi
Cross
ones?
comes out. What's that?
Is that a clip show of from all the Nazi ones?
I don't know what it is.
Oh my god. See, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but like honestly, dude, we're not going to do a roundup on a clip show.
The Blade spin-off comes out this year.
Yeah.
It's called Blade Iron. It's
right.
actually done filming already. But again, that's another thing. We could probably wait till there's like 3 and then do a Puppet Master franchise part 2. You know what I mean?
Which I'm sure by the end of this year. By the end of this year, there'll be 3 spin-offs, sequels.
For sure.
Well, there's 2 different franchises plus spin-offs. So there's 3 different realms going on in the Puppet Master's world. That's crazy. That's insane to me. So... But, I mean,
some other things on there. I think we have the Paranormal Activity on there.
Let me ask you: is the Return of the Living Dead franchise on there?
Is on there. I'm actually surprised that has not been picked yet.
I literally said this to myself the other day. I was like, I'm really surprised that someone hasn't picked that, because it's not because it would be fun to review the first 3. I think it's more about the final 2, because they're really bad, like TV fucking.
I haven't seen them.
They're really shitty. I'm surprised somebody hasn't picked those, just because they're potential Hall of Painters, really, right? And I think when people pick, maybe they're not actually thinking about films that might make the Hall of Pain, because those are fun reviews.
I was gonna say the first 3 would be amazing to hear.
Yeah, the first 3 are like legitimate, but then it's funny because the quality dips to the point where these were like made for TV, sci-fi type shit.
Huge swing, hey?
Oh, and they're bad though. They're like really, really bad too. It's funny.
Are you going to try to squeeze in the documentaries for Scream?
Oh, why not? I mean, I have the box set, and it's got the 2 documentaries on there and shit like that.
Yeah, so I have it as well.
Might as well.
Are you going to rewatch the TV show?
Fuck no. Dude, I couldn't even I got 4 episodes into the 2nd season. I had to call it quits. It was so bad. Honestly, dude, I was having problems about the midway point through the first season. And I was like, well, I've already got to this point. I might as well finish it. And I didn't. And time passed. And I was like, you know what? I'll give the 2nd season. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I don't quit anything.
That bad.
And there's a 3rd season now.
See, I don't understand how this thing is, the Scream franchise gets a 3rd season, and so many other good shows, like Santa Clarita Diet got canceled after the 3rd season. I'm like, what? That show was fun.
That
It
show
was actually good. Eh?
That show was fun as fuck, man.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Fun characters. Just the storyline was ridiculous. It was fun.
That's a shame.
I know. It's kind of crazy. But, I mean, that's Netflix for you, though, right? I mean, I don't know what they do and how they scale their shows and what stays and what doesn't kind of thing, because I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, but you know what? There is that rumblings that a new Scream film is being made, so it's probably going to outdate us after we put it out.
Yeah, we'll see if that actually materializes, though. Who knows? I mean,
Yeah.
that type of news gets popularized real quick as a Scream, but I mean, when it comes to light or gets in pre-production for real, then I'll start being like, okay, another roundup.
The big two shows that everybody wants is the Friday the 13th and the Elm Street show.
Well, I think Mike wants the Elm Street show more than anybody because he wants to be on it.
Yeah. See, I almost want to have somebody who, like, I want to have Mike too, but I almost want to have somebody who's maybe not the biggest fan as well, for a little bit of contrast.
Fuck that. If we have
Maybe
Jerry.
Jerry.
If we have fucking Jerry on that show, it's going to be a 19-hour fucking show because honestly, Nightmare or Elm Street's my favorite franchise. And I know Mike really enjoys it. Like, there's just going to be so much battling. There's going to be so many points, so many fucking...
It's your favorite franchise, and I had like 4 of them in my top 10. Or not top 10, sorry, top 50. So it's one of my it's like my second favorite franchise, probably.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a Friday nut at heart, though, so it's just hard to get Friday.
I mean, I don't know when we'll ever get to it. I mean, I'm sure we're going to it sometime. I don't know if Jerry's going to be available at that time, but I mean, it would be an interesting contrast because we might need to have a couple extra people on there.
Well, if Jeremy's on,
fun.
I'm actually see those shows. I'm always curious about with Jeremy because like he hasn't really he doesn't really like franchises that much. And 2, he hasn't. I don't think he's seen a lot of the Elm Streets. I know he's only seen the first 4 Fridays and probably the remake.
He's only seen the first Elm Street film. I don't think he's seen past part 1.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
That'd be good to hear what he has to say, like, first time watches.
I don't think he'll like those movies, man.
No?
No. Because I don't think he's actually a fan of the first one. Which, if you're not a fan of the first one, I can't see you being a fan of, like, part 5.
No, God, no.
God, you're going to hate part 6.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but then again, sometimes he likes the more ridiculous stuff, too.
See, I always find it funny with Jeremy because we always say, and he does too, that he's not a fan of franchises, but for like the longest time, his favorite film of all time is part of a franchise in Child's Play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a little
and
bit
he's a bit. He
contradictory.
actually is I guess a Saw guy.
Yeah, yeah, because he's like Saw is my generation's Friday and Nightmare and Halloween. I'm like, okay, well, I mean the comparison works, but
It's weird because it's my
Not in quality.
generation's too, but I grew up with the Fridays
yeah,
and the chainsaws and the Elm Streets. Like just even thinking about how me and Carly were talking about this today, how many chainsaws, like Chainsaw, they're working on their 8th film for the Chainsaw series. Like Friday only has 12, and there was a time where there was only 5 chainsaws and there was 12 Fridays, and now we're almost at 8.
I know, and
It's kind of crazy.
And that Chainsaw franchise is like, honestly, trying to explain that to somebody who's a newbie, you're just like, what?
Bit of a mix.
Yeah, dude.
Because this new one is going to be a reboot. Like they're rebooting the whole thing. It's not even connected to. I'm like, Jesus, man.
Wow.
It has prequels. It has reboots already. It's got remakes. It's got fucking. Oh my god, that thing is a disaster. But it's not the worst. It's definitely not the worst. I'm honestly still waiting for, this if this Howling shit actually materializes and stuff. I'm really surprised this hasn't happened before. Considering
The what?
The Howling.
Oh, the Howling. Yeah.
Yeah, the Howling. So I guess we'll see because that's supposed to be a Netflix movie,
Right. Yeah.
That to me, the Howling is one of the most surprising franchises because like none of the movies are like, even 2 I wouldn't say is a good movie. Like it has its fans and it's like entertaining, I guess, but how that franchise, I mean, it has to be rentals, right? Like that's how.
Well, you got to remember,
they must have just been very popular.
The Howling franchise was continued, I should say, because The Howling obviously came out in 1981, but the whole franchise became a thing during the video boom, right? In the 80s. So they were literally just making those just for fucking straight on purpose, you know, straight to video kind of thing. And that's why it's
like Leprechaun as well.
Yeah, it's a product of the 80s. It really is, and that's why that's why those movies are all over the place. That's why there's really no continuity. All those movies could kind of stick out on their own as individuals.
Just had a name, essentially.
Exactly. That's exactly what they are. Yeah. You know, I mean, those movies probably would have never been rented if it didn't have Howling 4 or 5. I mean, Part 4 is actually a remake, really. The first one, it's the same story, but the stories are all over the place. It's a bad franchise as a whole, but product of the 80s for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah. Wow, that was a lot of franchise talk. It's always fun though. I like franchise. I mean, you're either a franchise lover or you're a franchise. I don't want to use the word hater, but just not a fan of franchises.
Not your thing.
Yeah, I'm a definite franchise lover. I love so many franchises. Like,
yeah,
between Friday down to stuff like Leprechaun, Tremors. Like, dude, there's a new Tremors coming out too this year, I think. So it's we're actually gonna have another roundup of a because the first roundup we did had a Tremors in it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right, man. That's crazy. But yeah, man, we should probably get into what we always do on this show when we have a brand new guest. Get into some 5 questions.
Yeah, there we go.
I have a question first.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. I was actually going to ask you if you had anything. So,
so when is the next marathon with you two fools?
Oh, do you want to answer this, Moodz?
Well, we might as well just address this.
Let's do it. Yeah.
So we actually did film a marathon in mid-September. And I was planning on editing it come sometime because, I mean, right when we did it, it became 31 Days of Horror.
Yeah.
And then Italian Month, and then it was Christmas. Like, it was just really fucking busy. I like to sit down and actually take the time to, like, you know, put in that stuff. But I was just really busy with watching movies and stuff. So anyways, what happened here was... it's not a total lost cause. I'll just before everyone starts freaking out here.
Yeah.
So,
I was on the edge of my seat there.
So what happened here is we filmed the whole marathon with 2 devices. The way we construct our marathons is after the movies we kind of do like mini reviews and stuff like that. All those type of reviews were shot on the laptop on the webcam. Everything else is shot, like all the, you know, clips and stuff and intros and all this shit was done on my camera. I have all that footage. So what happened is the program that I record all this stuff in had like a software glitch or something, and then they had these updates, and all the files that were in there got corrupted. And I was like, oh my God. And it's just all the, you know, like I said, it's all the reviews. I'm like, fuck, man. But I'm like, at least I have all the other footage kind of thing. I'm like, what the fuck can we do here? So I think we're going to salvage this. So what we're going to do, I'm going to construct the marathon how I usually would edit it together. But instead of obviously having the footage from the actual marathon where we do the reviews and shit like that, it'll cut into us, and then we're going to do like mini reviews and stuff like that. So it's essentially most of the footage is going to be there. But that's the only way we can do it. So
wait, you're going to record new footage?
Yeah, we're just going to basically replace that footage that got all corrupted.
Yeah, new reviews, basically.
We're not going to try and play it off like it's fucking done at that time, obviously. Like, we're going to explain what happened. Like, this footage got... And so when you see this footage and stuff, which is actually kind of funny, because I'm like... From that point, I'm probably 70 pounds lighter.
Yeah, Moodz is all shredded now, so...
Because at that point, when I was about... probably in my 260s. I'm in like 200 right now.
Yeah, it'd be very obvious if we tried to like play it off.
Yeah, but I mean that's what's happening. So we have, you know, most of the stuff, and I think it'll actually kind of be fun. I think it'll turn out quite well, and I think people understand. I mean, it is what it is.
I think it's going to come out just fine.
I mean, it was just an unfortunate thing. So I actually looked into it, and it turns out the program that I was using, it happened to a lot of people. It was a glitch. It fucked up all the files that were in it, and then they had to do a software update. And I was like, holy shit, how does this happen? I've never had anything like that happen before, but I do blame myself for not getting it edited before, but I didn't really have the time, like I said, because October was the worst time because every day I'm busy with life and reviewing 31 films plus the podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Italian Month, we're busy in that. And I was like, okay, what I'm going to do is, you know, instead of putting this out where we're already putting out so much material, I'm like, I'll do this in January, and then while everything's kind of slowed down, get it edited and get it out. And I'm like, fucking footage, man. I'm like, Jesus Christ. But someone actually left a comment today saying, "Hey man, when's the next marathon?" It happens all the fucking time, right? And
so
I'm like,
funny.
oh my god. So if you are anybody out there that's waiting for this thing, you know, that's the story.
Yeah, it's
you know?
filmed, but
So is like, was there a theme with that one?
Yeah, there was.
Or did you
there
just watch
is.
whatever?
Yeah.
There was a theme. Yeah, I mean that's probably
Okay.
we'll always have a theme to it. So
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna do another one this summer?
yes,
Absolutely.
we actually.
I really love those things. I think those are probably the best videos you ever do.
That's awesome,
And I
man.
know that you can't do them all the time because that's like so much effort. But like one a year would be dope.
Yeah, the problem is like, I mean, we would love to do it. We could probably do one every 6 months, right? Like, we love doing them. The problem is my schedule is awful. Like, my work schedule is terrible. It's always all over the place. So trying to line up with Moodz on, you know, actually figuring out a day where we can sit there and watch films for 24 hours. It's hard. It's
Yeah.
not the
Plus, you need to have like, you know, basically before and after the day, like, you know, planned out too, because
Yeah, exactly. You're a complete write
know?
off the next day. Like, you can't go to work the next day or anything like that. You're a total zombie. So, yeah, we would totally do way more, I would think, if the schedule is permitted.
Yeah, I mean, and the wife is really understanding about these things. Like, she actually looks forward to them too. And you know, I think not this past one that we did, but the one before, I think the Italian one that we did.
Yeah.
She actually went out to her parents' house and stayed on the lake and stuff for the night, so we didn't have like any interruptions. There was a time before where there was a hilarious interruption. They came home pretty drunk one time.
Yeah.
It was fucked. It was like completely fucked. But yeah, so but yeah, no, this summer, yeah, definitely. I think we'll obviously try to plan something. I mean, we've got HorrorCon to do also.
Yeah, that's booked.
So I'm thinking this year we'll probably do probably film stuff there.
Yeah,
And-
we always wanted to. We just never seem to. We always get so like excited about being at HorrorCon, we always forget to film, and then
It's that, and it's also the fact that I've been going there so much now, and I don't want to, I hate saying this, but a lot of people do recognize me while I'm there,
It's
and
true,
they talk
yeah.
to me constantly.
Yeah.
It's so hard to film and do anything when you have people coming up, and it just sounds terrible. It just sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but
No,
it is
you're
true.
not. It's totally true. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
actually does happen. I'm like, I even broke out the camera one time. I was like, oh my God, this person's talking to me. He's like, yo, Moodz, man, I recognize you from the videos. I'm like, oh, fuck, Jesus. So it just doesn't work. But I think this year we'll try to do some actual shit, maybe do some reviews, interview people, just kind of soak in the whole thing, make a point of actually, talking to these vendors and people that I've been talking to for years there and stuff, right?
Yeah,
So
'cause the stories that we've heard of this HorrorCon are amazing. Like, I would have loved to get some of them on film. Mm-hmm. Like, you hear so many cool different stories from all these other people that are, at the HorrorCon. It'd be amazing.
Well, actually, one of my favorite people I've ever met there is Greg,
Yeah.
who, he does the Calgary Film Society, and they show 35 millimeter prints there and stuff, and they have this kind of small following and shit like that. But he's there every year
Yeah.
promoting his stuff, and we always talk and shit. And he's the guy that actually lended his 35 millimeter print for Burial Grounds,
Right.
for 88 Films to restore.
Yeah.
So and his name is actually in the credits and stuff. And
I
he's
wonder.
there. Yeah.
I wonder if that's the one that I saw,
Maybe. Yeah.
because I saw it on 35 millimeter last
You know-
April.
You know what's funny? He actually, 88 Films was sending his shit back, and someone got a hold of his print, and he's like, where the fuck is my print, guys? And like, oh yeah, we're showing your print at this festival or whatever. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, Jesus Christ. He's like, oh no, don't worry about it, man. We'll give you a couple $100 so we can use it. And he's like, Jesus, man, I've been waiting for this fucking thing. It was like a fucking hilarious story, man. But like, honestly, dude, I would love to get Greg on film talking about when he was at a film festival with Jean Rollin in
Yes.
Vancouver just before he passed away, and he sat there and bullshit with Jean Rollin for a long time and
Had
stuff.
dinner with him, didn't he?
Yeah, like he's got these crazy fucking stories, and like he's an older guy too, but he doesn't really look it, but like he knows everything about horror and exploitation. It's insanity. His stories about Jess Franco and fucking, it's just crazy, dude.
Yeah, he's the type of guy that you can just sit there for hours and hours. And we sat there for
we did.
hours and hours just listening to this guy's stories. He's just,
Oh yeah,
amazing to listen to.
I've talked to him on the show floor until the point where everyone's packing up their shit and leaving, and we're still talking, and people are kind of looking at us like, "You gonna fucking leave or what?"
Shutting the lights off and everything.
Yeah,
These guys can't take a hint.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's like when we went to that thing last year and we listened to the live commentary with Frank Henenlotter on Frankenhooker, and even meeting him before that, like you could tell the dude's just so knowledgeable and likes to talk about film and stuff like that. That's somebody that I just wish that I could spend a lot of time picking their brain because they're just so interesting.
I would want to talk to Henenlotter about 42nd Street just all night.
Oh, can you imagine?
You imagine the stories he would tell you all night about
My
just
God.
the sleaze and just the behind the scene shit that he's seen. And oh my God, I couldn't even imagine. And just telling stories about seeing certain films on certain night. Because you know that he was also, not only was he a director, but he was a fan.
Yeah.
So he would go to these theaters and watch all these sleazy films and just soak it all in. But I mean, the stories and the amounts of time you could spend learning, it would be amazing.
Oh, man.
It'd be so
Yeah,
amazing.
I asked them because they're doing the convention again this year. We're pretty sure we're going to. It's in August, and I asked the guy who does it if they're going to do another like live commentary with another director and screen their film, and he said yeah. So I don't. He didn't say what it was, but I'm gonna make sure to get there and get in there and see that because that was probably the funnest part of that whole convention was. That screening of Frankenhooker with Henenlotter. That it's such a unique experience to have a director in a theater with you talking about the film. It's so neat.
It's just so pure, you know?
Yeah, who better to have somebody
right?
speak about the film than the guy who made it?
Yeah. I mean, there's no better information coming from the source, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Crazy. Okay, so yeah, 5 questions here. Start off easy, man.
All right.
Favorite horror movie of all time?
I knew this was coming. It's funny, for the longest time, I've been watching horror movies, steady since I made that post on the Facebook group. I think it was about 6 years ago when you actually gave me those films.
Oh, yeah.
And for the longest time, I didn't have a favorite horror movie. I had favorite movies, ones I would choose. Up until probably about a year or two ago, where one film stood out. Because you would always talk about those go-to films, right? When you have no idea what to watch. You always go to your go-to films. And that film for me was Alien. I would always choose Alien. And I would always go back to bringing out Alien. Something about it. It's just... Right from the beginning of that film, it's so uneasy that there's never a point in that film where you don't feel that dread. Like, something bad's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And I love that about that. And I feel it every time I watch that movie. And just after watching it a couple more times, I'm like, this is it. This is my favorite horror movie. So, yeah, it's Alien.
Yeah, you just kind of know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah, Alien is great.
It's so good, yeah. And like I said, for the longest time, it kind of bothered me because I didn't have that one film that really stood out. But it finally came to me, and I was like, that's the one, man. I love watching it. I could watch it right now, and just have a great time.
It's definitely one of those things where you feel like you don't even choose it. It just chooses you.
Yeah.
Right? That's what, like, Dawn of the Dead for myself was definitely something I felt like just kind of... The story, the movie itself just kind of embedded itself into me and became me. Like, when I think of movies, I just think of Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
Right away.
Yeah.
So you just know what your favorite at that point. So.
Like I said, I love that uneasy feeling. Like, anytime a movie can do that to me, I get excited, where I just feel that dread. Like, something bad's going to happen throughout the whole movie.
So do you feel disappointed when you watch Aliens?
I love Aliens. I love Aliens for a different reason, because it's a total different tone, but I still love it.
What about the first time you watched it? Were you like, what the this is totally nothing like Alien?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right?
I mean, this is an action film. Like, what's going on here?
I'll never forget it, man. It was so disappointing to me because I was like, this is not even the same shit at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I was never like the hugest fan of Alien. I still, like, I like it. I think it's a great movie and stuff, but I mean, if I'm going to pick a film to watch from that franchise, it's going to be Alien all day. Yeah. It really is like an amazing film in every technical aspect. And it's just, like you said, the impending dread and the claustrophobic feel of that movie, and just the atmosphere is so thick. It's haunting.
It's very haunting, that ominous vibe to it.
If you put yourself into that scenario, like there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
That's
exactly.
Fucking terrifying in itself.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a creature on there, man.
I know.
Yeah, I think that Alien is a film that I never realized how much I like it until I watch it, and then I'm like, man, and it's a great horror movie too.
Right.
Because when I think of the franchise, I do think of a lot of action and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the first Alien is such a horror movie. It's only a horror movie, pretty much.
Exactly. Yeah. I know it sounds like a standard answer. You know what I mean? It's a very popular horror movie, but it is what it is. I just
surprisingly, I don't really know too many. I do know a couple other people that their favorite film is Alien, but it's not like I think there's probably more of a chance you'd find a Dawn of the Dead person,
That's
with the
fair.
favorite. Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
I think Dawn of the Dead's a little bit more popular in that aspect, but just from the people I kind of circulate with and shit like that too. But Alien's a great choice, man.
Yeah.
That's good taste. It's just good taste.
Yeah, I almost am weirded out by people whose their favorite horror film isn't something popular.
Yeah.
Just because there's a reason why it's popular and you've seen it, at a time because it was popular. That's probably why you've seen it early on. You know what I mean?
Like you said, there's a reason it's so popular and everybody likes it. Yeah. But it's weird, being like, I would say I'm a collector. I'm not as big of a collector as you guys, but you would feel like you'd want more of an underground answer, something that somebody wouldn't guess. But I couldn't lie about it like Alien. It's just
it's just true.
Yeah.
It's just true to yourself, right?
Yeah, it's just being honest. It is what it is.
I was at the gym today, and it's kind of circulated around there that I have a YouTube channel and that I podcast and stuff. And like, oh, where do you have the links? I'm like, actually, I have a bunch of cards in my truck right now. I'll grab. So I gave them a big stack, and they're like all gone. So we might be getting new listeners soon here. But
nice.
One of the girls that works in
awesome.
there, how I started talking to her, she's actually a newer employee. She started working there after I started working out. So, and I finally one day she just wasn't busy when I was leaving and stuff. And I said to her, I was like, you know who you look like? You look like Mina Severi. Like she has dark hair, but she looks exactly like her. It's crazy. And she kind of looks her up and she's like, oh yeah, I do kind of look like her, right? I'm like, crazy. And so we started talking and she's like, no, I'm a really big horror fan. I'm like, really? I'm like, oh, crazy. I'm like, what's your favorite horror movie? Because I'm always curious with people, right? It's just because some of the answers you get sometimes are like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And her favorite movie of all time is The Devil's Rejects.
No way.
I was like, that's crazy.
Wow.
So
it's a good answer.
But yeah, I was like, that's cool.
Yeah,
man.
that's definitely one of my favorites for sure.
I haven't asked her if she's listened to the show yet, but if you are listening, yes, we're talking about you, Mina. Probably just embarrassed her. But no, it's cool, man. Like I just don't hear a lot of people like just directly to me, just in the not at a horror con, just in reality itself, go, yeah, I'm a big horror movie fan.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So when the opportunity seizes itself, you have to ask them like, what's your favorite film? Because I feel like that's the perfect way to judge somebody. Like not in a bad way, but it's just like, okay,
you can gauge.
Yeah, and if someone says their favorite movie of all time is Shaun of the Dead, I'm gonna bitch slap you.
You're gonna probably just walk away.
Yeah. But for real.
Why did Moodz spit in that person's face?
What the fuck is going on? Must have said Paranormal Activity or some shit like that. Fuck. No, but for real, man, I'm not gonna get mad.
No.
I might laugh a little bit and point.
Yeah.
and call you an idiot. But
the weirdest one I ever heard was the Freddy vs. Jason. My one friend's favorite horror movie is Freddy vs. Jason. I just found that. I mean, I personally love Freddy vs. Jason, but it's not one I ever heard again.
See, when people answer like that, I'm just like, the first thought that pops in my mind is they just haven't seen a lot of movies, which isn't a bad thing. That's just the favorite movie that
the person isn't a huge horror fan. So
okay, well that makes sense.
Is it because that I starred in that movie, or
yeah, exactly. You did star in that fucking movie. That's fucking hilarious.
Shout out to that person.
Okay, man. Next part of the question: favorite genre?
I would say it's
Horror.
50-50. I would say.
Would you say horror?
Yeah,
sub-genre. We know what we're talking about.
Gonna go ahead and say horror on that one. No, I would say creature features is definitely a big one, and I would also say slashers. And I would probably throw Giallo in there.
You can't go wrong with slashers, man.
Right?
It's just one of those.
You just can't.
It's the comfort food of horror.
Absolutely. And there's so many good ones out there.
Yeah, dude.
I just saw My Bloody Valentine in the theater the other night.
Oh,
and
I'm so jealous.
Okay, so
awesome.
I don't think I've talked to you since, but because you'd mentioned it last week too. But did you get to see the new restoration with the inserted material like restored properly?
No, and
Oh,
I was
okay.
wondering that going in, and I had doubts because on the actual website for the theater, it was listed as rated R, and I knew that would have made it uncut. And I think that because this is an AMC theater, which is a main as like one of the, if not the biggest theater chain, the second biggest in the United States. So I don't think they would show uncut films. So yeah, but it was the Scream Factory, the new Scream Factory restoration. I just think that it was the cut version.
Okay, so they have both. Okay,
Sorry, is that
I'm
what
pretty
they're
sure.
doing?
Does that Scream Factory have the regular cut too, or no?
I'm not 100%
Maybe
sure. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they seem to put out both cuts on films if there is two different cuts quite often on the collector's editions.
Yeah.
Are they-
If not, then it was definitely HD.
Yeah.
At least I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I knew right away that it wasn't the uncut version. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen the cut version, but I know what scenes are cut because of the old Paramount release where the quality dipped with the uncut footage.
Yeah.
So I always knew what was cut, but man, that movie is very tame without the uncut version.
Well,
it really is.
Well, the theatrical version of that movie literally has almost every kill cut out.
Yeah.
Like it's everything. It's crazy how much the movie changes just because of the inserted footage. But
Are they planning on restoring those cut scenes to make them less grainy?
yeah. Apparently they actually found some elements to do it. So
Is that right?
And I think the original release from who put it out, Paramount or no? Who the fuck? I don't know. Some studio put out.
Paramount put out the original uncut version.
So it doesn't surprise me that Paramount would just insert it uncut and not worry about remastering and shit. Obviously, Scream Factory being a better company, is going to try and find those negatives, and they've probably been searching to doing it for who knows how long, because they've had Paramount for a little bit. I think some of their titles. So
not too long. I think Paramount's like this past year, within a calendar year. I think.
It's been about a year.
That's
since
why
they've had it.
there's rumors that the Friday the 13th films are eventually going to come out through them, but I think they're waiting for the legal battle to end.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath on that one anytime soon. But I bet you as soon as they acquired, I bet you they went after Paramount just to get this fucking movie, right? Like,
Dude,
it's going to be a huge seller.
If I think what is it? February or March, the next court hearing is scheduled, I think. So there should be more of an answer then. But I don't know how much money I would pay for a Friday the 13th box set from Scream Factory, but it would probably be a lot of money.
Well,
I'm nervous how much it would cost because I would probably pay it.
You know what, man? If they do a box set like they put out the Halloween one where they acquired everything, I think that's the only way to do it, because I don't want to just see, the first 8 films kind of thing, right? I'd like to see the whole box. To me, it's not worth it. You need to get everything in there, have that complete, especially considering, where the Friday franchise is not heading. We might not get any more. So you want the complete thing in a nice box set and shit like that. I mean, I already have the Friday set with all the films.
I have the I have the DVD set. I don't have the Blu-ray set.
I do have the Blu. You know what the thing that pisses me off about that set though? It's so lazy because they didn't put the name on the
set's trash.
That spine is fucking garbage. But the other thing that pisses me off with Friday 9, it's the R-rated version on the Blu-ray.
That's the worst aspect.
So I had to keep my DVD.
That was actually the reason I did not buy.
Dude, it's the reason why a lot of people didn't buy it.
Yeah, because honestly, Jason Goes to Hell, I really like that movie, but it is so much better uncut.
Well, the only way to watch it is uncut because I think there's like 24 or 25 kills in that movie. They cut out so much of that shit in the R version. It's ridiculous. And it actually has, the face smashing scenes totally cut out, and fuck, you can't watch that R-rated. It's the movie already sucks.
Yeah, the biggest cut is the in the tent, the machete through the torso kill. That is completely cut. But yeah, even when I saw Jason Goes to Hell at the drive-in last year, it was the cut version, but it made sense because it was a 35 millimeter print. So that's probably the only version that it exists
for sure,
intact. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So yeah, that was a little disappointing, but I kind of expected it. But I still think to this day that Halloween franchise box set from Scream Factory is probably one of, if not the best box set ever released, simply because it has everything but the theatrical cuts of Rob Zombie's films.
Yeah,
which you can get. I did buy the Canadian version of the Blu-ray because that's the only Blu-ray version that has both.
Yeah, the double feature. Yeah, I actually had to purchase that too, and it was cheap. It was like $10 for that, really, and you get both, theatrical cuts of it, which is fine. It's on a double feature, but it is what it is. So.
Yeah, that's still to my day one of my favorite things I own in my collection.
It is a good box set. Yeah, really good box set.
Especially because it was so limited too. You know what I mean? Because there wasn't that many copies of it. That was a day one purchase for me.
Oh yeah, the other thing,
it is.
The other thing that pisses me off about that box set, I forgot. Actually, part 4 is out of sync, and I never got my replacement copy.
Oh yeah, I did get mine.
See, it was crazy, man. Like I fucking emailed. I never ended up getting my copy, which is funny because I've gotten. I don't know how many replacement discs for certain other releases, like Army of Darkness, fucking Drag Me to Hell. There's so many other movies I've gotten. Black Christmas, fucking Child's Play. Holy shit. Can't even name them all off. But that one they never sent it to me. It's crazy. And it's funny because I completely forgot about it. And this past Halloween, I usually don't even watch Halloween movies on Halloween.
Yeah.
And I decided to rewatch part 4 because I hadn't seen it in a while. It reminded me how much I really don't care for that movie anymore. It's actually really slow and not that great. But it starts going out of sync, and I'm just like, and it's only like a minute, but it's to the point where I'm like, it's already at a part where I'm like, okay, I'm not enjoying this how I used to. And I'm like, fuck this movie. I'm so not fucking... Now I was just pissed off at Scream Factory, and I was pissed off that I wasted 90 minutes on Halloween when I could have been watching fucking rape movies or something. Jesus.
See, I like... the thing about Halloween 4, the reason why, because I agree, I don't think it's like that great, but popping it in, it's the damn intro. It just sucks me in every time because of how Halloween-y it feels, you know?
There's
like
good
the
parts of that
farmland and stuff like that.
But Halloween 4 might be one of the most overrated movies ever.
Yeah.
Like, it gets so much props. And usually people's complaint is, oh, the mask sucks. And it does. But the movie is worse than the mask. Like, fuck. So...
I just don't think the Halloween franchise is nearly as strong as the Friday and Elm Street franchise. Because, like, at least the Friday franchise is consistent feeling, you know what I mean? In terms of, like, they're all the same movie pretty much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Except for maybe this one takes place on a boat and maybe this one takes place, with Carrie or something, but you know what I mean? They're all relatively the same movie. So it has that consistency to it. And Elm Street too, man. They're all pretty much the same, just quality differences. But Halloween, it's just like, I don't know, like 1 through 3, great. Yeah. Fun to watch. And then like 4 and 5 are like the slog for me. And I like 6.
Dude, 4 and 8,
I like
man.
H2O, but it's basically Scream.
Yeah, forget about it.
It's a weird franchise for sure.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I always thought I was like out of the 3 major ones, I was like Halloween all day, and then I think about it, and it's true. I like 1, I like 2, 3 is awesome, but after that, I don't know. It really dips hard, and I don't like a lot of the later ones.
It's because Halloween 1 is such a strong film that it's like, you almost like elevate the franchise just for the fact that it has 1. And then honestly, like the Rob Zombie films elevate it too. Yeah, but there's that long section in the middle there where it's just like
dips really bad.
Yeah, it's like a painfully long fucking dip in time, and it's ridiculous. And it's true, man. Like I remember, I always tell the story, but when I walked out of Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, I was like, fuck did I just watch, man? Like I remember like almost getting into like 3 accents on the way home because my mind was just like just somewhere else, and I was like, I swear I kept swerving for white horses and shit. It was like fucking totally bizarre. And then like remember thinking about it and being so confused, not by this narrative and shit. Like I understood kind of what he was trying to do with that, but just being like, why did he go this direction? It's very strange. But then it turned into that movie that I've seen so many times now because ultimately we've reviewed it and I've watched it other times. Like that movie actually is pretty good. Yeah. I think if you watch that movie one time and you're judging off one watch, you're gonna most likely hate it because it was not my favorite shit I ever saw either. right? So I think it's one of those films that takes multiple watches. At least it's not one of those movies that was good at one point and then degraded itself with watches. This one actually got better for me.
Yeah, it's the opposite. Yeah, you watch it more and more.
It just doesn't happen very often, right? It really doesn't happen, and that's one of those movies that didn't. And I always say to people, I'm like, you know, they're like, oh, Halloween 2 is trash. And I'm like, how many times have you seen it? They're like, well, not even fully once. I'm like, dude, shut up. Stop fucking, you know, doing that. I hate when people do that. They're like, oh, this movie sucks. I'm like, I turned it off. You don't have an opinion then.
Yeah.
You didn't finish the movie, fuck on. Shut up. Right. But yeah, anyways. Halloween, no. Honestly, the Halloween franchise, I don't even think cracks my top 10. Yeah, I said it. Fucking thumbs down the videos.
Here we go.
And here's all the fucking hate coming in and roll, whatever, man. But honestly, dude, Halloween franchise is so low down there for me because there's so many other franchises I'd love more. Like I love, you know, anywhere from Nightmare to Friday to, you know, the Psycho franchise. Even Tremors is in there. Phantasm. I mean, those are 5 right there.
Okay, what
Halloween's
about
nowhere
Chainsaw
near.
or Halloween?
Oh, Chainsaw all day. You know, the thing is about the Chainsaw franchise, I actually don't really, really hate, except for maybe the New Generation, or the fourth one. That movie sucks. It actually is.
It does, but it actually, like, honestly, like, I'm still kind of entertained by
it is
4,
oddly,
like, because I'm just like sitting there, like, rolling my eyes, like questioning its existence. But, like, I don't do that with, like, the Halloweens that I don't like. I'm just annoyed by them. But the only one that I think is truly like that I would never like want to sit down and watch is that the 3D one that I used to like, and then you pretty much schooled me on it on that episode.
That's right.
I even went into that recording after watching it, liking it, and then once you started pointing out all the bullshit, I was like, you know what? You're right. This movie sucks.
Actually, yeah, that's one of like
even
the
like Leatherface.
Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, Leatherface is great.
Leatherface is great. And I actually want to revisit that because I haven't watched it since we did that episode. See what it's like on rewatch.
I don't know if I have either, but yeah, 3D is definitely one of the misses. You know, the fourth one, 3D. But I mean, overall, the franchise actually isn't that bad.
1 and 2, dude, you can watch 1 and 2 like
over. And I'm still stuck on my stance.
I love the remake and prequel too. Like I love those too. So
yeah, I think the prequel is fucking amazing, dude. That shit it's so gnarly and violent, and it just ends on a down note. And you're just like
dark.
It is, man. It's a great film. You know, part 2, I've always had this love-hate relationship with it, man. I like the movie, but I prefer the first half. I really do. I really do prefer the first half of the movie. And I know even Dave Z even agrees with me on that one. He's like, I remember him saying, he's like, I totally agree with Moodz that the first half of the movie is the strongest point. The the second half isn't bad. It's just not as good as the first half.
That's fair.
Right? Yeah. So it's not a bad movie to me, but, you know, part 3 was the odd thing about
that was so surprising because we all went into that episode like, oh yeah, part 3 is awesome. And then we watched it and we went to review it and we're like, you know what? Part 3 is kind of lame.
It is, man. It actually is a pretty bad movie, but I mean, it's still better than Halloween movies though, in a sense.
I did get the Warner Archive Blu-ray and I actually almost revisited it the other night. So that's probably on my short list to revisit. So maybe I'll flip back on that one. Who knows?
I gotta go through and finally upgrade all my TCM films. I need to get part 3 because I did part 4 with Scream Factory. I need to get 3 in the remakes. I've been putting them out because I can always find them. I should probably do that though.
Yeah.
But anyways, get into the another part of the question. Favorite country for horror films?
I would probably have to go with. I love Italian films. I would say South Korea, but a lot of them aren't. The movies I love from South Korea aren't exactly horror movies, so I don't know if I can actually count those.
Yeah, they always kind of have this borderline.
They're right on the border, so like maybe I could.
Yeah, their revenge thrillers are fucking awesome.
And
but
they do
love revenge thrillers. Like they're probably my favorite movie ever, to be totally honest. But it's kind of hard to call a lot of them horror.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Bedeviled?
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that movie.
Okay. That's one I pimp out all the time. It's one of my favorite.
It's so good. Yeah, I actually blind bought that movie randomly. We had a Rogers, you know, when all the movie stores were going out of business. We had one that was shutting down, and I went in there and I just randomly came across that movie. I'm like, oh, this sounds cool. You know, it's, you know, South Korean. I'll pick it up, whatever. Went home, watched it, and I fell in love with that movie. I think it's so good.
So amazing.
Huge fan of Bedeviled. So if we're gonna not count, if we're not gonna count South Korea, I'd probably say Italian movies, just because I'm a huge Giallo fan. I love Argento. Fulci
Again,
movies.
though, but Giallos are kind of
that's true. It's kind of borderline,
same territory.
Yeah. So,
I mean, they're going to be lumped in there more than like thrillers are.
yeah.
I mean, let's face it, man. Giallos essentially are kind of like they just act as like proto slashers in a sense.
That's how I look at them.
right.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Some are way more horror than others,
Absolutely.
for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think like for me, I've definitely come a long way with Italian horror, and I like a lot of it. But Giallos Giallos are probably the stuff I like less. I seem to like the more horror centric Italian stuff. I like a lot of Giallos, and I love a lot of them too. But just some of the more mid tier ones I don't really care for.
Yeah. It always makes me happy when you mention that one of your favorite directors is Argento. Just from hearing, because a couple of years ago you had mentioned that you hadn't actually seen any Argento films, or very little of them. Yeah,
But only Suspiria.
Yeah, exactly. So the fact that over just a couple of years seeing his films now, he's become one of your favorite directors.
Well, I mean, that's, Italian month comes around and, we've got an ongoing Argento fucking extravaganza every year.
Yeah.
Surprisingly,
We're almost at the
Fulci
end.
has came way up on the list too.
Yeah.
Which I know Moodz would be happy to hear, because at first I didn't really care for Fulci that much. Like even the films that I liked from him, like Zombie, and New York Ripper and stuff, I didn't think they were that great.
Like them,
Zombie probably being the best. Yeah, but now rewatching the New York Ripper on the Blue Underground disc, rewatching. I even said, like, had I actually given New York Ripper a rewatch, it might have made my top 10 of 82 actually. And then because I didn't actually watch that in prep because I had seen it like not too long ago for the show, so I just didn't even rewatch it.
Yeah.
You fucking slacker.
I know. I was actually, probably should have rewatched it. And then seeing House by the Cemetery on the 3-disc and the Zombie on the 3-disc, I've always loved City of the Living Dead, and watching a few more of his films. And honestly, those films all have went up on rewatch. Even House by the Cemetery, they've all went up. So that's pretty cool. And he's definitely became. I watched Phenomena the other night too.
I love that movie.
For 85 prep. And yeah, Phenomena's awesome.
It's so good.
And then funny enough, I've been kind of revisiting some films from the popular directors. Like I did Prince of Darkness a while back, which everybody keeps talking about.
I told you. I told you, man.
Yeah, but I watched today. Actually, I watched Hills Have Eyes Part 2 from Wes Craven.
Man,
because I got that Era edition.
It's such a fucking bad fun movie,
dude. I
rewatched
came up
it a little
heavy
while
on
ago.
it.
Yeah, I actually, it's like I used to really kind of, more people than not would always be like, it's fucking terrible, it's unwatchable, and I'm like, I always kind of enjoyed it, but this time rewatching after I got the Arrow set and watching it in that state, that type of transfer, and just like it was fun. It's a stupid movie, given what the narrative is.
Fun. I did.
I
Listen,
mean, really,
I had
break
only
down the
seen
narrative.
it, like,
break down the
twice.
narrative of what it is. It's so stupid that who that girl is. It's so dumb, but like it's so much fun, man. It's like it's a great example. It's like it's better. It's like higher on the totem pole than like Troll 2 is like a bad good movie, kind of thing. It's up there. Man.
Isn't it crazy what a good transfer can do though? Like to completely change.
It
your
really
view on a
is,
movie,
dude.
right? Like,
It really does. That does affect it heavy. That's why Vinegar Syndrome, like, they put out a lot of like pretty mediocre movies that I end up like loving.
Yeah.
But the Hills Have Eyes Part 2 in particular, I had seen it growing up, probably from the video rental store, and I just thought it was complete garbage. And then I think, did Kino put out the original Blu-ray of Hills Have Eyes Part 2?
Yeah, I think it was Kino actually.
I got that when it came. Like
I'd
probably
never
when it
upgraded.
came
I
out,
still had like the snapper
forever
case.
ago, dude. That movie came out. That Blu-ray came out forever ago. Such a weird movie to get released so early on.
Yeah.
But I watched it then and I was like, yep, trash, just like I remembered. And for the longest time, I used to say that was Craven's, like, if not his worst, one of his worst. But definitely not now. I definitely found some enjoyment.
Oh my
in
God,
it.
Chiller is just horrendous, man. That movie's terrible.
I don't dislike Chiller.
Oh, it's so boring, man. That movie is a straight snorefest.
To me, his worst film is Swamp Thing.
Honestly, man. Well, I mean, in terms of quality, it's not, but in terms of like enjoyment and just it is so fucking boring, man.
It's super boring.
Like,
Yeah,
man.
Swamp Thing's. Like, that's what I mean in terms of enjoyment. It's my least favorite of his.
Yeah.
But Hills Have Eyes has definitely went up a few notches, part 2. And what I said today was, dude, it's almost like if you watch that film, watch it like a ripoff of, it's like Wes Craven's Friday the 13th ripoff, essentially. Like the music, like cues and stuff, dude. It's funny. It's like that was the period of the slasher ripoff of Friday the 13th and stuff. The sort of the boom and stuff, and it really does feel like more of a slasher than Hills Have Eyes. The original Hills Have Eyes was like a mutant cannibal family sort of.
Well, you had to incorporate what was popular at that time, and it was kind of at the end of it too. Really, at this last.
But it's funny. It's such a weird contrast that he made Elm Street and Hills Have Eyes Part 2 in like the same year. It's like, what the hell?
We made Chiller in that same point too.
Yeah, he did, because that's an 85 movie, and Elm Street came out in 84,
which was a TV.
But that edition is pretty fun, man. I really enjoyed watching it today. I was shocked. Honestly, I didn't expect to like it as much as I did, but it's a fun movie.
Okay, so moving on to the second question. I'm not sure who I'm interviewing here. You're JP. Question number 2. What and
well, they
when,
do say I talk a lot.
Yeah. What and when got you into horror?
Well, I can say right off the bat, we've had this conversation many times, but it was you actually that really got me into horror movies. I remember seeing, like, I watched Candyman when I was like 4 years old. I don't know why I remember that. I remember being extremely scared by it. I think I was over at like a friend's place and they were babysitting me and they put on Candyman.
That's very responsible.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, and it was like, I remember being so terrified for so long because I thought Candyman was always going to get me.
Okay, little Dylan, you got to go to the bathroom. Just don't say Candyman in the mirror.
Yeah, exactly. I remember watching horror movies, growing up and stuff like that. I remember seeing Halloween movies and stuff like that, but I never really got that into it growing up.
What was your preferred genre, like, as you were, growing up, or were you a big movie guy?
Yeah, exactly. Were you a big movie fan?
Always. I've always loved watching movies. Like, when I was a kid, I remember I was one of those kids that would watch, if I found a movie that I liked, I would watch it 100 times over.
Yeah.
And I remember watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the number 2, The Secret of the Ooze. I've probably seen that movie 200 times, maybe. It's just that I wore out that VHS so bad. But yeah, I've been watching movies my entire life. The problem was, I think I was never shown the right horror movies. I would always see, very generic, mainstream stuff that never really... I was like, hey, it's all right, but, it never really caught my eye. And then when I met Moodz, when we started working together, I think that's how we hit it off as friends right away. We just started talking about movies and realized we both had a real love for film and stuff like that.
Yeah, because that was in 2009.
Yeah.
Because that's when I started working at the airport. So,
you bet.
And I think you were one of the bosses at the time, right?
Yeah, I think I was a supervisor at the time or something like that. So
that's interesting. Yeah, because that's definitely how it's... Yeah, because I remember us hitting it off right away.
Yeah.
But that crew that we had at that time was actually pretty...
solid.
It was pretty
solid.
interesting, yeah.
I remember, I don't think I've ever told you this, but I remember the manager before you came in there, he came up to me, he's like, yeah, we just hired a new guy, and he's all big and tatted up just like you, and he's like, you guys would be good friends. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, man, right on. I guess that's all you need to be friends, is both have tattoos and stuff like that. Sure.
It's fucking hilarious.
Bunch of degenerates, right? We're just instantly going to be buddies.
Right? Just talking about just fucking judging the shit out of us.
Yeah, I know,
right?
right? Yeah, but the funny thing was we became good friends right away, right? We found, we both loved film so much.
And that definitely was the common bond, because obviously me being, musically it was a lot different at the time, because you're straight metalhead, you played in metal bands.
Exactly.
I mean, everyone in this crew was like a straight metalhead, and I walk in there fucking, bobbing my head, fucking listening to like Too Short and Tribe Called, and everyone's like, what the fuck is this guy, man? Like,
always switching the Sirius satellite from the metal channel to the hip hop channel.
I would always do it I remember doing it, bugging the shit out of Scoos so bad, he'd just be like, fuck, because he hated rap music so bad. Like, everyone else would tolerate, like Dylan, it was fine, but then holy shit, dude, the excuse would like be so open about it. He's like, fuck this shit, I hate this shit.
Just aggressively change it back.
But Scoos
dude,
was
the worst thing to ever tell me when working is something that you hate, because it's gonna happen all the time.
Oh, I would do it all. He was so easy to get going to, man. Like because Scoos is kind of like that. He's like that metal elitist, man. Like that's the best shit ever.
Yeah.
Right. And there's no change in his mind. And oh fuck, it's so funny.
So where was it going? Yeah. So anyway, we instantly became friends, me and Moodz, and we would talk about film, and Moodz would always talk about horror films, and I was like, oh yeah, that's cool, and we'd talk about, I had always loved Korean films like Old Boy and stuff like that. So, and then I think one day we were hanging out at Moodz's place, and I was like, okay, man, like let's just dive in. Like, you got to show me some of these films, right? Because I liked horror movies, but I had always thought about it as music too. It seems like all the popular music isn't always the best music, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. You always start to look into the underground bands, and that's when you really find the music that you like. And I kind of thought about that about horror movies too, and I was like, all right, Moodz, let's do this. Like, we got 6 hours, like, show me some films, right? And I remember, I think we did this 2 or 3 nights, and I don't remember what we watched in order, but I remember watching Day of the Dead for the first time, we watched Suspiria for the first time, we watched My Bloody Valentine, we watched Demons. Like, we're talking heavy hitters, and these are all first time watches for me. Mm-hmm. And there was a couple, I think we watched The Beyond.
Yep.
I think, and
I can see this being a lineup of films. I'm just like, hey, if I'm going to introduce you to some shit, it might as well be shit that might totally get you intrigued.
Yeah,
like not beat around the bush. And I can see myself. I don't remember what else, but I would imagine Gutterballs is probably around there.
It might have been,
because I used to joke. I actually did a top 10 Tuesday years ago, 10 films to show a newbie.
Yeah,
and I think Gutterballs, and I'm like, I always do it. Like, if you can handle something like Gutterballs, mad gore. It's it's not a greatly made film or nothing, but it's just the gore. And it's ridiculous, and there's crazy. And I'm like,
swearing, and
it like has a record for the most fucks in a movie and stuff. But anyways, like, if you can stomach that type of shit and you enjoy it, then we can go to some other shit, man. And like, I don't know why I always use that. And people are like, no, fuck, you don't show people that for the newbies, and I'm like, I do.
100%. Yeah. So we had a couple of nights of like heavy hitters, like one after another, and like, after the second night, I was like, I'm in, man. Like, let's do this. Like, it opened up this entire world for me, and I was so excited.
I actually do remember the Demons, because you were like, the fucking music, and I was like, you know what, when, Lamberto Bava did this, it was, that time, hair metal, like metal and shit like that was real and they wanted to appease to the American crowds more, so they put all the American music in there and stuff, but still had that, like, Italian score.
Yeah.
And you're like, this fucking music's crazy, and this is, like, awesome, and I'm like,
Which I'm surprised, because, like Moodz said, I played in metal bands, death metal bands, stuff like that. And the lyrics and stuff like that, compared to horror movies, it's very similar, right? Very dark stuff. So I'm surprised I didn't get into it earlier. Mm-hmm. I just didn't know about it. But like I said, as soon as Moodz showed me those movies, I was so hooked. I was like I said, it opened up this entire world for me, and I just wanted to explore it all. I wanted to see everything I could. I was so in. Yeah. So
dude, that's awesome. I like to hear, because we don't often get to hear later in life horror fans, you know what I mean, and how they became a horror fan. So that's cool. And it is one of those things where sometimes you don't, if you are seeing just the stuff that comes out in the theaters or whatever, like, okay, that I like this movie, it's kind of cool, like, oh yeah, Saw, it's cool or whatever. But once you start, like, you realize how much depth there is to horror movies, especially when you venture to other countries, which are, if you're like me, that stuff didn't exist around here when I was a kid, you know what I mean? So, like, seeing like films like Demons and The Beyond and stuff like that just wasn't possible. So you start seeing that there's like all these little territories of great horror, and even stuff that like Sleepaway Camp, right? That is not a film that was hugely popular in my area. Like I never saw it on VHS anywhere. Like you start finding this depth of even cooler movies and weird movies that existed in the 80s that just didn't get much mainstream exposure.
Yeah.
And you just start like, wow, this is crazy. Like I always thought that like horror was like Halloween and The Thing, you know, but it's way deeper than that.
Exactly.
It's cool.
And then to have a guy like Moodz like guide me through all of it, like what a perfect mentor, right?
It's one of my favorite things to do is to show people, like when I first met Carly, you know, she liked horror movies and she was she was a fan. And I remember I always, when someone says they like horror,
When you met your girlfriend?
I always like, yeah, right. I always pump the brakes a little bit because like people say they like horror that I meet, but they don't know shit. You know what I mean?
Right?
Sometimes they know like the basic stuff, but like Carly actually knew a little bit more than I was expecting. Like she had seen Suspiria and Phantasm, which I hadn't even seen those films at her age. So I was like, okay, yeah, she has a lot of holes in her at the time in, you know, the history of horror and stuff like that. But she had seen some stuff that was a little less. Like she had seen Sleepaway Camp too, which is those were the three that impressed me, like Phantasm, Sleepaway Camp, and. But you also
have to remember, you know, she is a lot younger, but it's also a lot more it's easier to find for her
nowadays.
Yeah.
Right. So back in the day, it was a little bit harder, you know, when you were younger and stuff.
Yeah.
Too, so yeah.
Well, what surprised me is she's seen most of those films when she was younger, which was shocking to me because I was like, wow. You know what I mean? And I know she's younger than me, but instantly what I did was I gave her a huge stack of movies that I wanted to not necessarily get her to watch for her to become more of a horror fan, but kind of gauge what kind of stuff she liked. So I gave her a bunch of movies and kind of went from there. I don't remember exactly what I gave her, but it was like a mix of everything. A lot of newer stuff too, because you know I knew she was younger and stuff like that. But since then, I mean, her horror knowledge has grown so much in the past couple years, and it's really cool to see her sort of progress and get fully engulfed in the world too. As it was probably cool to see that happen with Dylan.
You want to hear something funny, Dylan? So I think it was, I don't know, probably even a week or two ago.
Yeah.
We were talking about you and house sitting and shit like that. Oh yeah, I know how it got brought up. It was fucking, I was looking for my copy of Antichrist.
Right.
And, yeah, it's just obviously not there and stuff. And whatever, long story short, JP thought that you were still my house sitter.
Oh.
He thought that you had the copy, and he's like, just get it back from Dylan. I'm like, no, he hasn't been my house sitter for years, man.
You know what's funny? I actually bought a copy of Antichrist at Larry's shop. I'm like, I had heard that on the podcast. I'm like, I wonder if this is Moodz's copy that just got sold. And ended up at Larry's shop, and then I bought it.
Even if it was, man, you deserve it because I stole some of the movies there from you.
Yeah.
But my copy of Antichrist was sealed, and I couldn't remember if it was one of the Criterions Dylan had gave me. Because you had sent me some Criterions years ago.
Yeah.
I think one was Rosemary's Baby, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it was.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think did I send you Phantom's Carriage? No, it might have been House, or I can't remember.
I can see you sending House.
Because I don't have House, but I do have Phantom's Carriage, so it could have been that one.
Might have been that one. Yeah.
Thanks for that, by the way.
Oh, no worries, man. No worries at all.
You know, one of the other things actually with Dylan and his horror movie watching, he used to be my house sitter when I went out of town and stuff, and instead of like pulling out movies and shit and leaving them out, whatever, I would just pull them out on my shelves, and I'd tell him, I'm like, man, the movies that are kind of pulled out on the shelves, you check those out. And I would always I would pull out like 20, 30 movies or whatever.
So you could kind of check
so you could go through whatever.
Yeah.
And I'd always be so mean to him because I'd pull out shit like a Serbian film and like Slaughtered Vomit Dolls and like August Underground and Mortem and just all these vile fucking, and with some good ones and shit too.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so what'd you watch, man? He's like, yeah, I checked out that like Slaughtered Vomit Doll. He's like, not for me, man.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up, JP. You probably
like, it's not for me either.
JP's probably recommending all these like great films for Carly, and Moodz is recommending Mortem and Slaughter Vomit Dolls.
I think I did give her some more hardcore stuff, like probably like Girl Next Door and like Eden Lake and stuff, because I had to test where
You got to see where the boundaries
what
are.
her boundaries were.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, the Lucifer Valentine films were jokes, but like, I personally like the fucking August Underground films.
For what it is, yeah, they are good. And Moodz knows I'll literally watch anything. So, like, whether I like it or not, I'll still sit through anything.
But you definitely found some gems from doing that and shit. Just
absolutely.
I don't remember what I ever pulled it because there were so many times you housed it for me, and it was usually long periods of time too, like weeks. Yeah, so
that was great for me. Are you kidding me? I just got to go pick out through your collection through a couple weeks.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the funnest, because I house sit sometimes for a friend too. I haven't done it in a while, but I used to do it like every 5 or so months. And one of the funnest things about it for me, because like I don't really take a laptop or anything, or sometimes I did if I had a show or something like that, but I would take a stack of movies, and for whatever reason, when I'm in someone else's house, I'm not distracted by all my own shit, so I would just most of the time just watch movies all day, and it is really chill and fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's the horror collecting coming these days? I know that you're getting married later on this year, so I imagine the funds are being a little bit resorted to, more important things than collecting fucking physical media.
Unfortunately, it has slowed down a bit, but I still, every month I'll buy myself.
Have you been hitting up Larry's shop at all? And have you been finding? Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I usually go there just to kind of, feed the fix.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You know what I mean? Try and buy whatever I can find, and it's still exciting, right? You never know what you're gonna find.
Yeah,
so
true that, man.
I still get that excitement going there, and it's cheap for me. But yeah, it's slowed down because of the wedding coming up. But I still, I'll buy myself 1 or 2 things a month on Amazon or something like that. Just to can't help it, right?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Do you have a Letterboxd?
I do. I haven't posted on there a whole lot lately. I might start doing it again. I really enjoyed doing it.
It's really fun, man. I've like fallen in love with it.
Yeah,
it's such a fun thing, and especially like at the end of the year when you see like all the stuff you watch, and it's a little diary. Like I'll go back and look at like, oh, I remember what I was doing when I was watching these films. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I
recommend everybody do it.
I think the problem is I enjoy seeing what you guys watch more than myself posting on there, so that's probably why I haven't done a whole lot on there. But I do have one. Yeah.
Yeah, I love looking and seeing what like Moodz watched and other people that I follow. It's pretty fun.
It's good to base stuff too, like stuff you want to check out. Right? You see a lot of hype around everybody giving it 4 or 5 stars. 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 films and stuff like that. And then you get really excited. You want to go out of your way to see these films. So it's a good way to find new things to watch.
Absolutely. Are you 4Gay yet?
I believe I own 2 4Gay, but I don't have a 4Gay player or TV, so no, see, I'm not.
I still haven't made the fucking bounds. I mean, I know these guys are always talking about, they're like, man, 4K TVs are so cheap and the players and shit. I'm like, but when you're around, like the cheap 4K TV here is like $1,200-$1,500.
Yeah.
Right? It's crazy, dude. The players are
nuts. Mine was,
and 4Ks
I got mine for like 3 something.
But even the movies themselves, I mean, you can get some for like 20, but most of them are like $30, and you're like paying way more for those.
Yeah.
It's just fucking nuts. But it hasn't intrigued me enough, and I'm like, and I've said it before, I'm not upgrading my TVs when they don't need to be.
That's my problem.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with these TVs? That's my whole thing. It's like nobody's going to take this because everyone is upgrading or doing whatever. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking just turf good ass TVs.
Yeah.
They still fucking look great.
That's my problem. I have 2 plasma TVs that just won't die, right?
Yeah.
So
which is crazy in itself too, right? Yeah.
I can't justify just buying a new TV, even though I really want to.
Yeah.
I thought about just accidentally, chirping into the TV and knocking it off the stand or whatever, just so I can go get a new one. But I eventually I will get there.
I mean, Jeremy blows it so hard. I don't think they're as good as he does, like difference wise. I do like him.
He can't even walk anymore. His knees are so fucking beat up from blowing 4Gs, man. Like this guy posts his 4G collection every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He gets a couple more and he's got to like, and then he rearranges it and he fucking, tags JP on there. He's like, I rearranged it for you, so it's all in order. I'm like, dude, like, who cares, man? But first of all, get a fucking shelf.
Yeah, mine have slowed down. I haven't really got many 4K 4Ks lately. I still need to dig into some of them, like Suspiria, and I still haven't watched Alien on 4K yet.
See, that's one of the ones I own too. I had to do it as soon as I found out it was coming out. I was like, obviously, I'm gonna buy it, right?
You know, I am gonna be that guy though that's gonna get the what is it? Second Sight is putting out the 4K Dawn of the Dead. I think, is it all the cuts too? I believe
it is.
So I think they're putting out all the cuts on 4K and stuff. I mean, I'm obviously going to buy that for, storage sake until I actually upgrade the TVs and stuff, because I just feel like that has to be my first purchase. It was going to be Suspiria, and I'm like, the 4K Suspiria here is like $60.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, fuck that shit, man. Yeah. I'm not going to spend $60 and then watch the fucking Blu-ray that I already own multiple copies of Suspiria on Blu-ray. So
that's how
my first 4K was Halloween, I believe.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I thought about that, and I was like, wait a minute, it's Halloween.
The last one I bought was Joker.
Yeah.
It's such a great film.
No, fucking Joker's amazing, man.
Jeremy sent me that Full Metal Jacket's getting one, and that's a day one purchase for me.
Right, it's like one of your favorite movies, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Second favorite.
Cool. Get into the third. Wait, there's always so many parts to these questions. Third, what is your favorite director?
I would have to say Argento is my favorite director, only basing that off of how many movies of his I actually really love. Mm-hmm. Like, he's got such a great record with me that it's hard not to say Argento. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge
What is your favorite Argento?
I always go back and forth. It's between Phenomena and Suspiria.
I was just going to say Phenomena, yeah.
It's probably Phenomena.
It's the classic air keyboard.
Yeah, we shredded that song.
Oh, fucking
playing that live.
Amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I would go with Phenomena. It's probably the one I've watched the most, and it's the one I always grab. I think it's such a good film, such a great film.
Yeah, it's probably in my top 5. Tenebrae might be. I don't know. It's like Suspiria, Tenebrae, Opera. I'm a big fan of Stendhal too, but
Tenebrae's so good.
Yeah,
I love Tenebrae. I'm a big Deep Red fan too.
Tenebrae is really good.
Yeah.
For the longest time, Suspiria was like bona fide my favorite film.
Yeah.
I swear it's probably maybe at number 5 now.
Really? Yeah.
That's what I like about, just growth and just rewatching films over years, and also that you rewatch not just Suspiria, but just other films just more, and like, Deep Red is probably my favorite, but like I've really grown to love Opera so much.
It's so good.
That one was always in there for me,
yeah.
But then I never realized how much I really loved it until I think we did it, last year or something like that, or year before. And just rewatching it again, I was like, fuck, it's just such a good movie, man. And
I had watched it for the first time when Doppelganger and Scorpion put out that Blu-ray. Yeah. And I remember I was working the night shift, and I got it in the mail because I get my mail sent to my work sometimes. And I was like, oh, I know what I'm doing when I get off. And I remember, I think it was wintertime. And I drove home. It was kind of snowy, and I just came home, and I would always watch movies after work, even though I would get off in the morning, because that was pretty much the only time I could. Yeah, man, I just was like, wow, like this movie's awesome. And then like a year later, we did it on the show, and I fell in love with it even more.
Yeah, it's so good.
And I know JP, I don't think you're really the biggest fan of it, but Inferno, man, that movie, like
that's one I need to rewatch. I've only watched it the one time, and it was for that podcast, and that was year 1 of Italian Horror Month, so I wasn't really deep into Italian horror, and the ones that were more like atmospheric and style over substance, I wasn't.
Well, the thing about Inferno is that it is telling. It actually, I mean, the substance level compared to Suspiria is like way higher.
Oh, 100%.
It's just the way the story is told, because it's told in different cities, right? And it's kind of, told all over the place. And I can see after one watch, it'd be a little bit hard to follow, considering, if you're thinking, okay, how does this relate to Suspiria? But then it gets into like the three mothers completely in this film and stuff. And I think there's a lot more substance than you think it is. But man, honestly, one of my favorite scenes in horror history is in that movie, in the basement. The underwater scene is amazing. And that was actually shot, I think, by Mario Bava too, that did that.
That's
scene.
Like the only thing I can remember from that movie,
but it's
which is funny.
Incredibly shot. And it's so oh man, it gets me going, dude. I feel the terror in that because it's so claustrophobic. Because there's literally like just this little opening and this body appears, and you're just like, oh fuck, man, it's so crazy.
It's so good.
It's such an amazing. But that movie doesn't get the props it deserves, even for the way it's shot. Like, it's very colorful and it has so many great schemes, and there is a lot of shit going for that, man. In that movie.
I think that's one of those movies that needs multiple watches.
Yeah, for sure.
To appreciate it. And I definitely loved it way more the second time I watched it, and probably even more the third time I watched it.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand why people might not like it the first time they watch it. Again, like you were saying, with the story and everything, but multiple watches for that one for sure. Mm-hmm. Totally underrated, I think.
Yeah. So Argento, okay, what's your favorite decade?
Ooh, that's tough. I probably default and go to the 80s. like it's hard not to say the 80s, right? The 80s is such a good decade for horror movies.
It actually really is hard
to... How do you not?
Yeah. I mean, the 80s was always a thing for me, but, over the years, just getting access to seeing so many great 70s films.
Yep.
It just, growing up, there wasn't, there was access to some of those, but now just watching with such great transfers and stuff, I just gained such a massive appreciation for 70s cinema. Like, it's just such a different era. It was the more serious era, and then the 80s came and it got a little bit more campy and stuff. They're two totally different type of things, right?
For sure.
But the 70s is really just kind of, oh man, it's there for me, man, now. I mean, it's funny too, because the majority of my favorite films are in the 80s, but I love the 70s, but you can't really go wrong with the 70s or the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, really. I mean, if you had said the 90s, I would have said get the fuck out. Even though there is a lot of great gems in the 90s, but man, people that, like or even say that the 90s is the best decade. It's different to say it's your favorite, but when you're saying best, you got some issues, man.
Gotta check that cred.
Yeah, you gotta chickity check yourself before you riggedy wreck yourself. This is kind of like totally off topic a little bit, but what was your favorite film in 19?
Oh, what's funny? I wanted to make a list for the end of the 2019 show.
Yeah, because I don't think so that's why I'm actually asking, because I don't even know.
The problem was I there was so many films that I felt that were heavy hitters that I just didn't get to watch, right? But looking back on it now, I would have to go with The Lighthouse was my number one for 2019.
Yeah, see, that was sitting at number 2 for me.
Yeah, and I don't understand how anyone could not like that film. I think it was phenomenal.
I think that was 2019's It Came at Night, or what other films just kind of mixed, like you either liked it or you hated it. There was no middle ground.
I don't get why anyone could not like that movie, man. I was blown away by it. I thought it was so good. I like, what were people saying about it was negative? I don't get it.
I think a lot of people just don't understand. I mean, if you take it for face value, you see two guys that are cooped up in a lighthouse.
Yeah.
One is farting a lot, one's getting mad, and they're getting drunk. And then some crazy shit happens at the end. If you're taking it for face value, I can see why you might think it's a little bit more, it doesn't have a lot of substance to it, man. It's kind of one of those films, but in reality, it actually does, because the movie is basically huge metaphors for, the astrological gods, Prometheus and Proteus and stuff. And it's kind of cool how the story is done, because you take these two characters that have never been in the same narrative together, you put them in this setting, and it created this, and then and then how the story develops.
Like dissension into madness. I think it's perfect, man. I loved that film.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's like fucking masterpiece, man. Yeah. It's really, really good. So.
And Midsummer was really good too, but moving on.
Mid-fucking-lamer. See? This is where we differ, man. He liked Mid-lamer. I like Climax. He didn't like Climax.
Yeah. It's funny, I always thought you would go with maybe Mid-some-bore, maybe, instead of Mid-lamer, because you thought it was so boring, but Mid-lamer has like caught on so much.
Mid-some-bore, that actually makes sense,
I can't mess with Mid-lamer
It's anymore. Because I came up with that in a rage. I was like, that's fucking lame, Mid-lamer. It was fucking, Jesus, man.
Or even Mid-slumber.
That's a good one.
See, I understand the like for the movie completely, but I don't know what the fuck, man. Like, I know a lot of people were shocked at how much I think I was expressing my distaste for it so drastically that people thought I was joking.
I did.
A lot of people didn't think I was being serious, and then when it came to the actual show and I was like, fuck Mid-lamer, people were like, are you fucking serious? Like,
I remember even messaging him like, do you think this is like a It Follows situation where you're going to come back to it in like a month and you're going to love it? And I remember you're like,
it was my downfall.
No.
People didn't like I think people were hating on me because they're like, oh, he doesn't have Midsummer on there. How could he not have Midsummer? But but he's got fucking Close Calls with bad acting in it and shit. And I'm like, fuck, whatever, man. Fucking Close Calls was amazing. So, and it was actually, even Mike had it in his top 10 too.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wasn't the only one that actually
I don't
recognized
think that
it.
many people saw that movie.
Yeah, well, there was
probably a few films on your list that people hadn't seen.
Yeah, The Black Forest, I think, is another one no one really saw.
That's another one that I wanted to see before I made a list because you had spoken so highly of it, right?
So good.
That's one of the reasons why I never did make a list, because I felt like I was missing out on so much.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, there's no shame in just making a list of what you've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Climax would have been on there.
Probably not, but...
Did you actually watch a lot of movies from 2019?
I tried to, yeah. Closer to the end, I really tried to make a push and tried to... Because I really wanted to make a list, but yeah, I ended up watching, I don't know, I wouldn't say a lot, but there was probably 25 to 30 that I saw of the more popular ones.
Yeah, it was, we never actually ended up doing the decade show, but it seemed like the consensus was that 19 was, for the decade, was actually quite low for everybody.
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean... If you actually look at some of the other years, pretty fucking solid, man.
Yeah,
like 2014
absolutely.
was like amazing. Like what a great, like looking back at the actual years and the films that came out.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man. Just some really good stuff. So, question number 4. What is your ultimate kind of modern horror film? So if you were, making a film, who would you pick to direct it? Who would you pick to star in it?
Yeah.
And what would the story be? Like, what would the narrative be? Like, your ultimate movie. If you can construct this movie.
Well, that's a good question. It would be a creature feature for sure. Because one of my favorite movies that's come out in the last couple of years by far is Shin Godzilla.
Yes,
like, I love that.
Well, I think Shin Godzilla might even be the legitimately best Godzilla movie ever made.
I wouldn't even argue with that.
Like, is it not just phenomenal?
It's so good.
It's so... The visuals in it, and when he's stomping on... Oh my God, it's like done so... The effects are amazing in that movie. It's crazy.
Yeah. So it would probably be a giant creature feature just because of my love for those films. It's just a default. Directed... Who would I get to direct something like that? Maybe our feature director tonight.
Well, he does have a pretty good creature feature.
One of the best, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe Bong Joon Ho would direct my creature feature. And who would star in it? Who would star in my film? That's a good question. I don't know. That's a tough one, man.
So usually most of these questions are very generic, and then I throw this at you, and you're like, God damn, I have to use my brain.
Yeah, I had not thought of this before coming on here. Let's put Ted Danson in there.
Ted Danson in the creature feature. See that's what I like to hear, man.
Curveball.
That's amazing.
I would have to think about that.
You pull him right out of Creepshow and fucking just throw him right into your creature feature. It's amazing. But then again, Ted Danson's that dude that, like, in my opinion, can't do wrong.
Right.
He's done a million awesome TV shows.
Yeah.
He's still going strong.
Solid.
Cheers is amazing.
Yeah, I would have to think about that. It would definitely be a serious creature feature.
Christ, has he ever been in anything else horror besides Creepshow?
Not until next year when my film comes out. I don't think so, no.
It's funny.
I can't think of anything. Yeah.
Okay, question number 5.
Yeah.
Who would you rather be mistaken for? Miles Teller or Chris Marquette?
I feel like Miles Teller is the more famous actor, so I'm going to go with Miles Teller, even though around the 22 Shots page, everybody knows me as Chris Marquette, so...
I can't believe that shit became a staple.
I know.
Mike actually, that question's coming straight from Mike, because he wrote that in the group page, and I was like, fuck, or group chat, and I was like, that's so funny.
I was going to say, it's a good thing he's not on this show, because I'd just be laughing the entire time. That guy cracks me up.
Yeah.
Like, when we were doing the Joe Bob stream, I was...
Well, you should have heard the other 4 questions. They actually came up with 5, and it was everything to do with, like, what was it like making out with Kelly Rowland and Jason vs. Freddy, and there's a bunch of fucking stupid things.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Do you still like the Nightmare on Elm Street remake?
Oh, I had a feeling this is going to come up. Can I explain myself on the show? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because I feel bad for ever saying that movie was good. Because it's not. going back to when I was saying before you had showed me legitimate horror movies, that was the caliber of movie.
That was actually the same year that we met, because that movie came out in 2009, didn't it?
So this helps with my story. That was the caliber of horror movie that I was used to seeing. Hence why I was probably not a giant horror movie fan.
Yeah.
So I think you've told the story on the podcast.
I may have, yeah. I think I have, actually.
I almost got pushed out of Moodz' car, actually, after that. For stating that movie wasn't that bad. But yeah, like I said, that's about the caliber of movie I was used to seeing for horror movies. So when we went and watched that in the cinema, after it, I was like, oh, that's not a bad movie. It's pretty good. And if looks could kill, I'd be dead right now, because Moodz looked at me like I was insane.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those rare kind of moments where we generally, I mean, and JP can, attest to this too, that we agree on a lot of the same type of movies and stuff.
Yeah.
And that was one that was just like a big, like, complete opposite spectrum type deal. And I was like, holy shit, man, that's crazy.
To be fair, I didn't know anything about horror movies at that time. So I was like, oh, yeah, it's
you know
what?
Good,
whatever.
It's totally understandable. I
would like to revisit it now and, realize how terrible it is, because I'm sure it is. Mm-hmm. Actually knowing somewhat about horror movies now. But yeah, I almost got beat up for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to do this thing a little bit quickly.
5 minutes later.
New little thing. I'm going to call this mini segment called 10 and 1.
Okay.
So we basically got like 1 minute to answer these. It's going to be blank or blank.
Okay.
Just pick one.
Sure.
Move on to the next one.
Sounds good.
1 minute to do this. 10 and 1.
I love it.
You already answered this first question.
Yeah.
Number 1, Argento or Fulci?
Argento.
Number 2, MMA or NFL football?
Oh, man, that's a tough one, because, like, up until last year, I would have said MMA all day long. I'm starting to lean towards NFL now.
Number 3, whiskey or beer?
That's another one. I was a whiskey drinker for the longest time.
That's why
up until the last year, I started really enjoying beer. I'm going to have to go with beer on this one.
Number 4, Godzilla or your future wife?
You put me on the spot like that. If she's listening, future wife. If she's not listening, Godzilla.
Okay. Number 5, Miike or Bong Joon Ho?
Oh, man. I'm going to have to go with Bong Joon Ho on this one, even though I'm a huge Miike fan. I love everything Bong Joon Ho, so.
Okay, number 6, 22 shots or exploding heads?
22 shots all day long. Sorry. I used to listen to Exploding Heads. Unfortunately, I don't have time to listen to many podcasts, but you guys are always, I'm not just saying that because I'm on here, you guys are always the number one podcast I listen to. I make sure I listen to you guys before anything else, so 22 shots all day long.
Awesome. Number 7, JP or Jeremy?
Putting me on the spot. Sorry, Jeremy, but I gotta go with JP. Even though I really like Jeremy, I do.
I'm making him blush over here. Yeah, I'm totally just hitting him with the hard ones.
But I feel like JP and I would actually probably hang out in real life. So sorry. Yeah.
Number 8, air guitar or air keyboard?
Oh, I shred the air keyboard.
Yes. Number 9, Rob Zombie or Eli Roth?
I'd probably go with Zombie on that one.
Okay.
To be honest.
Number 10, recording your album or recording 22 shots?
Which one I prefer?
Which one would you rather do right now?
22 shots all day long.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a wash up.
Yeah, I think that
musician now, so
I think that actually worked out, man. That was like 10 and 1.
I really like that. Yeah,
brand new thing. So, yeah,
I would say do that for future guests.
All right, man.
A good segment.
Yeah, that was cool. So, I mean, we might as well move it along because that's actually been a long intro right here. Yeah. So that's been, I don't know how long, maybe like an hour and a half, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. So, yeah, that is the intro.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Alrighty, JP, we got some news this week.
Yeah, so let's get into it. First, and sadly, Diane Thorne has passed away. You mentioned it earlier in the show. She was most probably famously known for the Ilsa character in 3 to 4 Ilsa films, depending on if you count the Wicked Warden or not. But yeah, Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS, Ilsa Harm Keeper of the Oil Sheiks, and Ilsa the Tigress of Siberia, as well as other films like Hellhole, House of Forbidden Secrets, Blood Sabbath from '72, as well as Point of Terror. She was like an exploitation actress, most probably notably her big assets.
That literally the first comment I read, I think Kyle wrote it, because Kyle was on the Ilsa show, right?
Yeah.
Rest in peace to those tits. It's kind of rude, but kind of funny at the same time.
Yeah, she was very busty.
Mm-hmm.
She died actually on January 28th, but it didn't seem like the news happened until much later. She was aged 83, and
Wow.
she died of pancreatic cancer.
She was 83. Damn.
Wow.
Crazy. Yeah, because House of Forbidden Secrets came out a few years ago, and she didn't look that old in that movie at all. That's crazy. That's a good...
Yeah.
That's a fun Todd Sheets movie. If you've never seen that one, check it out. It's really fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you look up pictures of her, she still looked like very good for her age.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was 83. It's
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah, rest in peace to Diane
so
Thorne.
Yeah.
Yep, rest in peace. Very sad, but happens to us all. All right. After that, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, but a little bit of an update on the Chainsaw reboot that's happening. As we know, Fede Alvarez is producing. Fede Alvarez, of course, from the Evil Dead remake, as well as Don't Breathe. They actually now have a directing team signed on for the reboot, and that is Ryan and Andy Tohill. They did the film The Dig, which I'm not familiar with.
No, neither am I.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
It sounds like these guys might be brothers or related because their name is Ryan and Andy Tohill. So
Maybe they're married.
Tohill. I
Yeah,
guess.
I mean, it is 2020, right?
Yeah. It's written by Chris Thomas Devlin, and it's said by Alvarez, Two Hill's vision is exactly what the fans want. It's violent, exciting, and so depraved that it will stay with you forever. We will be the judge of that, but I at least like it's violent.
Some
and
pretty
depraved.
extreme words right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay with you forever. Wow.
It's a bold statement.
Yeah, it gets me intrigued. It's definitely bold. It's definitely bold. It
says,
makes Cannibal Holocaust look like a Nickelodeon film.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it says Legendary is reportedly hoping to kickstart a new franchise with this one. Potentially.
Wow, going big.
One that's in some way connected to the original classic. So are we talking another timeline sequel? Are we talking... I mean, like, honestly, like, what would you want? Would you want to see it continue from Leatherface? What would you personally like to see next?
I've said before, like, I just don't want a full-on reboot. It's like fucking Spider-Man movies, man. You know, they redo the story, and we've seen the story a million times.
Yeah.
Superman movies. We see these fucking origin stories, and it's like, oh, God, it's so lame.
We get it.
But like I said, with Leatherface being a prequel to the original Chainsaw film, I even said after it came out, I was like, there's easily 2 more films to put after Leatherface leading into the original one. Right?
Yeah, you could.
I think totally. I think there is. I think there's enough material, enough story, development, enough narrative there to completely flush that out leading into the original one. So, but I mean, obviously the consensus on Leatherface wasn't strong enough for them to continue that. So what's the next best thing? Either remake the Chainsaw, which has already been done, or just kind of reboot it. I mean, honestly, I would like to see the continuation of Leatherface. Maybe make 2 more films leading into it and then leave it.
That would make the most sense, I think.
Because, I mean, what's the point of doing a prequel if you're not going to continue that narrative when you can totally stretch and flush that out?
Yeah.
Right? What's the point of the reboot? It makes sense to me that they would do that because, I mean, the franchise is already a disaster in timeline and stuff, but I don't know. What would you rather see?
Well, here's the thing. The problem with this whole thing is it's a clusterfuck when it comes to rights, because the company that was making the last two films, the 3D and Leatherface, lost the rights.
Yeah.
And now it's Legendary Pictures who owns the rights. So I don't think they want.
But rights-wise doesn't have anything to do with continuing a narrative, though.
It does, though.
Not necessarily.
Because usually, like, the rights to that storyline is still owned by the previous owners of the film.
You can totally get. I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, you still have characters from, you know, the other movies that are associated with different companies too, right? So I mean, the narratives aren't the same, but the characters are, in a sense. Leatherface and certain family member names and things like that are all done by different companies. I don't see why you can't. I mean, if you're going to acquire the rights to the name to be part of the franchise, I don't see why narrative can't be done also.
Because sometimes it just can't, like, legally.
I mean, I guess it all depends on the contracts and stuff, but at the same time, when you look at it, I mean, the character names are in every film, and they're all done by different companies.
Yeah,
well, sometimes, but sometimes not. Like if you ever notice, like, for example, with, like, just, like, it's so complicated. Like, even the Friday the 13th one, like, this legal battle that's going on is not for, it's like for the title, Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
No, the title is still with the original company, but, like, then the story, it's like, it's so muddy, the water, that sometimes companies just don't even want to deal with the possibility of there being some kind of, like, because the worst thing that would happen is, you know, Legendary goes into production on this film, and then somebody disputes. Even if they're in the wrong, you have a lengthy court battle to determine who has the rights to it, and it just puts halt to the whole production or whole release.
I just feel like if you're acquiring, I just feel like if you're acquiring the title, you know, something to do with, you know, Chainsaw, I mean, you're acquiring Leatherface too, right? Sometimes not. There hasn't been a film where
Child's Play, for example. Child's Play, MGM owns the rights to the name Child's Play.
Yeah.
The story of Child's Play is owned by MGM owns the rights to Child's Play. The sequels and the storylines are owned by Universal. So Universal can keep making their Child's Play series, but MGM had to basically change the story.
Okay, I'm talking about character names, but there still is Chucky in there. Charles Lee Ray is still I'm talking about the actual characters' names. You can create a different narrative, but you're going to still use the same characters in there.
Yeah,
that's
but
my point.
You couldn't. What I'm saying is, like, you had said to follow that story of Leatherface, though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and that's where it probably gets muddy, is because the Lionsgate and Millennium Films probably owns
technically
that
you're following
line.
it in name, but you're creating your own narrative based off that too, though. It's really no different than the Child's Play franchise. I mean, if you look at it, the average person wouldn't know who owns the original story to, you know, MGM owning the original Child's Play story, and then watching part 2. It's literally the same shit. It's just a different story, right? Characters are the same. Everything's the fucking same.
That's because it wasn't the case when they made Child's Play 2. It happened after the fact.
I mean, you look at a lot of franchises like that too, even modern day. So
yeah, well, like, for example, another example of that would be Jason Goes to Hell, or which was the 9th film after Friday the 13th Part 8. That's when it switched to New Line. So basically, that was a title change.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but that's different. Yeah, it's different. But the Jason character's still is in that
exactly.
film.
So that one was just based on title.
Yeah.
But it's just
well, they're different copyrights too, right? Like the title of something and character names are definitely different. They're definitely different things, right? Title means definitely a lot more, right? Acquiring a title is probably it's a huge legal battle, right? Because that's what's selling. It's not the characters; it's actually the title of the film, right?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's the character name, sometimes it's the story itself.
It just depends on the contract, really. It does. But I mean, the majority of the time, I mean, title is going to be a big factor in company change, so contracts and shit. But yeah, I don't know.
I just don't know what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do, and I think that most of the time they don't even know fully what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do, and that's why you see so many times they're just like, we won't follow anything that came before it, because, or at least not, like, that's why I could see them. They probably have the rights to the original film. You know what I mean? So they just keep continuing off of that and do their own thing. But that's a whole nother fucking thing too, because like the rights to the original film is just the story rights, because like they can't release the original film. Like I think the Dark Sky or something owns the distribution rights.
Yeah,
so
distribution
it just
rights
gets
is different,
so messy the older these franchises get. But I'm just saying that's why I think they're going the reboot route, is because legally they probably can't follow Leatherface, or just want to stay clear of potential legal troubles of trying to follow Leatherface.
I mean, at this point, man, why even bother? Right? Like, do the people really want to see a fucking reboot?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we've already seen this how many times, really, like, in the same franchise. I mean, it's kind of getting old.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to see an origin story, if that's what you're asking.
No, no.
I don't want to see the first Chainsaw movie again, and I don't want to see an origin story again. I kind of like, if I had to choose out of like the options, I would say like, let's do a story with Leatherface and like almost like a reset of part 2. But like not done like that, not done like campy, but done like with those characters like Chop Top and the cook, and do that.
Yeah. Right?
Because that's what we've seen least of. You know what I mean? I would like to see Chop Top. Hey, hell, maybe even cast Bill Moseley and make it like present day.
I'm actually quite surprised that character hasn't been used more. He's
definitely fan favorite. I mean, I think most people like him more than Leatherface. I know I do.
Well, I mean, a lot of you're right, and it's just a character I think has been totally underutilized. It's interesting. Yeah. It's very interesting, considering you're right. He's such a fan favorite. He's probably easily, besides Leatherface, is obviously the most recognizable character in that franchise.
Yeah,
I mean,
by far.
It's crazy. So
there's reports, like Deadline reported that it's going to be a direct sequel to 1974. So I don't know what that really means. Does that mean that we're getting like a Texas Chainsaw 3D type thing where it's set in present day? Or
fuck, I hope not, because that thing was a fucking disaster.
Was it a disaster because of the idea, or was it a disaster because of the execution?
Though? Oh, the execution, right? Man, the narrative is terrible. There's just so many problems with that film.
Okay, let's say that they are going to do a sequel to the original. Where would you like it to take place? Would you like it to take place like 5 years after the original? Would you like it to take place like in the 90s? Would you like it to take place present day?
Like the next day, like right away. I think if you create a sequel,
that would actually be pretty cool,
right? Because I've always kind of haven't you ever
they
pondered
had a
that
taste
idea
of that with Chainsaw 3D in the beginning, you know, where they kind of redid that footage.
Yeah, the opening. Yeah, exactly.
That was like the best part of the whole movie.
Exactly, and and it kind of gets you thinking. But even before 3D came out, I always wondered, because the narrative between part 1 and part 2 is just such there's such a long difference in the timeline, right? Mm-hmm. You're following different characters, but I've always wondered what it would be like to see a sequel that takes place right after the events of the first one. Same characters, everything, just right after.
Yeah, and then you could even
there is a
bring
story
Chop
there.
Top back from Vietnam.
Exactly, right? You can totally incorporate Chop Top, because that's where I was going with the original Leatherface too, and having those sequels and building up all those characters leading into the first one and then continuing on. Like, you could do that. You could, if this was possible.
If I was making the film,
mm-hmm.
I know I would spend a lot of time thinking about what I would do, but I literally would put references to every single family member up to like part 4.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's smart to do that because then you have so many places to go at that point. Like I said, if you develop after Leatherface 2 more films leading into the original film and then continue, you build up all these characters, you have part 1 and then you continue that storyline after part 1, you have a lot of material to work with, right?
Mm-hmm.
You incorporate characters, you have different narratives, you can go to so many different type of places. There's just so much story there, right? So...
All right. Moving on here. Jennifer Tilly confirmed she'll be part of the Sci-Fi and Don Mancini's Chucky series. Officially ordered up last month, Sci-Fi is bringing Chucky to the little screen from franchise creator Don Mancini and Channel Zero creator Nick Antosca. In the series, after a vintage Chucky doll turns up at a suburban yard sale, an idyllic American town is thrown into chaos as a series of horrifying murders begin to expose the town's hypocrisies and secrets. Meanwhile, the arrival of enemies and allies from Chucky's past threatens to expose the truth behind the killings, as well as the demon doll's untold origins as a seemingly ordinary child who is somehow has become a notorious murderer. The show will be a fresh take on the franchise, allowing us to explore Chucky's character with depth that is uniquely offered by the television series format, while staying true to the original vision that has terrorized audiences for over a decade.
So it follows the kid is Charles Lee Ray, or is it a different character?
What's that?
So the child is Charles Lee Ray, or it's a different character altogether?
Yeah, it's following Chucky, the Chucky doll, and Charles Lee Ray, but it's delving into his past.
So as a child, okay, yeah. So
it's set. It's like it's modern time, but they're just gonna delve into more of his past.
Oh, I see. Okay. What character is she playing?
I assume Tiffany.
Really?
It said that this is following the films.
Oh, wow. Huh. I wonder how they're going to incorporate that.
Yeah.
Well, she was in the last one.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I don't know. Fuck. Okay. We'll see.
It's hard not to be skeptical about that.
Yeah, when I think of TV series, I don't know, man. I
know.
What I've seen so far, it's like...
not a good track record.
I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's really just hard to judge based on that, right? If they're set in modern times, but they're gonna basically flash back to Charles Lee Ray's character as a child and stuff,
which they started to do in the last one or the two ago.
So essentially, they're just continuing the franchise of movies with this narrative, but they're gonna really dig into it. They're gonna take it right back. I guess when you do that, you create a lot of story too, right?
Yeah.
But you also create. It almost feels like drama too. Get really into that character, but we'll see.
Here's the thing I like and dislike about the Child's Play franchise. One, I think it's amazing that we have had a reboot and still a continuing from day one franchise. Like, if there's one thing you could say for sure about the Child's Play franchise,
same thing about Puppet Master too.
No, definitely not.
Well, you got two franchises going on at the same time.
Oh, well, that, but I meant like Puppet Master's all over the place continuity wise.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was Child's Play, despite no matter, like, remember when Friday the 13th and Elm Street and stuff were coming out, and it's like every sequel, no matter what, they would continue it from the last one, even if they were going to do something different, they would like tie up the loose ends. Like Elm Street 4, they kill off the Dream Warriors and then move on. And like,
well, they did it for the most part until they, part 5 ended, with the Dream Child, and then fucking Freddy's Dead happened, and they didn't really continue that narrative, which was such a fucking shame. Like, that shit just kind of goes straight to left field. kind of, it's like they didn't have the same characters.
It skips ahead though. That's the thing. It skips ahead to like the last of the Elm Street children.
I know, but that's my point. You didn't have to skip ahead. You could have continued the narrative from part 5, which I know Mike even asked, who was it, Tuesday? I don't know. He asked one of the actresses or whatever, and they never even said anything about continuing the narrative from part 5. And I was like, what a fucking shame. Like it's like they just had this idea, like we need to end this franchise kind of thing. Right.
I just didn't even know. I don't know. I didn't really ever think that there wasn't really a. I never really thought that it didn't continue.
It doesn't. It's not even the same. Like I said, it jumps forward to the last of the Elm Street kids, but it doesn't continue with the same characters from part 5. It's just, and it's really the only kind of point in the franchise where it doesn't. Besides kind of part 2.
Yeah, but I never felt like that was like egregious, if you know what I mean, because it does skip ahead. It'd be different if it was like,
I don't know, man. I disagree because it always bugged me because it's my favorite franchise, and I always remember being like, why didn't they continue? Because you look at part 3 to part 4 to part, like they're all so related, right? They're all like one big ass movie, and then all of a sudden part 6 happens. It jumps forward. It's like they got lazy with the narrative. I'm like, we can't really continue this because someone upstairs says, we need to fucking end this franchise. So we're gonna call it Freddy's Dead. It was very.
See, I don't know.
It was all a gimmick.
Personally, I don't like part 5 is my least favorite in the series. So maybe it's just that I didn't care to see that continue anymore.
It always was for like the longest time for me too. But I grew to like part 5 so much, man. I actually like it. I mean, it's goofy and stuff. This Freddy's like full blown comedy at that point, but it's not like Freddy's Dead comedy. Yeah. At least there is decent narrative, and I do like the whole child ID. And I know a lot of people disagree with it, but if you watch them in sequence, man, that's actually it kind of makes sense within the narrative. So, but
what that's not kind of what I was getting at. Like, I'm not saying films that don't like continue like right after. I'm saying it doesn't necessarily break any continuity by skipping ahead. Like a film like,
well, it also doesn't add to
Puppet
it.
Master or something. I know, but that's not what I was getting at. A film like Puppet Master or something where it's like there's this film and then you're somewhere else in like the next film, like, and you're like, what happened? Like
essentially a sequel with name and only, right?
Yeah. So the thing about Child's Play is because Child's Play has jumps too. So I wasn't necessarily saying like full blown straight continuity. Mm-hmm. I was just saying that like it doesn't like reboot. It doesn't like change.
Well, I mean, if you look at it like
go
that,
like in name only, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it like that, Freddy's Dead definitely has the core continuity. It has Freddy. It has the Elm Street. It incorporates, the last kids, which you can always do, but that's all it has, though, right? And it just feels so empty. It feels like this real gimmicky, just shot in the dark, rushed movie just to get it out. And like, okay, someone said we need to end this thing, and so that's why and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened too. It was like at that time, and part 5 wasn't getting good reviews, and so that's why they did it. They didn't continue the narrative on purpose. We're just going to do something and kill them off kind of deal. It's just but as for like a hardcore fans, when you watch that, you're like, it just feels so soulless and just empty. It really does.
I don't know, not to me, man.
And it's so fucking weird to me because I don't know, man, how you even like that movie, because I don't.
I just think it's fun.
The comedy element.
I like the atmosphere in it. It feels like kind of. It's like, I don't know. It's like MTV Freddy amplified times like 50.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't like. I hate how it became.
I don't like that it went that way.
It was
but
satire
I'm
of
just
itself
okay with it.
in a sense. It was like. But bad though. Like, I don't mind satires at points, but Jesus Christ, man, that one just went a little bit too far. Like, when he's playing fucking video games, dude, I'm like, I know some people like that shit, and I'm just like, why? Why?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's gone. I feel like it crossed the line at that point. And he's got his fucking feet up on the desk.
I'm not saying that it totally that movie jumps the shark 100%. I just think it's entertaining. I don't think that it's a good play. I don't think where the story went is a good place. I don't think that it helped the series. It's just that I've always liked that one.
Well, at the same time, it wasn't supposed to either. It was supposed to end, so they didn't care what they were doing with it. I mean, that's my point. Like, when you watch that movie,
I get that.
You feel the rushness. You feel the pressure from up top. Like, hey, this is it. We're just going to end this shit now. They didn't really care about the end product, and that's why they got gimmicky with the 3D, because they knew they didn't have anything with the movie, and they're like, well, if we throw this gimmick with the 3D, and the gimmick is, bullshit too, because the movie's not actually in 3D. It's one fucking extended 12-minute part or something like that. That's what I always hated about Freddy's Dead too. It was bullshit. It was marketed as a 3D film. You get to the cinema, they give you glasses and they tell you when to put them on it. And like the last 20 minutes of the movie, it's like, fuck off. This is so damn gimmicky.
I kind of like that because it's like, well, you think for 3D is gimmicky in the first place.
It is gimmicky.
But
that was really gimmicky
like
though. That was really gimmicky.
3D is gimmicky in its soul. It's a gimmick.
No, I know.
But like I thought it was kind of cool to do it differently. Like, okay, when the character puts on the glasses, that's when you put it on the glasses. It's more immersion. Mm-hmm. That's the point of 3D.
No, for sure. But it's just, and to be honest, I mean, the 3D in that movie is fucking horrible.
3D in that it's actually one of my least favorite attempts at 3D. But again, I'm not really talking about Elm Street's goodness of continuing with part 6. I'm just saying in general, like Child's Play is a franchise that went in bad directions. It's like we had a how Freddy's Dead happened and then it just ended, and then there was like sort of a reboot with Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Mm-hmm. Well, Child's Play also had a Freddy's Dead. It was Child's Play 4, Seed of Chucky. Or wait, 5, Seed of Chucky. Yeah, and even though that thing sucked and it was basically the Freddy's Dead, they were able to somehow reel it back in and continue from there, because it still is a continuation based on some of the stuff seen towards the end of Curse of Chucky, and then even more so in Cult of Chucky. Mm-hmm. But they were able to keep the same storyline throughout, even though even though it sucked, they found a way to still include it. And you look at something like Chainsaw or something, and it's like whenever one wasn't so good, they would just pretty much act like it didn't happen and then start over again. And I kind of respect that about the Child's Play franchise, where at least you can make a story out of everything that happened, even the bad. And I like that, but I also hate it because it seems like every time it pulls away from that territory, like it wants to go back to it. It's like an addiction. It's very annoying. And that's why I like on the surface what the Child's Play TV series like kind of sounds like. Like I want to explore Charles Lee Ray's past, and I like the idea of like the longer format for Chucky, but I just know that it's going to end up like how Ash vs. Evil Dead did, where it's just all slapstick eventually.
Well, it's also TV too, and it has to appease to a wider audience. It's not just going to be hardcore horror where, let's face it, man, that audience is very, very small.
Yeah.
Right? You have to appease to everybody, so of course it's going to get slapsticky, and I said that from day one. I said that's the only way that you can possibly sell this.
I mean, there's regular horror shows that aren't slapsticky, though.
I know, but Child's Play's already been there. These other ones haven't.
I know, and I think it's Don Mancini who just like can't help himself but to go in that territory, and that's why I think that he's actually as good as everybody says, as good as he is for the franchise because it's his baby. He's his own worst enemy with the franchise.
I think those slapsticky ones do a little bit better though too. I think they really? Actually appease. Yeah, I think they really do.
No way, man. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you try to do it a little bit serious, like Scream, and it's just an abomination. God. So I don't know.
Well, that's where you're wrong, though, because that was successful.
Was it though?
Yes, there's 3 seasons of it.
But did they not cancel it after the 3rd season?
Well, they canceled it after the 2nd season because of the Harvey Weinstein thing. But then they did a reboot of it for the 3rd season. But that season got like atrocious reviews.
But I think the 2nd season also got bad reviews too.
Oh, it didn't, dude. It was.
Well, it definitely got a bad review from me.
Yeah, but I think that's more an age thing because that show wasn't.
Did you just call me fucking old?
No, for us, like 20 almost 30 plus year olds, like that's for it was a teen demographic, dude. It was like straight like young millennial, like even younger than Carly.
But at the same time, man, I love teen comedies and shit like that, and like sex comedy. Like I love all that type of shit, but like it doesn't really matter what era and what age I am and how it kind of works itself out. But I mean,
but
sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
It was like the Grassy-esque teen level stuff in that first season there. I think
it's honestly the technology that bugs me, dude. it's just so technological. Like everything's on fucking computers and
It's
stuff.
the
It just
dialogue too, though, dude.
No,
it was like
it is.
so
It's
modern. It just like almost like cliched modern, like a spoof of itself.
in a sense, yeah. I mean, it's almost like it's unrealistic too. Like, do people really talk like this?
No, they don't.
Right, and that's the problem. When you can read right through that or see right through the transparency of these characters, like you're like those characters do not exist in real life. It makes everything bad. You can't take it serious at that point.
Not genuine at all. Hey?
No, it's not. It's fucking bullshit, dude. It's total bullshit.
I liked it.
Like,
but
who's writing this
I
shit?
totally understand why you didn't.
Yeah.
It's just, I just think that there's even more of a gap. But I think I don't know. I don't have faith in Don Mancini at all. He freaking killed me with Call of Chucky.
I don't know what it is though, man. I just don't get interested in these series anyways. Like, to this day,
We don't watch them.
I still haven't even checked out an episode of Ash vs. Evil Dead. And like I really like the Evil Dead franchise. You know, it's like it should be something that I would gravitate to a little bit, but I didn't. I don't know what possessed me to watch Scream. I have no idea, because I'm not even like the hugest fan of the original movie franchise. I mean, they're not horrible movies.
Yeah.
But it's not something I'm fucking going out of my way to watch.
You would think, yeah, if someone were to guess, you would watch Ash vs. Evil Dead before Scream any day. But...
Yeah, right? And I think it might have just been availability, too, because... Scream
I was going to say that. It was on Netflix.
It was on Netflix. It was there. Ash vs. Evil Dead wasn't.
Yeah.
So it was definitely that kind of thing, and maybe it was just the timing of it, too, but I don't know. TV series, again, you know, I've never had high hopes for the Child's Play series, because I agree. I think it is going to get to where it was before, and that's a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
if they could keep it grounded, I would be interested. I'll probably check it out, but I'm just here's the thing. I'm like you, dude. I just don't watch TV. I used to before we did the podcast, like when the new horror stuff were coming out, I would check it out, but it's like I just don't have time to dedicate 10 to 15 hours to a TV show or like, especially once you factor in like it's like, oh, if I watch the Child's Play one, then I should watch the, you know, American Horror Story, and if I watch that, then I should watch this, and then next thing you know, you're talking, you know, 30, 40, 50 hours of TV to keep up with.
Yeah.
And it's just not going to happen for me. Like, I watch my Survivor, and I watch you know,
I like how he still admits that. Like, Survivor is still going? That is fucking crazy.
It's their, dude, next week, 40th season, all winners.
Dude, you know what's funny?
All winners
That's
season,
crazy.
dude.
Wow.
You know what's funny? Like, I was such a Big Brother fan, and I haven't watched it in like the last 4 years. I totally got out of it, man. There was one just horrendous season about 4 years ago, and I was like, everyone just lost interest. Like, everybody, we used to have like pools for it here at the
I
house,
have
and
a
like
pool for
everybody
Survivor.
that was in the, except for Keel, he's like the only one that's still fucking rocking. He always messaged me, he's like, yo, man, you watching Big Brother? I'm like, fuck no.
Yeah, I remember you and Jeremy would talk about it like 4 years ago.
He still watches it, but I stopped about 4 years ago, and it's
just a crappy version of Survivor.
No, it's not. It's a totally
It
different
is,
show.
dude. I watched it.
It's a different show, man. It's a totally different show.
It's politicking. It's the same shit.
In a sense, yeah. I mean, the core of it's like that, but I'm talking about the gameplay is a lot different, though. But
yeah, I'm a Survivor guy. I love that shit, and I'm super. This sixth season, I've like never been. I haven't been this excited since Heroes versus Villains, which was 20 seasons ago.
To be honest, it's amazing that reality TV still exists. Like,
it's amazing that Survivor still.
It's been going on for 20 years.
20
I mean,
years,
it's not as there's not as many shows as there was before,
dude. But that,
there still
you know what's
is
crazy?
shows. Yeah.
The like original ones like The Real World and Survivor, like The Real World had that spin-off, The Challenge, which is basically like another Big Brother / Survivor type thing. That thing is hotter than it's been in years. Like, I still watch that too.
Well, it's because it's been going on so long now. It's fucking retro, and everyone's into retro shit.
Retro reality TV.
I mean, it's fucking crazy, dude. Like, man, I don't know. It blows my mind, but.
Dude, but I mean, that's pretty much the only TV that I watch is Survivor when the Ultimate Fighter's on, which it hasn't been in like well over a year, I think. I don't know if it's ever coming back.
Probably.
And then, yeah, well, Dana says that it is. But,
is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
And then, what is the other? I mean, I watch sports that's pretty much it. I don't have time for TV outside of sports and the 1 or 2 reality shows that I watch.
I only keep cable for sports. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have cable hooked. And the funny thing is, I only have basic too. Like I only pay for certain shit, just enough that I can watch sports.
Yeah.
If they made a streaming app for like, I know, like I have ESPN Plus and stuff, but like if they made one for the NFL that wasn't ridiculously expensive and, you know, NHL, and it was like more reasonable, like a Netflix for sports, I would totally get rid of cable.
I mean, yeah, we pay for the Sunday ticket for NFL every season, but it gets used, right?
Yeah.
So we don't get the NHL one because it's just based on when times are, like, I'm only going to watch Leaf games anyways.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not paying for the whole network just to watch
I would
Leaf
never
games, so.
Yeah, I just watch the Penguins. I mean, in the playoffs, I watch those, but everybody gets those anyways.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There's two, like football, there's not as many games, so you can keep up and watch the whole season worth of games pretty much.
Well, that's the thing. The Sunday ticket is paying for the games on Sunday. You get the Thursday night games and the Monday night games. Everybody gets those.
Yeah.
So then we just make a day of on Sundays and watch it, and that's pretty much.
Yeah, well, it would definitely make sense if I was a fan of a team that wasn't in my territory, like, because obviously we get all Steelers games for free.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was like, let's say, a Bills fan, I would want to be able to watch all the Bills games.
You know what's a weird fucking thing though? Like, obviously I'm here on the West Coast and the Bills are an East Coast New York team. Growing up, that was the besides Seattle, the Bills and the Seahawks were the teams that were always on TV. Very strange.
I've noticed over the years they've catered to the territories a little bit more because like a couple years ago, I would only get like, you know, the Steelers game and then like 2 other random ones. But it seems like now they try to cater more to the stuff that I would be interested in, like Baltimore or Cleveland or New England. It seems like I get more of the games that I care about and less of the ones that I don't, which just even like 3 years ago, it was just seemed random. It would be like the Giants versus Dallas or something, but like or it wouldn't even be Giants versus Dallas. It'd be, because that's like a more important game. It'd be like the Giants versus the Seahawks or something. And I'd be like,
the Seahawks goes on because it's our territory, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And Canucks. Fuck.
Yeah. Okay. I know some people. Who was
it's
it?
Funny. It always breaks into sports talk at one point in the show.
I was literally going to bring that up. I'm like, yes, we got into the sports talk.
Actually, that's what I'm going to be doing right after we finish this recording, because the Leaf game's on at 4. So,
yeah, there's a Pens game on tonight, but I'm going to the fights after I do the thing that I have to do at 5.
Nice.
But also, I think the XFL starts today.
Oh, it does? I think
so. No way.
It does, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I forgot. Actually, I was talking about that the other day, and I completely even spaced on it, but that's going to be interesting.
That's funny.
Where is it showing?
I have
what
no idea.
Is it on?
No idea. I was actually talking to a guy at the sports store the other day. I was in the Jersey City, and we were bullshitting about sports, obviously. And
dude, the mummy's freaking on again.
He's like, "Are you interested in the XFL?" I'm like, honestly, dude, I'm curious to see what kind of players they get in there, and how the game played. Like, just I'm curious to see, because it's going to be different than it was before, obviously, so they can keep a crowd, keep an audience, or keep people's attentions. But I'm curious.
Oh wow, it's actually on like prime time channels.
McMahon is going all out on this one, man.
Yeah, he has the money. I mean, he really does.
He invested everything out of his own pocket in this, man, so he doesn't have to fuck with anybody else. So I think this might actually kind of work itself out.
I mean, he's getting up there in age. Why not go for it? You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck, man. There's so much money. I mean, the WWE brings in so much damn money. Fuck, even if he loses the $100 million that he's invested, I mean, Christ, dude, fucking make that up in half a year, WWE. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The revenue from wrestling is beyond insane.
It's on ABC, dude.
Oh, wow.
Right? Like, you're paying for primetime network. Like I said, he's going all the fuck out on this one. He's a smart dude, man. He'll make it work.
Yeah. I am going to be a Houston Roughnecks fan, I guess.
The names are so fucking funny. Oh, man, they're so funny. Roughnecks.
So the Seattle Dragons and the DC Defenders are playing right now.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
All right, so what's next here? Not too much more. Let's see. Lionsgate is officially moving forward with a Knives Out sequel. Have you guys seen Knives Out?
I wanted to. Didn't we try to go to it or something?
Yeah, we did try the one night, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
I wanted to see it too. It sounded really good.
Yeah, it was one of those fucked up weeks where your schedule's all like nothing worked out.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
But it was here for a couple weeks. I think it just didn't work out. But no. Long story short, we never seen it. So.
It is great, and it's funny. Like I think it was me and Jeremy were talking about it. Like, it's still showing in my theaters, and it's still like making money. It's like insane. It's like a runaway success.
Wow.
So I could totally see why
it must be different, because like the way I perceive that movie is like, it's like a modern day kind of Agatha Christie 10 Little Indians type story. Mm-hmm. Modernized, I guess, or whatever. I mean, it's kind of like that, right? It's all one location, murder mystery.
It
kind
is,
of thing.
and then it isn't. Like it's set up that way, but then they kind of throw a little swerve, and it becomes something different, but still in that vein.
I figured there was a curveball in there somewhere, because it's obviously separating itself. But then again, it looked like they did a pretty dainty job with the cast.
Yeah. That cast is amazing.
That got people in the seats for sure, man. I mean, when I see Daniel Craig, and I'm like, oh, okay, man, that's interesting. So.
It's mainly just a really fun movie. It's just a super fun movie. I really enjoyed it.
That's cool.
All right, so after that, let's see here. What do we got? Bloody Disgusting and Fangoria join forces for a horror film called The Sisters of SamHain.
The Sisters of SamHain. Okay.
Yep. In the film, a group of friends must team up with a witch on Halloween night to prevent a rogue coven from bringing about the end of the world.
Okay. Well, it's Halloween, so obviously with SamHain, but
yeah. All right.
Always intriguing.
Yeah, it says The Sisters of SamHain, which was penned by Ben Collins and Luke Petrowski, the duo behind the VHS spinoff Siren, as well as the phenomenal coming of age and my top tenor Super Dark Times. Colin, is that in the Hall of Fame? Super Dark Times in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I think it is, and I'm not even on that one, and it bugs me.
Yeah. So anytime what the Bloody Disgusting should have wrote here should have been the duo behind our VHS spinoff Siren, as well as the phenomenal coming of age 22 shots of Moodz and Horror Hall of Fame thrillers for Dark Times.
Did you see Siren? The full length movie.
Okay. I didn't really care for it.
No, it was pretty average to me. It wasn't horrible. Yeah. It was just a big miss.
It was nothing like the awesomeness of the.
Yeah, man. It to me, it felt like it was a flop. Really, it just didn't do much for me.
Yeah. Let's see. The duo reteams with Greg Bishop.
Good old Greggy,
who helmed Siren, as well as The Other Side and Dance of the Dead. A bunch of people starring in it, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So,
yeah, it's Halloween based.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Sam Raimi is directing the next Doctor Strange movie in the Multiverse of Madness. Originally, it was Scott Derrickson.
I thought Raimi was going back to doing a horror movie.
Isn't this one actually supposed to be somewhat horror-ish?
Yeah, like they said earlier that this is a horror movie.
Yeah, I heard this one's supposed to be actually really dark.
So dark version of Doctor Strange. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he might have learned his lesson with those shitty Spider-Man movies that he did.
Dude, those things are beloved.
Of the fucking Marvel universe, man.
I don't know. I just don't care.
Honestly, dude, like I've stayed away, from the Marvel universe for so long that I've just, even though I know that some of those movies I'll probably enjoy, some of the better, newer ones, because they got better with time, I'm just a DC animated person. I'll stick with that. Because those are dark and rated R and shit.
I'm a Batman really dude at my core.
They're just really fucking good.
I did enjoy the last Avengers movies. They were fun. But So that's supposed to come out May 7th, 2021, I believe. Yeah, May 7th, 2021. All right. After that, we have I guess a little update, if you will. So the filmmakers of the popular top tenor of Moodz is one of his years, Turbo Kid. They still say they want to do a Turbo Kid 2. There's a script for Turbo Kid 2. We want to make it. That's all I can say. It's really a case of finding backers because it's way more ambitious. It's kind of like a Road Warriors setup for Mad Max. It's sort of that kind of ambition. You need a little bit more money than we had in the first project. They want to make that a dream project.
You know what? Whatever the narrative is, as long as they have the same crew that did the soundtrack. What is it?
Les
Motos?
Yeah,
the French guys from Quebec.
Man.
If they have that type of synth score again, man, I don't give a fuck what the narrative is, man.
Please make that film.
Yeah, actually, it's funny because after we had to, stop last night, we actually were talking about Turbo Kid 2.
Yeah,
getting the sequel, and I'm like, yep. I think it was it in your top 10 too that year?
Oh yeah,
because I think we both really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's a fantastic movie.
It's great, man. The opening scene, man, was rad. The rad fucking shadow. Oh, it's great.
You guys talk about go-to movies. That's one of my go-to movies.
It was, man. I kept bringing it out. Like I watched that movie so many fucking times, and it came out as like, dude. Yeah.
I liked it, but I like to put horror in my top 10s.
Oh, fuck. Coming from the guy that's Deliverance as number 1 in 72. Give me a fucking break. Among non-horror films. Fuck.
So after that, Elijah Wood touches upon what he'd like to do with the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Spectre Visions, Elijah Wood, and Daniel Noah has expressed interest in taking over the Nightmare on Elm Street. As we know, the rights reverted back to the Craven estate, and they were actively taking pitches for Elm Street. And at
least they're open to it, so that's good.
Yeah. That they have a very specific take they'd love to pitch and they've been in contact with the rights holders, the Craven estate. Speaking on the Boo Crew podcast, any opportunity to get a hold of a classic franchise like that and revitalize it and do something different with it is pretty exciting. I don't know if the rights are actually available. We've done our due diligence. You can't just reboot it. You can't tell the same story over and over. Jeez, were these guys listening to us a minute ago? Because right.
Well, see, this is this is exciting because I've been saying for a few years now, Elijah Wood has a great vision for horror. He's actually a true fan. He understands.
Agreed, 100%.
He understands the genre, and I think a lot of people are just they misunderstand him because they see him as like fucking Frodo and shit. They don't understand that somebody that stars in these kind of big budget mainstream movies can have a true passion for genre films and shit like that. But at least we understand it. And what I've seen from Elijah Wood so far, from what he's done with Maniac, the remake, and other Among Things and stuff, he's got visions. So right away here, the fact that he's already interested in pitching these ideas and in trying to get a hold of acquire the rights so they can do something with this franchise actually excites me. Because remember how skeptical I was about the Maniac remake? I think it was more about him starring.
Everybody was.
Well, it wasn't even about his vision of the movie. It was about him, playing the character. I was like, it just seems like he's miscasting himself, kind of thing, right? But it turns out the way it was done was just totally brilliant, and he gained my respect. And for him to go after Nightmare on Elm Street, which is my favorite franchise, I'm giving him all power, man. So I'm giving them the big thumbs up here to go ahead and hopefully they take the pitch, they take, what he's offering and he can acquire the rights, because I think honestly his visions are there. Mm-hmm. Right. And hopefully they see the same thing in it, because I think it's not even about the money at this time. I think it's about pitching the right idea to the Craven estate and being like, okay, now that sounds really good. We're going to license the rights to you because we like your fucking idea. So I think if he does acquire it, we know it's going to be a good shit.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his.
So am I. So I'm a fan of Spectrevision too, but so there's more to this that you're probably even going to like more. You can't just reboot it. You can't tell the same story over again. It's already been done. You can't do an origin story with Freddy Krueger again. That's already been done twice. You almost have to let Freddy go and move on into a different direction. I think you bring Freddy along for the ride initially, but you have to go somewhere else with it because it's such a well-trouted ground. And then he says, I think England has to be in it. I think you have to honor that series, to honor the character, to honor Wes Craven. I think you have to do that, and then you can express beyond that. He said he wants to do one last film. So yeah, I think I completely just like where their head's at. I mean, it's fan. It's coming from a fan.
You know, the thing about Robert Englund reprising the role of Freddy, though, I mean, didn't even Robert Englund... I mean, he obviously technically retired from that, even though he dressed up once again a couple years ago for a convention or whatever, because the money talks, essentially, right? But didn't Robert Englund state himself the reason for retiring from ever playing that character again is because he's too fucking old?
Yeah, but then he came out
but I mean, it's different
recently and said that like he wants to do one more.
Okay, so maybe he's at the gym working out and stuff and getting healthy.
Well, I don't see a problem with because if you watch Elm Street Legacy, the initial concept of Freddy was an old man.
Yeah,
like it was like a 60 or 70-year-old man.
Okay, but it's different in concept and in practice. When you're actually that old, you get tired and shit. And I don't even think it's about playing the character of Freddy. I think it's more or less sitting in the chair for 8 hours or 10 hours of makeup.
Doing the makeup every day, yeah.
It's probably the most complicated thing for, the actual actor being, Robert Englund. That's exhausting, dude, even for us people that are young and still in shape and shit. It's like, that's fucking... Could you imagine sitting there for 10, 12 hours and then having to go do a 12-hour, 15-hour shoot? Like, fuck me, dude. Like, that's like, even the thought of that is like making me tired.
Let's get Robert Englund on TRT and we'll just have Freddy Krueger just
dude
right? Let's do it.
Shreddy Cougar, man. That's fucking amazing.
Yep. I think that like I don't know if you have to have Robert Englund play Freddy the whole time or a cameo. I just agree with he needs to be in the movie, or at least, it's the right thing to do, 100%. Just even if he's going to play the fucking teacher that Lin Shaye played or something, you know what I mean? Like a teacher or something. Like, I just think that Robert Englund does, and that goes for any of the sequels that happen years later or like remakes or whatever. Like, I think you always should make room for the heart and soul of the franchise. In some capacity. That's why I was really happy with Jordan Peele putting Tony Todd back in Candyman. Like, whether he's going to be which I think he actually is Candyman, or at least an older version of Candyman. But at some point you need to have them in there. If they're not going to play the main character, have them do something, because it's just like, why not?
Yeah, it's a nice nod to the fans, right?
It is. It's giving the fans what they want.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah.
So I think that out of every thing that I've heard so far, I think that that's the best take that I've heard on it, and just the fact that their head isn't reboot.
Well, I mean, yeah, everything about that spiel had me on board with it. So, like I said, I've trusted his visions from what he's done right now, and I like him as a person. I think he's
Space yet?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cool telling of the story, the Lovecraft story, the same title and stuff. It's been done before. I mean, the Curse movie that came out in the early 90s with Will Wheaton and stuff, that's the same story. Die Monster Dies, the same story. I did like this one. I thought Nick Cage had a really funny ass moment, a nice little freak out moment in it, which is always great to see from him.
Cage has a Cage moment.
Yeah, Cage had a Cage moment in a car. He was kind of caged in his car. So it's funny, but I mean, it's the story is very similar to the other ones. We've seen the story and stuff. It's just on how the execution was, and it was decent though. It was good.
Yeah,
Tommy Chong. Well, we talked
stuff.
about this a couple episodes ago. Like, Tommy Chong is in this movie, and his character's cool, man.
Yeah,
he plays an awesome character. So, but
all right, well, that's the news.
Cool.
Fucking thing sucks!
Alrighty, so moving along here, gonna do a quick little knowledge segment since we are doing a Bong Joon Ho director spotlight.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
And he is a Korean director. I thought it would be kind of cool to find a website and just, see what they have for a top 10 Korean horror films list.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm not sure if I've ever done one myself. Maybe not.
You should.
I probably should, though, because honestly, there's a lot of great Korean films in general. We talked about, revenge thrillers earlier and Korean horror films and stuff, and I thought, why not? Why not just see? This top 10 list is specifically coming from filmschoolrejects.com. I think we've used these guys before. I'm not 100% sure, but the top 10 best Korean horror movies according to filmschoolrejects.com. Coming in at number 10 is a movie from 2013 called Hide and Seek. I have not seen this. Have you guys seen this?
I have not. No.
I know about the movie. I've never seen it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
So never seen that one. Number 9 is 2008's Death Bell, which I have seen before.
Yep.
Nope.
Good film. Really, really good film. This one surprised me. Coming in number 8, Gojiam Haunted Asylum from 2018.
Oh, that's why I haven't seen that one yet. I want to see that, though.
I own it. I haven't watched it, though.
I think Derek really liked that film.
Yeah, man. It got actually a lot of praise. It was decent. I thought it was a little bit goofy at times, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of like... It's a found footage film. And it's like, it plays itself kind of serious, but then it has like these really kind of off-kilter, goofy moments in it. And I was just like, it was kind of throwing me off at times, but it's shot really well.
Oh, nice.
And the concept is actually pretty cool in it.
Yep.
So, but I was a little bit disappointed with it, but here's one I'm sure, actually we've already talked about in this show today.
Yeah.
Number 7, Bedeviled.
Oh, great film.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was going to be disappointed if that wasn't on the list.
I'm surprised it's at number 7. It
Yeah,
seems
me too.
pretty high on the list.
Yeah.
Or is that low on... No, it's high on the list. We always get that confused. Is it high or low?
I would say, low on the... Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's high on the list.
High on the list?
Yeah, I don't know. Number 6, of course, is... This is actually... Whenever I think of Korean horror movies, I always think of this film for some reason. A Tale of Two Sisters, 2003.
Oh, man.
Never seen it.
It's so good.
It's so fantastic.
Yeah.
And again, number 6, it's not even in the top 5.
I wonder
So
what the top 5 is now.
I actually haven't even checked it out. I only checked out the top 5. Or the 10 to 6. So coming at number 5 is Thirst from 2009.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Great
Chan
film.
Wook Park.
Yeah. Nope. Park Chan Wook.
Well, it's all you never know with them because they don't
Ping
do
pang
their,
pong. Like
They're
really,
like-
I do the same thing all the time.
I
man.
literally struggle with that every day. Is like, do I say his last name first? Do I say his first name first?
It's because all their names are first, middle, and last names.
Yeah.
Right? They're so interchangeable. Okay, coming at number 4, which was actually one of my favorite films, I believe, was it 16 or 17? I don't know. The Wailing.
Oh my god.
Great one.
Another great film.
Really, really great film.
That's a top 10er for me too.
Yeah, it was just a fantastic
I think it was my number 10.
story. Like the way it's a long movie. I think it's like 2.5 hours long, but
It doesn't feel like it's great pacing in that movie.
there is great pacing,
Yeah.
but there's so much awesome narrative and just scenes. Like there's really lots of great stuff, even though it can be a little bit slower at times, but it's really fulfilling in what they're accomplishing in the movie.
You're always wondering what's going on.
Oh, here's actually my favorite movie a couple years ago. Number 3, Train to Busan.
Fantastic.
That made my number 10, I think, same year.
Yeah, of course, it was one of those your number 10, my number 1s. I think that's happened like 3 times or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, great movie, man. Like, to the point where it actually made me cry. Like,
I think they're working on the sequel now, aren't they?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, Peninsula, I think it's called.
Yeah, very emotional
Is it?
film.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, very emotional. Like, it's just, it kind of goes into a direction where you're like, why is this doing this to me? I'm watching a fucking running zombie movie,
I
which...
have feelings.
It's crazy how well it worked because I prefer slow Dawn of the Dead zombies.
Yeah.
I think that's actually really legitly scary. The fast movie ones, it almost seems comical to me at times.
Oh, yeah.
And these ones are like hyper speed fucking zombies, but it's the narrative, man.
Yeah.
It's so well done.
It gets you.
In at number 2, they consider it a horror film. I Saw the Devil.
Oh,
Number 10.
One of my favorite movies ever.
I actually thought this was going to be number 1 if it was on the list, but
Yeah.
apparently it's not.
You've seen that, JP, right? I think you talked about it on the show.
Yeah, we did an episode on it.
Right, that's right.
Man, this is not... I did not plan this out, but in at number 1 is 2006, The Host.
Ah, nice.
Unbelievable.
Hard to argue, man.
Isn't that crazy?
It's hard to argue that. That's a pretty good list. Not bad.
Very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Yeah, those are always fun to do. Yeah, I mean, there's so many Korean films that you could put on there.
Yeah.
It just never
There's
ends.
a lot of them are the ones that I think of are often the ones that are the like thriller revenge tales.
The borderline.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But there is really, like, I mean, just, if you type in Korean horror films, I honestly own a shit ton of these. But actually, one that I do think of that actually made my top 10 from 2002, even though 2002 wasn't, like, an overbearing, powerful, great year for horror, the movie Phone.
Oh, yeah.
That movie made my top 10. I thought that was a really interesting story.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, so that's top 10 Korean horror films. Can you guys think of any off the top of your head that would make your list that weren't on that list?
Again, I think of like the borderline stuff, like Symphony for Mr. Vengeance and stuff.
Yeah, true that, right?
Yeah.
All that kind of revenge. Yeah, that thriller revenge stuff like Old Boy and
Yeah, it's like, do you include it? Do you not?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly look at those movies as straight up thrillers in a sense, with horror elements, I guess, but good movies though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can watch those films all day long.
You ever seen the Korean Red Eye?
No, I don't think I have.
That movie's great. It's great stuff.
Korean Red Eye.
Yeah, I think Craven did a remake of it sometime in the 2000s, I believe.
I'm surprised they didn't have the 3 Extreme movies on there.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
They're definitely listed. Yeah. I mean, the 3 Extreme, the first one, which is technically actually the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Those always confuse me.
Is the stories that are in 3 Extremes are crazy.
Yeah.
The second one's, it's good, but it's not as strong as the first one, man. Like the story, like Mike's story in that one is.
Man.
So wait, when you say that, are you talking about the true second one, or the?
I'm literally just talking about the way we perceive them, not actually the way they're supposed to be.
Okay, so the first one is good, which is actually the second one.
Yeah, exactly. So the one that's titled 3 Extremes, the one with Chan Park-woo, Park Chan-wook, Takashi Miike, and the Fruit Chan shorts.
I think I've seen the other one, but I haven't seen the first one.
Oh man, the 3 Extremes from 2004 is just unbelievable.
Yeah,
those are crazy stories.
I watched the one from 2002 that we did because I prepped for a 2002 show by watching that. So yeah.
I have the DVD release, the double disc DVD release of 3 Extremes that actually has the full length version of Dumplings.
Right, yeah, I have the same one.
Right, so it's kind of interesting to watch the full length because it really kind of stretches out and it's just a nasty short. Like, I mean, what they're feeding you is fucked, man.
So gross.
It just seems so Asian to do that, man. Mm-hmm. And, like, I don't know what it is about it, but it always makes me hungry because I love dumplings. It's weird.
Maybe just not those dumplings.
Maybe not those dumplings. Unless it had lots of soy sauce on them or something. Maybe a little bit of extra garnishing or something. Maybe some baby wipes or something. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Moving on.
Enough is enough. All right, so that's quick little knowledge segment, top 10 Korean horror movies. Yeah.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Alrighty, so moving along here and getting into this week's Bob, which is box office Brawl. JP, you want to recap us on last week and this week's predictions?
I think it's the last 2 weeks, actually.
Okay, yeah, you're right, it is.
I don't remember if we talked about the turning. The turning, you guessed 9.7. I guessed 10.65. Jeremy guessed 12. It ended up making 6.9. So Moodz gets the point on that one.
That's crazy. Man, that movie really shit the fucking bed, didn't it? So my prediction was more than right.
All the movies did.
Isn't it crazy, like, how excited we were for, and how much we've been praising, like, theatrical horror films, and, you know, we're just kind of giving the industry props for actually having so many this early in the year. The first quarter of the year is a little bit slower, obviously. but wow, did they ever shit the bed on this or January's releases? I mean, I guess it started with. I mean, did Black Christmas actually made money, didn't it? But it was a bad movie. But yeah.
Okay, so then it was Hansel and Gretel, or Gretel and Hansel rather, and that made 6.1 million. Moodz guessed 5, Jeremy guessed 6.5, and I guessed 7.4. So Jeremy gets the point. I am sucking right now.
Man, that pisses me off, man. He's over and he gets the fucking point, but he's off by 400,000. Jesus, man, that movie sucked.
What, you seen it?
No, I mean, it bombed at the box office.
Oh. Do you know what sucks, man, is like I really like okay, I'm not doing good, but at the same time, like I'm truly going off of like just my own guess on what the movie is. I know that like Jeremy's numbers are way too close to like what everybody's predicting, and he's like, I'm doing research. I'm like, no, you're just taking someone else's answer. Doing research is like, how many theaters is it in?
Have you actually researched? Have you looked at Box Office Mojo? I never even think to even do that. But
I have done it like.
The only thing I look up, dude, is the theaters, because I think that's the number one thing you need to know. If there's a movie in 1800,
you can't even see that anymore.
I know, and that's the thing. And like, I would always search, and I can never find it, so I don't even bother anymore. But there's a big difference if it's playing in 1800 theaters or 32.
Yeah,
right. Like you're just going to obviously make more money.
And that's
right?
that's what's hard now is I don't know. That used to be a big factor, but also like I might look up like, is it a PG-13? Is it an R-rated film? Yeah. Is like I'll think of similar films. Like I'll be like, okay, Gretel and Hansel, another Hansel and Gretel came out in 2000 whatever, and
dude,
it
there was
made
a Korean one
amount.
that came out in like the mid 2000s. Honestly, dude, there's been probably, I would say, 7 or 8 Hansel and Gretel films in the last 15 years.
Oh yeah, there's tons. If you listen to His and Her, we just went over this.
I mean, fuck, I own 4 or 5 of them myself, and I'm not even like a hugest Hansel and Gretel fan.
Yeah,
like it's just bizarre. I don't know. I just don't understand the need to keep doing this story over and over again, even though it's kind of tweaked a little bit here and there, but it's just essentially the same shit. I don't know.
I heard this movie was actually pretty good, though. Is that... Am I off on that?
So, again, just to go back to that real quick before I answer your question, Dylan.
Yeah.
I told Jeremy that he's making this unfun because, and again, I don't look up what the predictions are either. I'm truly going off my own opinion on this, but whenever I go to see what the numbers were on Box Office Mojo, at the very bottom of the page, it has what their predictions were. And I'm like, why is Jeremy's always so close to their number?
Because he changed it by like 100,000.
Yeah. Like it was like they said like 51 million or something. And he says 50 million. You know what I mean? So like, I'm just like, you're making this unfun, dude, because like they're experts and have like inside source information.
This is what happens when you don't play sports.
Pre-sales on tickets and stuff. I'm just trying to have fun with this shit. You know what I mean? And it's making it unfun.
This is what happens to people when they're, when they grow up and they don't play sports and stuff. They fucking, when they get involved in something that's competitive, they cheat. Because they haven't learned that sportsmanship and that gamemanship, in reality. Yeah. And he's like, dude, it's fucking it's about a $20 Blu-ray that actually cost me $33 to send him.
Whenever he sucked, like he sucked so bad for the first season, right? Like, and
he had to figure out a way to cheat.
He was randomly picking numbers.
Yeah.
Like what he actually thought. And then the second season, he's so on point, like almost, and like when he gets it wrong, it's because the site got it wrong.
Yeah, pretty much, right? What a cheating fucking bastard,
so really,
man.
It's me versus you versus Box Office Mojo.
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking true. This guy be cheating like a motherfucker, man. Jesus.
Yeah,
I want my $33 fucking RoboCop 2 Blu-ray back.
I know. I got him the Ambulance, which was like $22.
Well, I mean, it was $18 on Amazon.com. Of course, it charges me like $7 shipping because I'm from out of country, and then the conversion's like $33. I'm like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's weird. So then we picked Birds of Prey, which is that Harley Quinn movie that I don't think any of us are going to see. But
I mean, I'll watch the animated DC films and shit, but fuck that live action stuff. I have no. I think we saw the trailer. I think in the cinema or something.
Yeah,
we both kind of looked, and I even literally said out loud to Dylan. I looked at him and said, "I'll stick with the DC animated film."
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we watched Joker and we love that. It's just that this seems like not.
It's not the same.
Yeah,
type of shit.
this will follow the Suicide
Yeah, but I mean,
Squad.
even
Tone.
Batman, like
The
I
Suicide
love
Squad DC
Batman. I'll
animates
watch
are
a
good,
Batman
man.
movie.
Fucking violent. Rated R.
Okay, so Birds of Prey, Mood said 47.5. I said 55, and Jeremy said 50. I thought I
stabbed in the bark at the dark in this one because I honestly
So
had
did I.
no idea.
I had no. Derek asked me. I forgot, and then I was driving, and he's like, "Hey, the deadline's coming up. Are you gonna give me a number?"
Shout out to Derek on this, man. He's been really on point with this because honestly, I don't pay a lick of attention to anything. Like everybody knows that I'm everyone, you know, like Mood's the horror god, but I really don't pay attention to anything. It's actually kind of funny. You guys make me look good. But like with the news and all this type of shit, like the movies, I had to ask him what the movie was. I'm like, what's the movie? What are we doing? Like, I have no fucking clue, dude. I'm just clueless.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, shout out to Derek for keeping on top of this, because without him, we wouldn't even have a box office brawl, to be honest.
Yeah. So Jeremy's about to get replaced with somebody else, though.
He did. He's been replaced by Box Office Mojo.
Oh yeah, that's right. Maybe a little lesser competition. I would like to replace Box Office Mojo with then.
Yeah, see, those guys are strictly doing research, so yeah, it's not even fair.
They probably have like inside info, like how many pre-sales there are and like other stuff. It's bull. But that, so far it looks like Moodz is going to actually win this one. So
Shut up.
He'll go up 3-2.
Wow.
I have 0 points because it's trending at around 33 million. But again, Box Office Mojo predicted like 51 million or 52 million. Jeremy picks 50 million.
Okay, so
and it's that, well, again, he loses when they lose. So,
dude, I was thinking I was crazy low, and I was like,
me too.
I was like, well, I'm just going by my prediction of seeing the trailer and thinking that this is not going to do well. But I had no idea what the budget was. I didn't know, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to go kind of mid-level.
I was trying to go the lowest, and I ended up going the highest because I thought everybody else was going to pick like 60, 70 million because I think Suicide Squad made like 67 million or something.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of where my head was at, too, is that sometimes when these movies, and then they have kind of the spin-off characters and shit like that, they never do as well.
No.
They really don't.
I know, but I was thinking like everybody hated Suicide Squad except for the fact they loved that girl playing Harley Quinn. They're like, she was awesome though. So
yeah, well, that's why she was the first one to get her solo film. I don't know. It's honestly hard to predict. It really is. You really don't know what is going to sell and what isn't. But I mean, apparently, I'm kind of on point with this month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the turning, it just looked terrible to me. I was like, I don't know.
Well, to answer your question earlier, Dylan, me and Carly didn't love Gretel and Hansel. We thought it was good.
Yep.
We didn't think it was very good, but everybody else thought that it was great.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I remember hearing. So,
yeah, we just thought that it was. We liked aspects about it. It's shot very well. There's some great performances in it, but I didn't like the story.
So you would say in the last 5 theatrical films, that's including Black Christmas, you know, The Turning, Gretel and Hansel, fucking Underwater, and so is it like 0 for 5?
Yep, for me, because I'm only counting 7.5 above for. I'm not saying 5.5 is passable. Yeah, technically, on a technical level, it's passable, but I'm saying great
isn't
movies
5.5 average according to Jeremy?
But I'm saying is like
so
I'm counting 7.5 above as my pass mark.
Yeah, I get that.
Great movies. Great movies are 7.5 above.
Well, I see it from a vantage point of, you know, when you're accumulating your films through the year, those are the films that are going to be kind of separated. Right?
Exactly.
7.5. Those are the ones that are they're basic. You know, they're the ones that could be on this list at the end of the year, kind of thing. The ones that
aren't 8 out of 10s masterpieces though, according to.
Yeah, what was that guy's name?
Don Goodwin or something like that, or Goodwin or something. The dude that kept picking fights with me and then making posts in groups I wasn't in. Because he knew I couldn't respond to him. Like, what kind of pussy shit is that?
Sorry to bring that up.
No,
I had to.
That's actually really funny. I thought that was just tremendously comical because he knew I wasn't in that group.
Yeah.
Fucking
to be fair though, Black Christmas was last year.
Well, no, I'm just talking about the last 5.
The last 5 that I seen. Yeah. The last 5 theatrical films, 0 for 5. Gretel and Hansel was the best, and I gave it a 7. So a good movie. It's just, I'm looking for something better than that.
It's just not in the runnings for a top 10 type thing,
no,
right? So yeah,
no.
Exactly. Like not even close, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I think that our next film is the first of the non-theatrical films that I'm going to watch, and it's After Midnight, Jeremy Gardner's new film. That's our next episode. So
I'm so excited.
Here's hoping that is good.
I'm actually, to change my answer from earlier on, who would I have star in my giant monster movie directed by Bong Joon Ho? I'll put Jeremy Gardner in instead of...
That makes a little bit more sense than Ted Danson.
That made no sense.
It was funny though.
I drew a blank on that one, and
but honestly,
Jeremy Gardner is great.
I'm a huge fan of Jeremy Gardner. I want to see everything he's in and everything he does. I think he's...
I'll agree.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of him.
He's very likable.
Yeah.
He's very likable. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good choice. I mean, even to come up with Ted Danson in that on-the-spot type of moment...
Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, honestly, Woody Harrelson would have made more sense, considering he's been in some, I want to say, quote-unquote, horror movies.
Yeah.
I mean, Zombieland Double Crap was fucking horrible. And we finally have Dylan on the show. He can explain himself on Double Crap.
Do we want it? Do we have time to get into this?
Well, just put it this way. I explained it to JP and I said I never even cracked a smile the entire movie. The only time I even chuckled was in the credits with the Bill Murray scene.
Yeah, same.
We looked at each other a couple times during that film and been like, is this for fucking real? Like, just so... I was getting anxiety, and I don't even get anxiety, and I'm like, when is this shit gonna get funny?
Yeah.
It's bad.
You're not a fan. Sorry, JP.
And this guy, JP, almost had it in his top 10. He said he was in his top 10 list until, a week before we did the show?
Yeah, it was up there for a while. I really liked it, man. It was very, very biggest surprise to me. That was actually one of the funner days I had watching film. Because
you must have been in a good mood that day, man.
I went and by myself on a Saturday. Carly was... busy doing something, a wedding or something like that.
You notice how he goes back to Carly right away, his girlfriend, Carly. Like it could have been someone. It could have been fucking, it could have been Ronald or Devin, or fucking Stevie. No, but it was Carly. Carly was busy, so I had to go by myself.
Think of it when you and Dylan, Pips was out of town or whatever at her parents' cabin or whatever, and you had the whole time to yourself. That's how it was. I was.
Yeah, I get that.
I had the whole day to myself, and I was off work. I was just like, there was a couple films that I wanted to see. I went and got a ticket for Joker, and then Zombieland 2, which that was the first weekend that it was out. Joker had been out for a little while, and I was finally getting around to it. And then the Addams Family animated movie, and I just did a Jeremy, and I just watched all 3 back to back to back, and it was such a fun day. I've never done that before. And I guarantee you that I guarantee that Jeremy, when he does it, he's probably miserable the entire time because he's miserable at everything. But I'll tell you, I had fun.
Yeah.
But he does seem to like to do that, but I couldn't do it all the time because it's fun watching a movie with other people.
He doesn't really have much of a choice though, because if his mom is busy, what's he gonna do? Well, that one time, he said that he had friends, and then Neil posted a meme about it, and then he flipped on me for some reason. I don't know. He said I did it. I did it. Yeah, that's funny.
I think if our cinema was actually better, I could see myself doing an all-day thing there, but I can't stand being in ours for more than an hour and a half.
Well, there's lots of different reasons. The cinema itself is not great. The seating sucks.
Terrible.
And we would never have the opportunities. Maybe 2 movies in a row. But
we had one. Remember, we watched Don't Breathe and Blair Witch, and that was the only time we ever had a double feature.
That's right. Cinema. That's right. And remember, that's so funny you bring up Blair Witch, because man, these guys fucking, when I gave it a 3 out of 10, they're like, no fucking way, it's a 3 out of 10. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. That movie sucked dick, man. It was fucking brutal. But yeah, that's right. That was a double feature that we did, and Don't Breathe was
liked it.
Was okay.
Yeah, I liked it.
I just didn't like the actual construction of it, showing the end at the beginning.
I love Don't Breathe.
Yeah.
I just wish they hadn't done
in my top 10
the way they did it. I wish they hadn't shown the beginning at the end of the beginning like that.
Yeah.
It's one of my big pet peeves unless it's done properly. Actually, something we'll get to later in this show.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
we'll bring that up, but it's never been one of my favorite things to do. I just don't see the point a lot of times because it really doesn't even work half the time. It's not needed.
Well, and then you're always constantly piecing it together as you're watching the film trying to figure out
See,
why they show that, right?
It makes you overthink it.
I think that's why I like it sometimes. And I'm with you. I would prefer it not to happen. But for some reason, it's like fun to do that to me. Like to start piecing together like how it's going to end as it's going. I don't know.
I like to watch movies very brain dead sometimes and just kind of go with the flow.
I'm with you on that.
Because I feel like I have figured out certain films in the past and then been so pissed off by the end because I figured it out.
Yeah.
Because all I want in my mind is to be wrong.
Yeah.
Like, don't let this be the way my mind is thinking it right now, because if it is, I'm going to be disappointed because I figured this out at the 22-minute-and-a-half mark.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I just don't think that that movie was the right type of movie to do that with. Like, because there's no
Totally
big
unneeded.
like mystery like puzzle that you're putting together.
No.
So I think you're right on that. But like something like a Tarantino film or something like that.
Well, if you're going to construct a film non-linear, why not? Because with something like Pulp Fiction, where you can show the end and then construct the film from on a totally non-linear timeline.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You
That
can do
works.
whatever the fuck you want to do. But in a straight linear, non-mystery story, what's the point of showing the end scene and then re-showing it at the end, literally just from a different angle?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to show it from this pod angle kind of thing. Or it's like, what? Okay. Fancy for the sake of being fancy when you don't have to be?
I guess.
Overkill. Don't overproduce your shit. Just do it properly. But
yeah, I could see what you're saying with that. I mean, it didn't really need there. It was completely unnecessary for that. But I just think that like those type of things don't affect me as much. But I agree that you're right that it didn't need to be there at all. It's actually completely pointless to do that in that movie.
you know what's funny though? I've talked to people and I brought up that criticism of the movie because the movie itself actually isn't that bad. It's got some really great moments. It's got some decent. There's a lot of good things about the movie. Let's face it. And I brought this up to other people and they're like, "Huh, I didn't even notice." Like, they literally didn't even think about it until and they're like, oh yeah, they did show the ending at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
Like, some people just don't even clue in. Because by the 90 minutes has passed, they've already forgotten, because that's the attention span of everybody today.
Yeah.
Within 90 minutes, you forgot what happened in the first 30 seconds of a movie. So it didn't matter. Right? But when you're watching it kind of like critically, you remember those things.
Yeah,
and you're
for
like,
sure.
for fuck's sakes. And that's kind of the downfall to being a semi quote unquote critic or podcast or whatever. You watch movies differently. You don't take them as just like pure enjoyment. It kind of ruins a little bit, man. It's like editing things. You see things totally fucking different.
Yeah.
Right? It's just you get involved in it, and then all of a sudden that's all you can focus on. You can't just enjoy things. And it really is true.
Yeah.
And that's why I think a lot of critics and stuff become so self-absorbed, and they're just like, it is what it is, and they're just like, no, that's the way it is. So, but anyways, is that it for Box Office Brawl?
That is it for Box Office Brawl.
All right. So, yeah.
Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hand, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Alrighty, so moving into the bonus review, which is a Patreon pick, and of course, excuse my ignorance, but I'm not 100% sure actually who picked this. JP, do you know?
This was one of those titles, and again, this is a good point to bring up. Like, ever since we changed the month format of Patreon, it's helped us out tremendously, because somebody gave us this a few months ago, and
Really?
Yeah, this is an old title. It's probably one of the oldest titles that we have not done yet. So that shows, we will get to it. It is Ratchet Command. So Michael, I believe.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he gave it to us a while ago. And again, it shows that we will get to it eventually. People who are wondering, actually Jellybane I think I have still 3 titles for him: M, Holla, and Psychos in Love. They will happen eventually.
Yeah.
I've put off M for a very long time just because I literally just don't feel like watching it. I've seen it before. It's a good movie. It's just it's foreign. It's like an hour and 50 minutes, and it's old, and it's not necessarily a horror film. So I just kind of been putting that off. And then again, it's one of those things where we don't do what we watched on every episode. So sometimes it's going to be delayed, but we will get to everybody's stuff. We always do, except for that one time we didn't. But we made up for it. So we will.
People understand circumstances, though, man. I mean, life comes first, and sometimes it gets real complicated. But yeah, I mean, all these things will get done in time.
Yes,
that's the point. I mean, I think the listeners understand though too. When we do franchise shows, we don't do what we watch because it's already so much prep, and it just extends the show for unnecessary reasons. So, but
we actually have a what we watched episode planned to cover a lot of the Patreon stuff we missed.
Yeah, so it's going to be more or less a catch-up episode for... I mean, I have a couple left to do, but, man, you guys have a lot left. So.
Yeah, I have 9 plus, 4 bonus reviews.
Yeah, I got something like 5 or 6, which is totally cool, so... Okay, anyways, getting into the bonus review from Ratchet Command. This one is from 1911, obviously a silent film, called Dante's Inferno. Interesting note about Dante's Inferno from 1911 is that this is the very first Italian movie of all time. Directed by Francisco Bertolini. I don't know. There's a couple other director credits on here too. And from 1911, so silent film. Quick little synopsis if you're not 100% familiar with Dante's Inferno, the story. The poet Dante is lost in a dark and gloomy wood. At the summit of a mountain, he sees a light of salvation. He endeavors to ascend it, but his way is barred by 3 wild beasts symbolizing avarice, pride, and lust. I'm just going to leave it there because it keeps going on and on about this synopsis and stuff. So essentially what this is, it's Dante's journey through hell. The Inferno is hell, and he needs to make it through with the help of some people, and there's obviously some things in the way that are trying to stop him because it's hell. And he needs to get through the Inferno to get to reach salvation, which is essentially heaven, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, man. I'm not overly too familiar. I've never read the comedy Divine Comedy. I'm not 100% familiar. Like, I know the core of Dante's Inferno, what it is. It's in hell and shit like that. I know the core story of it, but I'm not an expert on it. I couldn't name you everything that's going on in there. I'm not overly religious myself. In fact, I'm not religious at all. So I've never really delved into this too much, but I do find it intriguing. I really like the idea of, this character going to hell and having to work his way through, the different stages of hell and all these different type of characters. And you get, it's actually really kind of gloomy and almost neurotic at times. You watch this shit and you're just like, I think it's a pretty good presentation of what hell would actually be like.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just kind of interesting. It shows.
It reminds me of the Coffin Joe one where he goes to hell. He's really looking around.
It really does. And this version, of course, actually is quite interesting that it runs about an hour and 10, 12 minutes because for 1911, it's like one of the longest.
Pretty long.
That's a long movie because at the time, in the first 10, 12 years of filmmaking, most movies were like under 15 minutes. It took a lot to produce. I did read somewhere that this movie cost a shitload of money. You can tell the production value on it actually is really high considering the
set pieces.
The set pieces change every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a different scene because it's literally, and how I kind of round up Dante's Inferno, it's Lord of the Rings. It has a lot of walking in it. It's walking from stage A to B to C. It just kind of walks, and I'm like watching this thing going, this is fucking Lord of the Rings, man. So the scenes change every kind of couple minutes. It's kind of cool that they do put in the dialogue. They tell you exactly what's going on every kind of couple minutes when it changes. So it does keep you updated enough.
Yeah. I
did watch the newer or the version with the 2016 live orchestra, which I think you guys watched. Which
I didn't. I didn't know there was a version of that, but dude, that one would have been way better because there's no sound. the one that I watched.
That is such a shame, dude, that you got fucking burnt on that, because the score really helps out. The music is phenomenal to this.
Yeah, I read up on it. That was all live and improvised too, which makes it even better.
In front of a live audience,
right? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Which it's hard to factor that in, I guess, because it's technically not a part of the actual movie, but it does add so much more to it, I think.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a lot more enjoyable. I even thought of that too,
because there's no sound at all.
Yeah.
On the version I watched.
Yeah, I don't know if there actually was an original score for it, or maybe there's just interpretations of it, because I know this cut of the movie is put together from a couple different sources.
Oh,
I don't think the original movie was actually, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, like I said, but it is weird, because even a lot of those movies back in those days usually had the shitty ass, like, just fast piano music and stuff.
Yeah.
They would always kind of play the same simplistic type shit.
Yeah.
But this is a really, really dark score, which
fantastic,
really adds to it. And I think they did a great job from scene to scene, because they honestly change chords and they change melodies and they change everything up from like every 2 minutes in this. You're like, holy fuck, like I didn't realize it was improvised, because that even makes it even more enjoyable now.
Exactly. Yeah,
it's really crazy.
So blown away when I found that out.
But I don't know, I was kind of reading somewhere that this movie cost like $2 million at the time to create, and it was like a massive production. Which I was like, damn, dude, inflated from 1911 must be like 100 fucking million. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
But apparently it was like the biggest. Oh no, it took in $2 million at the time. That's right. That's right. It took in $2 million, but the production actually was like a shitload. It was the biggest production. Actually, it was the biggest production for like a long time, apparently, too.
Wow.
But I can see it though, because like they literally had a lot of different people in this, a lot of different set pieces. There's a lot of things going on in this. I was surprised to see a lot of special effects for the time, which is just basically like superimposed, film, kind of film over film and stuff like that. We've seen this in lots of different type of movies at the time, but they even had times in the film where, they had characters on, like strings and ropes and shit. They were doing effects like that. And I was like, wow, they actually kind of went out and
the fucking dragon.
The three-headed dragon. And like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of characters. There's a lot of, monsters, a lot of things going on in this. And the production value is mind-blowing. For 1911, you think about this. This is one of the earliest like movies.
Yeah, it's over 100 years old.
Yeah, they're doing like in-camera stuff too, like the superimposed stuff.
And they do the side by side. Like, there's a scene where the huge monster's standing there and like up in the corner and stuff. And it's just it's easy to do. It's like you cut the film off, right? But
the giant.
Yeah, with the giant.
Some of the imagery is a bit tame, where it's just people like wiggling on the ground, but some of it's actually pretty scary too. Like, I could imagine in 1911 seeing, like the giant devil on screen or something, or like the people with the pitchforks. Like, that would probably like scare the hell out. People probably thought like they actually filmed in hell or something. You know what I mean? Like, it was probably shocking
for an audience member to watch this movie in 1911. Think about it; they've never seen anything like that.
Religion at the time too, right? Like,
very huge.
There wasn't a person that really wasn't religious. It was like super rare to be, non-religious in 1911.
Mm-hmm. But could you imagine seeing something like that for the first time? Like, you've never seen film. I mean, we can't even fathom that because we're so desensitized to everything. But could you imagine watching and just seeing some of the effects too? Because they would have no idea how that's done. They're like, wow, that is really mind blowing.
Yeah.
So if you put yourself into the times, if you put yourself into the times, like, I give these guys so much credit for what they accomplished, man. Just like I said, changing the sets and the amount of characters and the amount of time and effort they actually put into the story. Because, like I was telling Dylan last night, I even said, with the story, you could really make this into an epic, like 8-hour movie, because there's so much story. Like, I just kind of going through the script of the actual story.
Yeah.
Like, you could extend those scenes so much. There's so much to tell and stuff. And I'm like, it's really crazy what they did here. I mean, obviously the resources, they're not going to make an 8-hour movie in 1911, but I think it's arguably really entertaining and kind of amazing. I was very much, at times I was like, damn, dude, that imagery is really creepy. You got some devils in there, you got monsters, you got like, I did notice there's a lot of people in this movie, like you said, just kind of throwing their arms around, like the acting. but then again, these people are probably, they're hired on, they're not actually actors, they're they're directed by the director.
Fuck, there was
in the
no
scene,
actor,
just
like,
fucking
it was stage actors.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah.
Just kind of throw your arm. But and I found myself watching certain just kind of off-screen people and stuff, and it's so funny because some of them aren't even paying attention. And there's this one scene, the dude looks at the camera like 5 times, and he just kind of looks up and he's like, "Oh yeah." He looks up at the camera, and I'm just like, "Oh fuck, this is hilarious." But all in all, man, it's I think it's pretty epic.
There's a chance. Like, put this in perspective. I mean, there's probably people in this movie who never seen a movie.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Thought about the same thing.
They don't understand it really. Like, what the hell is it? It's like moving pictures.
Well, of course,
you know
some of those
what I mean?
people hadn't seen movies because they were in hell. They were literally frying in hell. Like, I was very shocked at like putting atmosphere. Like, there was scenes with smoke.
Yeah.
And like they were trying to create atmosphere, and I'm like, where the fuck? Like, this is very like insane
ahead
that
of
these
its time.
very ahead of its time. Like, I mean, like horror movies were a thing because there was some before this and stuff, but they were really going out of there and making it real dark and like atmospheric. And I was just shocked by it. I was like, this is crazy. I can't believe I'd never seen this before. And the other thing I was shocked about is how fucking good the prints were.
Yes.
Dude, did the prints not look amazing?
Yeah.
Like, it was clear. Like, you could make out
Mine
detail. Oh, well, this one, I think this is the one that they showed. Like, it's like the best kind of worked out print because they took it from different sources. But it's like the color, it does change. It changes hues from like the, the kind of the red to the green to the yellows and shit. Like, but at the same time, you can still make out actual detail in things, and you can tell facial expression. I'm like, damn. And a lot of those older films, the film stock's so new and so old and raggedy, it's just you can't really do anything. You can't clean it up enough, right? But this was honestly, this one looked better than some of the films from the 20s. I was like, that's crazy.
Is it just me, or is it silent films like this? They always just have a creepy vibe to them. I don't know if it's just like the slower frame rate, or I don't know what it is, but
you know what? I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is, actually. It's definitely the frame rate has a lot to do with it. And it's just, I don't know, man. It just seems so damn genuine, too, man.
Yeah. There's something very creepy about silent films to me, and I love it, actually.
Yeah. And, it sucks, JP, that you didn't get to see it with that score, because it totally would have made this movie a lot different for you.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, man, music is a big thing to every movie. And, I mean, when you're watching a silent movie that's literally silent... You're watching a fucking silent movie, right? Like guys waving their arms around and shit. It's like, okay. You just watched a really shitty version of Lord of the Rings, basically. Right? So, I enjoyed it, though. I thought it was really good.
I did, too. I'll be honest, the first 15 minutes, maybe, I was not into it. You know, like, I'm with you, Moodz. I'm not familiar with the story. Mm-hmm. So when they were bringing up all these characters, talking about all these characters, I'm like, where?
That's the one thing that kind of annoyed me is I'm like, they keep dropping all these names, but I'm like, is this from the book or is this from this guy's life? Like, I don't know. Are these historical figures? Like, I don't know who these people are.
Yeah. So like, I'm like, where is this going? I don't understand it. But I'd say about the 20-minute mark was like when it really starts getting good, and I'm glad I stuck with it because I really, really enjoyed this movie.
Yeah, it's actually saying the first feature-length horror movie, so they actually consider it to be a full-on horror. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's all taking place in hell with the imagery and stuff, so it's even deemed as the first full-length horror movie, which is kind of cool. So this one has definitely some interesting history to it and stuff, but, it's actually amazing to me that it still exists, because so many movies from that time period are gone forever, right?
Yeah, what a shame.
Yeah, so pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. Not knowing the story and trying to memorize all the characters that are coming in and out of Dante's, journey.
Yeah.
The ones that are helping and stuff. 1 minute they're in my mind, the next minute they're out because I can't remember. Like, it's just going by too fast. It's every 2 minutes there's some other characters' names, and you guys know me. I can't remember characters' names for the life of me. And that's why astrology and stuff, I'm always like, Prometheus, like I know some, but I can't remember them. I'm just bad with names.
It doesn't help too. Like the dialogue is very of the time, right?
Yeah.
So you're trying to figure out exactly what they're saying, and you're trying to read it.
Oh yeah, the dialect. Yeah, it's written all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I know. I always struggle with the dialect too because I know when you're watching period pieces and they start using that dialect, you're like, okay, this word means that, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah,
like
and you don't have a whole lot of time to read it too, and then you're trying to remember what they said as you're watching the scene. So
I was just really trying to watch it, enjoying the visuals, because to me, silent films is more about the visuals and stuff. And I do have. It is honestly kind of hard to review silent films because it's more about the imagery.
Yep.
Right? Like, you can't... you can't judge it on acting and fucking all. I mean, you got to give it a pass. It's 1911.
Yeah.
For effects and stuff, but I mean, honestly, that shit was pretty damn groundbreaking.
Oh yeah.
For what they were doing.
Absolutely.
So. But yeah, I mean, should we just? Is that it? Ratings on it, or okay, JP? What are you thinking?
It's definitely a fun experience. Not something that I'm probably ever going to go back to. You know, just because it is pretty basic.
You know what?
And
you actually should watch it with the 16 score though, just to see if it actually changes.
I agree. Yeah.
You know what you could probably do though, because the frame rate is so slow. You could actually put it on double time
×2 speed. Yeah,
and it'll actually play the normal frame rate.
One of my complaints was I would read the title card and it would still sit there for like 10 seconds.
If you double time it, I think the frame rate might be normal and it'd actually play itself out like a normal film.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't even notice on double time. And you know what? It'd only be, what is that, 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
But then it might affect the score though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be affected too much more. I mean, the BPMs on that score is pretty fucking low. It's just
yeah. It's not like it's very intricate. It's just it
all
was
right.
really well done.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, really, really cool imagery. I was just curious, like, oh, what's going to be in this next screen? You know what I mean? It was just like, it was almost like a picture book. You know, you're just like, okay, these people are being buried in ice. These people are, you know, burning. These people are whatever. And that was just kind of cool. But I'm probably at like a 7.5 out of 10 on this one. These films are hard to rate for me because like historical significance, obviously really good, but like enjoyment in 2020, it's, you know, not major enjoyment. It's just like decent enjoyment.
All right, Dylan.
Yeah, I agree with Moodz. I think you should watch it with the score because I think that helped out big time. I'm glad this is the way I watched it, where I almost had to watch it because I might have actually probably bailed after the first 10-15 minutes into this film. Just I wasn't into it, I'll be totally honest. But I'm really glad I stuck with it because once you actually start going through hell, it's really, really enjoyable. All the things that, like you said, all the different monsters you get to see and everything they do there. I really enjoyed this, and I'm glad I watched it. And like you said, it's hard to rate these films because I haven't seen a whole lot of silent movies, so even to compare it to other ones is tough for me. But I don't know, I really enjoyed it. I'd give it a 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, silent films rated or reviewed on this podcast, there's definitely not many. Like how many silent films have we actually ever reviewed on here? Phantom's Carriage.
Yeah.
But that one comes to mind. I mean, that one's just really fucking good. Like, have we even done like Nosferatu and like Dr. Caligari and...
Well, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is coming up.
Actually, I think Jeremy actually talked about that one time too on here.
Might have, yeah.
So that's a bonus. Yeah, so I mean, there is other ones. I think that's why we're probably starting to get these as Patreon picks because there hasn't been a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, really, how many podcasts?
I haven't seen a ton. I honestly haven't seen a ton.
I've seen quite a few.
I've seen like Phantom of the Opera and Phantom's Carriage and stuff, but the major ones.
I've seen a lot from, you know, basically the 20s.
Yeah.
Like a lot of shit pre-20 I haven't honestly seen. There isn't really a lot of there. A lot of the bigger ones came out in the 20s, so I've seen quite a few of those, but some of them are really good. Yeah, I'm right there too, man. I think the imagery is really what the selling point is here. I honestly wish I knew and was really, you know, into the story and just knew about the story more. I think you could appreciate a lot more and you're like, oh, okay, this is when this, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that kind of helps with something like this because it is silent. Just going in knowing more of the narrative beforehand, I think would have actually changed the way you see it too.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, overall imagery, just what they did, style, you know, I just couldn't believe some of that shit I was seeing. I was like, fuck, this is blowing me away right now. Yeah. 1911, this is very primitive filmmaking, but at the same time, it was better than films were being made 10 years later. It's crazy. I'm at the same rating, 8.5 out of 10. I think it's a really great film, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, check it out with that score, man.
Absolutely.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 177. Yeah, the Bong Joon Ho. I can't say the guy's name without laughing. I mean, he's got Bong, Joon, and Ho in there.
Great name.
It just, I keep thinking like Ice Cube and like Master P and shit, like Ho and fucking, it's weird. I don't know why. But yeah, this is awesome, man. Thanks to the Patreoner for picking this director spotlight, because it not only was really fun to do, it also got Dylan on the show because, you know, he's a big fan of Korean and Asian cinema. So, yeah. But yeah. So, of course, first movie up here is from 2003, and it's called Memories of Murder. Yeah.
Oh, is it called Memories?
Yeah.
Memories of Murder.
I thought, for some reason, I thought it was Memoirs of Murder. Jesus. I had like 7 different titles for this movie. But yeah, I did watch the right one. Dylan was concerned.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least I think I did. I guess we'll find out once we start talking about it.
Yeah, I think you did.
This actually was a first time watch for me. I've known about this movie for a lot of years, actually, because I know Quentin Tarantino always cites it as one of his favorite movies of all time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere in his list anyways.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't really know much about it. I just knew it was Korean, and it was obviously a good movie if Tarantino was praising about it and stuff.
Yeah.
What I did learn from watching and just reading up on a little bit is actually based on a real case, like a real life murder case.
Yep.
So that kind of intrigued me even more when I got into it. I was like, oh, that's really cool. So, okay, so quick little synopsis. In a small Korean province in 1986, 2 detectives struggle with a case of multiple young women being found raped and murdered by an unknown culprit. Yeah. That's a pretty good synopsis, actually. That's exactly what it is. So it takes place in 1986. The whole movie takes place between 1986 and about 1991, except for the end.
Yeah.
When it goes into a modern...
Yeah, present
it's like
time,
2003.
2003. Yeah, there's a scene at the end of the movie where it goes in the present time. But the movie itself takes place between 86 and 91.
Yeah.
And, of course, it picks up right in the beginning of the film with a second murder. And these 2 cops are investigating the murder and stuff. And the funny thing about these cops is that they're kind of moronic.
Yeah.
They have really good intentions. They just go about their police work in a sense of where we look at as being completely wrong.
Illegal.
Yeah, like
completely illegal.
They just have really weird ideas on how to investigate, but they also use a little bit of blunt force, hence drop kicking, and just they just go about things completely different than North American police would and stuff. And it comes off very.
That's actually a minor issue that I have with this film is the culture. Like I find myself wondering the whole time, like, is this like, are they not allowed to do this? Are they allowed to do this? I assume they're not allowed to do this, but is this like a normal thing that would happen there? Or is this, you know, it's just one of those cultural disconnect things where I just couldn't wrap my head around it.
I think South Korea is very modernized with, you know, Western civilized, you know, police detective work and stuff. I mean, they're very similar in a sense. I mean, it obviously is showcased in the film too when the other cop, not the main detective in the film, when he drop kicks the one suspect at the end.
Inspector So.
So when he drop kicks the suspect that they think is the murderer at the end of the film, and of course the chief freaks out and knocks him down the stairs.
Fucking drop kicks.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty evident that, you know, and he even tells me, he's like, you can't come back into the interrogation room because that's completely fucking wrong. So like their ideologies behind police detective work is, you know, is pretty much on par with ours. You can't be fucking beating confessions out of people. It's just not right. But that's essentially what these guys are doing. They're kind of dumb, but they're not.
They kind of suck.
Yeah, well, they're very low rate detectives.
Okay, so
you can
explain this
that
away.
Area doesn't have murders.
You can. Well, that's part of it. So you can kind of explain away why these cops are the way they are. They actually are cops in a small town that's kind of run by military dictatorship and stuff. You know, and it's not really.
they just don't have a lot of crime like that. They don't have nothing to go off on.
Yeah, this is the first time they've dealt with a serial killer.
So these cops are very they're foreign to their own crimes here and stuff. That's why the third detective is brought in from Seoul, because obviously they have these type of crimes there, and they need someone with a little bit of knowledge to kind of investigate this, because and I think they don't really explain it in the film, but I think the higher ups think that there might be something else going on here, because there's a second person found murdered, and that's where the movie starts. The detectives are investigating this murder, and then a third murder happens, and that's when the other guy kind of says, you know what, these murders are all linked.
Yeah.
And then that's when the movie kind of takes its ground, and then, of course, these dumb shit cops are still investigating all strangely, and you got this other kind of together type detective who is from the big city and stuff, and he starts to put things together and stuff, and then the three of them start working more on a legit level, even though their tactics are still absolutely ridiculous. Like the way they're investigating, like the way they pick their their suspects was so fucking funny.
I was dying laughing.
It's so goofy.
Some of their theories are so funny to me.
Right?
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. And I will say, this movie is really highly entertaining from all aspects, man. It's great filmmaking. I think the acting was brilliant in this movie, but it's also the great dialogue and the use of Joon Ho's way of incorporating a serious story, or having a serious narrative, and incorporating
subtle comedy almost.
Subtle comedy, and having these kind of goofy detectives, but not making them like idiot moron cops from like, Last House on the Left,
or
and
The Town That Dreaded Sundown.
The Town That Dreaded Sundown, shit like that. These cops, at the end of the day, are still trying to do their job genuinely, just with tactics that are kind of a little bit off kilter and off beat. And I really like how it's showcased, because it actually adds into when you get to the third act and then shit goes haywire, even for our cop that has his head on straight.
Yeah, Inspector So,
and the way he reacts to like the frustration of the case and things like that. And I think it really plays itself out naturally and amazing. Absolutely. I think it's absolutely done so well. I think this is, and I can see why this movie is very highly regarded as a great movie, because I think the whole narrative is just it's just really constructed awesome, man. There's a really great, character build up, or, character with the detectives and just everybody around. Yeah. Everyone's kind of built up to the point where you're like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
I agree with you. Like the subtle comedy. I'm not a big fan of goofy stuff like that, but when it's subtle and it's very well written in, like this movie, it kills me. There's so many funny scenes in this movie.
It is, man. And it's like, it's surprising because, again, going back to police investigation movies, I don't really like when they get super goofy and shit.
No, not at all.
But I don't know how we managed to keep it on that level. Like, I mean, really, dude, if you have a cop drop kicking people, he does it a couple times in the movie.
Can we talk about that scene?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first time we actually see the third detective, Inspector So, you see him, there's a woman walking down the street, she's by herself, and you see Inspector So, but you don't realize it's actually him. And he's like, hey, can I get some directions from you? And she's immediately like scared. She starts basically taking off running.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, hold on. And she trips and falls into the ditch, and he follows her down there because, he's just trying to help her out or whatever. Well, it just so happens Detective Park, he's the main detective, he's driving by, and he sees this happen. So he throws his car into park, and he's like, hey, what are you doing down there? He's like, is this town a rapist paradise? And out of nowhere just comes this epic, like, WWE, like, flying drop kick into Inspector So, and it's one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen in a movie.
It is, man.
All three of these movies have, like, incredibly funny moments.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's the common bond between these three movies. Not only, they're obviously all directed by Ho, they all have drop kick scenes in them. He has a fucking thing with drop kicks.
Yeah.
And with like kind of subtle but like great comedy.
Yeah.
He really does know how to write great dialogue and keep these characters in check and not let it get out of control.
Yeah.
Dude, in the
but that scene, my God, and he's
the
like,
last movie,
he's literally just looking for like, he's just there to investigate and shit, and he's getting drop kicked and like,
beat up.
Yeah, way to fucking,
It's the sound effect too, dude. Like the
Oh man.
There's a scene in the third movie, I'm just gonna bring it up now, but like it's with a rock. I literally died laughing. And it was so fucked up. And I was like, why is that funny?
Oh, is it at the end you're talking?
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh man, it's just, I mean, I get so much, like, as soon as they incorporate the other detective, man, this movie just, fuck, dude, when they decide to, like, reenact the one murder, I'm just like, where are they getting these methods and ideas from? I'm like, what the fuck?
That's a funny thing, and it's funny you bring that up. When I watched this again, I was like, this is so not normal. Like, is this an actual thing? And I almost dock points from this movie because it makes no sense why they would bring out the suspect and reenact the murder. But then jumping forward to 2 films ahead in our reviews, they actually do it again where they have reenactment. So I think it is a thing in South Korea.
You know, I was wondering the same thing. Because it does come out of left field in the movie. All of a sudden they're just like, okay, we have the suspect and we're going to reenact. I'm like, what do you mean you're going to reenact? But the way they do it too, and I'm like...
Yeah, you would never see that here.
No.
Yeah.
Because he's a suspect.
Yeah.
First of all, you would never bring the suspect to... everything about that is completely wrong.
Yeah.
So maybe it is a thing with that, but yeah, you're right, because they do it again.
They do it again in Mothers, so yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. But, I mean, this movie is not like... It's not one of those movies where you get to really see the murders that happen. We were trying to think, like, how many... Because the movie takes place, or picks up where the second murder happens.
Yeah.
And I think there's 4 killings in the movie, I think, total.
I think so, if I remember.
So there was 4 more victims, but I think in the real-life case, there actually was 10 murders overall in this time period, right?
Yeah.
They all happened between 86 and 91 kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's this 5-year period, and then they just went cold.
Yeah.
There was no more murders. There was nothing else linked to this case.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting. But, I mean, we'll probably end up putting maybe a spoiler alert before the end, or before the start of this. I don't know if we want to talk about the ending of this movie, because actually Dylan informed me, actually, when we were talking about this movie last night, that, because, of course, this movie was made in 2003, and the way it ends...
It's hard to talk about the ending without...
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll probably put the spoiler thing before here. So if you guys don't want to listen from this point on, just, whatever. But we are going to talk a little about the ending because it's actually kind of important to note.
Yeah.
Because of the real life story.
Yeah.
So this movie takes place between 86 and 91. And then at the end of the movie, it jumps to present time, which is 2003. And it actually shows now who one of the detectives who's actually...
Detective Park.
Yeah, which he's actually not a cop anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think at that time. And he's doing a different job. Anyways, he goes back to where they investigated, like, the first murder. And he's just kind of looking inside this pipe drain and stuff. And this little girl talks to him and shit like that. And it's a really interesting key scene, but the movie ends.
Yeah.
So essentially... the killer has not been caught. It's like this whole Zodiac thing. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, crazy, man, they never caught the killer. So jump forward to 2019. In real life, they actually caught the fucking murderer of this case. They actually caught... So the murder stopped in 1991, and they obviously did some investigation. I'm not sure exactly how they figured out that this guy was in jail, but... So, of course, they had DNA, right? They go into it in the film because they didn't have the technology in 86, 91, especially in South Korea at the time, so they had to do the American thing. So they somehow retested this later on, but they matched the DNA taken from the victim and obviously the killer's semen to a inmate who was doing a life bid for other crimes inside a jail who...
Rape and murder.
He was doing a life bid. I'm not sure how they actually linked it to him in jail.
Yeah.
They might have done one of those things where they thought that since the case went cold in 91, there was no more murders, that he probably was in jail. This is a very, very common thing within crime, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people that commit crimes get caught for other crimes, and we've seen the story a million times. But you jump forward all these years later, and they actually link this guy, and he's brought to justice for all these murders. So it's kind of interesting to note, and I really like hearing things like that, because it's always been that one kind of... It always leaves a distaste in my mouth when you watch Zodiac, because I've always been so interested in that serial killing case that they never caught this guy, and they always figured it was the same type of thing, that the killer got picked up for something else and probably died in jail.
Yeah,
because nothing happened after that one point, right? It was just kind of done. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't look into the case at all after I watched it.
I didn't either.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool that it actually got solved in real life in this movie.
Ending,
that there's actually a really an ending to it. It's fucking cool, man. really cool. But honestly, man, I would highly, highly, highly recommend this movie. This is everything I like in these type of police investigative murder type stories.
Yeah.
Just great characters, really great writing. It for a movie that runs 2 hours and 12 minutes, it's got really decent pacing because every scene is entertaining. Yeah. Because you're watching these detectives and you're thinking to yourself, this is insane.
Yeah.
They're
good cinematography too.
Oh,
really
like
there's some
really
great
good
shot. One thing that I've noticed that I see a lot in South Korean movies is rainy scenes.
Mm-hmm.
They
well.
do such a good job in the rain. Like I think almost every South Korean movie I've ever seen has some scene in the rainstorm or in the rain.
The end scene where by the train.
That's the one I was thinking.
Doesn't it just look fucking freezing? Like
Yeah.
I think those guys were legitimately catching hypothermia in those scenes. It looked freezing, man. I was like, holy
Yeah.
shit, dude! Like that's brutal.
It helps with the story too because, like you said, JP, they always have really great scenes in the rain, and they figure out, halfway, maybe closer to the beginning of the movie, that the killer is actually killing on rainy days.
On rainy days,
rainy nights, yeah.
Yeah. I love
and linked to the radio
They
station.
did a good job like building the killer in this one with like the different quirks that he has and stuff. That stuff's cool. I've always dug that.
I got a question. I'm not sure if I remember this properly, but okay, so the killer is killing on rainy nights.
Yeah.
And is he the one that's requesting the song on rainy nights, or is he killing because the song is being played on rainy nights?
No, he's the one. When they really figure out who they think actually did it, that's how they find out, because they find out he's been sending postcards to the radio station, and that's how they link it back to his apartment, and that's where they find essentially who they think they actually was doing the killings.
Yeah, but who was sending the letters? Was it that guy or was it the actual killer?
They say it's that guy.
Yeah, they figure it's that guy.
Yeah.
So in the postcard, it was something to do with playing that song.
Yeah.
Because the song was linked specifically to
every rainy night.
And I love that scene too when they're like, they kind of get this like moment of clarity and they're like, holy shit, this song is being played on rainy nights and there's murders. It's like, I love that kind of thing, and it's kind of interesting because that was really happening too. I'm like, wow, that's some diabolical shit right there, man.
There's another funny scene which kind of ties into that. All three of the other detectives, except for Detective Park, they kind of stumble across the radio station playing that song every night.
Yeah.
Well, Detective Park, being the terrible detective he is, he has another theory about how they haven't found any hair at any of the crime scenes.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a guy who shaves his pubes, essentially. He keeps calling him a baldy.
Yeah.
So when they come up with the radio station, they all take off to investigate it. And sure enough, he like rolls his chair over to the chief's desk. He's like, I'm telling you, we got to look for baldies. And the chief's like, how are we even going to do that? You're going to drop everybody's pants? And and then sure enough, the next scene, he's sitting in this hot tub at like a bathhouse, and he's like awkwardly like staring at all the naked guys walking by, seeing if anybody's like fully shaven.
That's like
laughing.
These weird beats of comedy that this director sprinkles in his serious movies is just like, what?
I just like it though because it's so within that character, because they already did quirky things to investigate, but why not come up with something like it has to be a baldy and now we have to investigate guys that shave their pubes? Like it's so dude, I was pissing myself laughing at that. I was like, that is so fucking funny. And like the dude with the red panties, like it was literally this dude jerking off in the fucking
when
park.
The stick cracks, the way that's shot, dude, it's so funny. Then it goes back to the dude with the red panties, and it's just like this everybody's like still, and then it's just like boom.
Isn't it awesome though? Then it's like this heart pounding like score comes in, and all of a sudden it gets serious again. Like the way he's able to do that is amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't break
back
beat, man.
Alleyway chase and shit.
Yeah, I mean, and there is some decently shocking moments too. I mean, the one obvious eyewitness who actually witnessed one of the murders, his downfall in the film was kind of crazy too, because and I really like the way they did this too, because they've been frustrated through the whole film with this investigation. They've tried so many different angles, and they figure they have somebody kind of pointed out and stuff, and then they learn that this one person who's mentally challenged.
It was their first suspect, actually.
Yeah, it was the first suspect, and he's kind of mentally challenged, and and he didn't really tell him everything that he'd actually really saw. They end up telling him, they end up figuring out that he actually saw some shit, right?
Yeah, they kind of have a revelation, and they say, well, how did he... Because he explains the murders.
Exactly.
And a lot of details that nobody should
Which is
have
why
known.
they thought he was the suspect or whatever. But then they do realize that, like, this guy couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
You know, he obviously saw some shit, so...
Yeah.
And I like the way this kind of develops because they've been trying everything and going all the way out of their ways and, you know, to figure this out. And they finally get this witness and shit like that. And then something fucking happens to him.
Yeah.
And then the third act just explodes into this fucking total rage and shit. I love the way it's done because it's so human nature to really do. Because at that point, you know that you're just fucked.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck do we go from here? How can we convict this guy? There's no evidence. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Without this eyewitness kind of thing. And where it goes at the end and shit and kind of what you explained even last night is very interesting too. And
yeah,
I think it's just done brilliantly. It's really amazingly done.
I agree. Yeah. This
good,
is
very good movie. Again,
phenomenal.
I've said this forever, man. South Korean movies are fucking great. They have an eye for cinema.
They're the best, man. Yeah.
They really do a great job in these type of. It's just brilliant, man. Really brilliant. Yeah, man, I'm really excited that we got a chance to. Well, that I finally got a chance to see this movie because, you know, when I watch like, you know, directors' top movies and shit like that, I've usually seen everything on their list.
Yeah,
this was the one movie that was eluding me. I'd never seen on, you know, Tarantino, which is one of my favorite directors of all time, and I've never seen this before.
Yeah,
because
for sure,
it's a little bit harder to get.
Favorite too.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to get a hold of and stuff. And actually, Dylan has a pretty funny story with that, with his DVD that goes for like crazy money.
Oh, that pains my soul.
Yeah, so he goes to we invite him on the show and he's like, oh, I can, you know, watch my DVD and shit. And he fucking messaged me, he's like the next day and he's like, dude, did I lend you fucking Memories of Murder? And I'm like, no. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? He's like, dude, I can't fucking find it. I'm like, seriously? That's probably like the most expensive DVD in your whole collection.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, I can't fucking find it. He never did find it.
I have no idea where it is.
So he's thinking he misplaced it when he moved. Maybe you dropped some stuff at your parents' house or something.
Maybe, yeah. I haven't looked there yet, but it kills me.
That is
thinking about it right now that I don't have that in my possession.
Isn't that unbelievable?
I hear it is actually getting re-released. That's what I heard. Because of the success of Parasite, now I guess they're re-releasing.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
yeah.
A lot of
you
movies.
know, I'm actually very happy for this director. You know, we haven't touched on the other two films yet, but you know, Humble Beginnings up into like now this mainstream westernized appeal that, you know, I mean, I have my friend at work who's a female, not a horror fan at all, actually does not like horror films, but is like follows like the Oscars and stuff like that, and, you know, loves Disney and things, and she was saying that she wanted to see Parasite because it was nominated.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, wow, that's just so cool that this guy's getting all this recognition now from, you know, that's really neat. And in general, like even other filmmakers and people in the industry are giving this guy mad props now from Parasite, which I still haven't seen.
I was going to ask if you guys have seen Parasite.
No, I haven't gotten around to it. I was actually going to pick it up and just wait for the price to drop because I mean, I really like this guy's movies, so I'm assuming it's probably going to be great and stuff.
It's
but
phenomenal.
Is Parasite a better movie than Memories of Murder?
I would almost say yes.
Wow.
And that's hard for me to say because Memories of Murder is amazing.
It really is, yeah.
But yeah, Parasite is, I don't even want to get into it, but it's incredible. There's a reason why there's hype around that movie.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good to hear.
I don't know a single thing about it. I have no idea what it's even about.
That's good, JP. Go into that movie knowing nothing.
Yeah.
That's the best way to go into it.
I've been meaning to like either grab it from the Red Box or something like that, or pick it up at Walmart. I don't know yet, but yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Especially because we're gonna have like a gap between episodes. Actually, after this week, so maybe I will check it out then.
Yeah, please do.
You know, the one part in this movie that actually kind of made me scratch my head a little bit is when the drop kicking detective gets the fucking rusty nail stabbed into his calf.
Right.
And then, of course, the fucking scene is just ridiculous, dude. He's just fighting everybody and shit.
Yeah, he's frustrated, right? Because he gets suspended essentially for beating everybody up.
Yeah, so then he goes on this fucking
so he's
rampage.
like, I'm gonna whoop everybody else.
He says, guess what? Yeah.
But the part that like killed me, I'm like, okay, so this is between 86 and 91, and then they're talking about amputating his leg from the knee down because he got this rusty nail.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but it just fucking happened. They can't give him a tetanus shot?
Yeah, I guess.
But did he not not get it taken care of and just wait?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah,
but how much time had passed? Because it seems like he goes to the he gets attention.
Well, that's the thing with this film in general. If it takes place over years, it definitely doesn't seem like it.
But I mean, that scene to him in the hospital seemed like it was the same night.
Yeah,
it really did.
Yeah,
because he had to go get medical. He couldn't even fucking walk. He was all fucked up and shit.
Maybe their medical is a few years behind their detective work.
He does say he does mention that it's been swelling on and off a bunch. So I think it had been a couple days.
Yeah, you're right. He does say that too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
But it's just always hard to tell in
a
they timeline, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially most foreign films, they don't take as much care with how American films are, where there's a better time frame. They do a better job of outlining how much time has passed between moments and stuff like that. Yeah. I've always noticed that with Italian films and Korean films, and it's just not something they pay extra attention to like we do over here. Just another difference.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I just thought it was crazy. I'm they're gonna amputate his leg because he took a fucking rusty nail in the calf. I'm that's pretty easy to fucking solve these days. Even in the early 90s, I mean, fuck, dude, tetanus is not a new thing.
I stepped on a rusty nail in the early 90s.
I did too, actually.
They were redoing the roof. I had flip flops on, and stepped right on the damn nail.
Yeah, I did
one right through my foot.
Yeah, I did one too, right in the side of my foot too. Yeah, but I think I already had a tetanus shot at the time. Probably got another. I can't remember exactly, but
yeah.
I never got tetanus, so obviously I had some type of care there. So, but I don't know. Let's get into ratings for Memories of Murder.
Yeah.
Dylan, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I can go first. Okay. This movie, honestly, is one of my favorite movies ever. I've seen it probably about 4 or 5 times now, and honestly, it gets better and better every time I watch it. I agree. I think the pacing in this movie is fantastic. The subtle comedy, it gets me every time. It's so funny to me. It's so perfect. It's not goofy, which I don't like in movies.
Especially in I don't like when movies are trying to be played serious and you have dumb shit cops that just totally like we said, Last House on the Left and The Town to Dread at Sundown are great examples of movies that have serious content that have this overpowering, ridiculous comedic elements by these stupid cops, and it just never recovers from it.
And those people, I don't think those people exist. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's what it bothers me. They're so goofy.
I look at The Town that Dreaded Sundown, and I see these cops and shit, and I just think fucking Dukes of Hazzards, man.
Yeah, totally.
Right? It's just so fucking stupid. You're it fucking ruins the movie. It really does.
Yeah.
If they had kept that shit 100%, it would have been such a better film, man.
Yeah. But I'm glad they don't do it in this movie. Like I said, the comedy is amazing. I think it's hilarious in this movie.
It is. It actually really does work.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do.
The acting, I think, is spot on. I think the main Detective Park, what's his name? Kang Ho Song, I believe is
the actor's name. Yeah, I could never remember that.
Yeah, he's done a lot of Bong Joon Ho movies.
He's
really good, man.
He is actually.
He's really good in everything he's in. The acting is great. I think the score, we didn't really touch on the score too much, but the use of the score in this film is phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scenes that
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, as soon as the score comes in, it's very unsettling, gut wrenching.
Mm-hmm.
It's used so perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
There's honestly nothing.
It's subtly perfect too, man.
Yeah. And even the scene we were talking about earlier, where they're chasing that guy through the city there, the heart pounding score is just perfect to it.
Yeah.
There's nothing about this movie that I think I can't pick out anything, so I'm at a perfect 10 out of 10 on Memories of Murder.
Yeah, this was the first time watching me, and I actually, right after I finished the movie, I was like, oh, this shit's so good. And then, of course, finding out that, later on, more about the story, I'm like, damn, this is crazy shit, man.
Yeah.
Really, really crazy. But I can't agree more. I think everything in this movie is pretty much perfect. The storytelling, the narrative, the characters, the developments, the pacing, the music, the acting, the cinematography.
Yeah.
There's really nothing about this movie that has any flaws. I mean, like I said, for movies that are over 2 hours, you're really, really stretching the audience's attention here.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to keep everyone focused to the point where you can say after you watched a 2 hour plus movie and go, that didn't feel like that.
Exactly.
That's the best thing ever.
Yep.
But to incorporate such serious material, which is real life, with these comedic elements is so fucking hard to do. I give him all the credit in the world for writing and creating a script that works.
Exactly.
Taking the time to develop these characters and show the audience that they're not smart, but they're genuine.
Yep.
That's the really important thing to understand here, is that these characters aren't just goofy retards. They're actually legit cops that aren't used to doing this type of police work. If you put that into perspective, their actions that they're doing is understandable. It's justified.
Exactly.
It's justified detective work because they come from a small town, and the contrast with having this detective from outside is the perfect idea.
Yep.
It makes everything come together.
Exactly.
It really does. Because if you, this whole movie changes itself in tone if you don't have the cop from Seoul.
100%.
It changes the entire complexity of the movie.
Yep.
Because this movie would never be the same without that seriousness.
You need that contrast.
You need that balance.
Yeah.
I think it's done absolutely perfect. 10 out of 10. Memories of Murder.
Awesome.
100%. This is one of the best movies I've seen in a long time. And actually probably come to the end of the year when we talk about first time watches or the best film, this probably is going to be the best film of the year.
Yeah, that's good to hear, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're
fantastic.
Glad you like it.
All right. I don't praise it as much as you guys. I don't really think that there's much wrong with it either. I just don't necessarily feel the same way as you guys, but I still think it's a very good movie. Definitely one of the better films I've watched this month, January, February, because because I've watched a lot of bad movies this past month and a half. But
I'm glad I've only seen one 2019 film so far. Jesus, I've been saving myself the misery. Or 2020,
yeah. But no, it's a movie that is a mystery that's untold. The only thing that I'll say is I never really thought any of the people that were suspects were the killers. Like I couldn't get on board with the detectives accusing them because it just, I don't know. I don't know if it was intentional.
There is a subtle point in this film that Dylan actually didn't talk about that we did talk about last night.
Yeah.
With the main suspect in this film, the guy, at the end of the film and shit like that, how they kind of point towards that he actually really was the killer.
Well,
there is
against it too, though.
Actually, against it, yeah.
Because of the DNA.
Yeah, exactly. Again, yeah. So I mean, but it's a really interesting scene.
Yeah, there's another scene that it's pretty subtle too, but if you're not paying attention, you probably won't notice it. Inspector So is waiting. He's basically camping out, watching the main suspect.
Yeah.
He falls asleep in his car. Main suspect gets on the bus and takes off, and all of a sudden, Inspector So, his car is dead, so he can't follow him.
Yeah.
Sure enough, that night there's a murder. So instantly he thinks, of course it's him, right? But you see, as the main suspect is leaving the little cafe that he's in, you see him get on the bus, and you notice his outfit, and he's wearing a blue jacket and he's wearing black pants, I believe. Now, when you see that final kill happen, you see, the schoolgirl she's bound, and you see the killer kind of slumped over her, essentially. The killer that's sitting there is actually wearing gray pants.
Yeah.
So it kind of says that, the guy at the end, they figure they've caught the guy, but it's actually probably not him. And I kind of like how they do that, because at the time it was still unsolved, right? So they're still saying, like, they haven't figured out who the killer was.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah. But anyway, long story short, I'm coming in at an 8.5 out of 10. But it still makes the Hall of Fame though by an
8.5,
an additional half point.
Okay,
nice,
cool.
So Hall of Fame,
awesome,
good shit, man.
That makes me happy.
Mr. Kim, formaldehyde, dirty formaldehyde. Pour him into the sink.
Alrighty, so moving along into the second film here on the Ho Director Spotlight. From 2006, his creature feature, The Host. This has always been a very notorious creature feature because I think for the time when there was a lot of really, really bad kind of CG sci-fi type creature features that were coming out, this one stuck out, definitely.
Absolutely.
Definitely had the better effects and stuff.
Yeah.
Synopsis. A monster emerges from Seoul's Han River and begins attacking people. One victim's loving family does what it can to rescue her from its clutches. Yeah, so the setup to the movie is actually quite funny. It basically starts out with, like, I want to say it's like an American scientist in Seoul. And there's obviously a Korean scientist there too and stuff, but it's I get what they're doing with the commentary there. Yeah. The commentary is obvious in the very first scene that the Americans caused, this type of problem in and because of their placement in Korea, like the military's placement there, right? Yeah. They're saying this is the cause of Americans' military being in Korea and shit like that. So anyways, essentially what happens is they're doing some tests on some shit and they've got all this extra formaldehyde and this American scientist says, or actually the Korean scientist says, well, what are we going to do with this stuff? He's like, just pour it down the drain. Yeah. And he's like, what do you mean? It's going to go straight into the river. And he's like, whatever. It's just, going into the river kind of thing. Yeah. So the next thing you know, and it's literally like a quick, like 2-3 minute scene. And then, so they pour the shit down the river or down the drain. It goes in the river. Next thing you know, you got this big, giant, walking, fucking huge monster attacking people. Yeah, basically. It just mutated this fish, essentially. Yeah. And it became like this slasher killer in a sense, because it's like one of the most bizarre creatures, because it can obviously swim, but it can land kill. Yeah. And it comes out of nowhere at times. It's also smart.
The first scene where it comes on land and you see it like running down the damn thing, I just like lost it.
It's funny too, because it's almost like hibernating food and shit. It's like stealing people, putting them into this cave and stuff, and it's got like it's crazy. Yeah. It's just a really bizarre creature and what it can accomplish. And it's also, I read somewhere that the creature was actually designed after Steve Buscemi.
Really? What the hell?
Steve Buscemi's character in Fargo. They actually called, when they were doing the movie, the character, the fish was actually called Steve Buscemi.
Really?
Yeah.
So, I never knew that.
I know, it's just random shit.
That's so funny.
Very, very fucking random.
That's so random.
So essentially what happens here is that we follow this family and this, I don't know, I guess father, I want to say, he lives at home with his parents and shit. He's just not really going anywhere in life. His wife has left him. He's kind of a dumb shit himself. He's essentially the black sheep of the family. Yeah,
he's kind of very simple.
He's simple. He's
He's a slacker.
He's a slacker. He's got a young daughter, and his sister is actually like this kind of Korean legend. She's like on TV in the Olympic, like all this type of shit. She's an archer and stuff. People know who she is. She's the white child of the family. Yeah. But anyways, he's kind of the black sheep. Anyways, his daughter ends up getting taken, which at first they assume the daughter is killed by the fish. Yeah. But actually it takes her and puts her into this, I don't know what you want to call it, into the sewer.
Large sewer.
Kind of
Some
carbonate.
sort of like ravine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like harvesting people for food. It's weird. Like it's weird. So anyways, they learn that she's alive.
It's like midnight snacks, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It is weird because there is a scene where the fish actually goes to that sewer area and just kind of barfs up all these fucking human bones and shit, and you're just like, okay.
Such a cool scene.
So anyways, they essentially find out that the daughter is alive, so now they're on a journey to find where she is and rescue her, and at the same time, obviously, eliminate this problem that Seoul has with this giant mutated killer fish. It's fucking crazy. I know it sounds like absolutely ridiculous when you actually speak it out loud. It's pretty
ridiculous.
That. Yeah. But honestly, it's quite well done. Like, I mean, only
it's a good movie.
Bong Joon Ho can make a 2-hour creature feature worthy of being 2 hours. It's actually quite entertaining through the whole thing. And again, very much like the last film we just talked about, Memories of Murder, incorporates serious content. There's a big problem here, and it's obviously a huge crisis with this comedy that doesn't overtake the movie somehow.
Yeah, again, he pulls it off.
You're dealing with a giant killer fish.
Which sounds silly.
It sounds silly.
But the movie is serious. It's a very serious tone movie.
Again, he likes to write these kind of simple, offbeat, kilter characters. And even though he kind of seems like, he's this black sheep, almost like an antagonist type, like he's going to be a problem. Yeah, becomes like the fucking hero.
Yeah, because he has good intentions. Like
he does.
You see that he just lives for his daughter.
I like the metaphor. I mean, it's more about like the black sheep of the family becoming just not believing in people. Yeah, normally humans, like when you see somebody like that, you just have no trust in them. Like they're going to be nothing and stuff.
He's going to let you down again.
Yeah, he's just going to let you down, whatever it is. And you look at this person as that's the character that's going to let you down, kind of thing. Yeah. But then he, even though his his mentality is not really the greatest, he's not really motivated and stuff. He does something about it. He becomes a hero kind of thing. I like it. It's kind of like that close, kind of like tight family story and shit like that. And it's actually quite emotional and shit. Like, he does a great job with characters. Yeah. You know, you get to know this family right away and like how close they are and stuff. Even though there's an obvious disconnect with the sister being so well liked and known and shit, and this guy being a total slacker, simpleton and shit.
And like, the uncle he's just a drunk. Yeah,
exactly, right. You have all these different contrasts that, you know, makes it balance out so well. Yeah, it's got great characters, man. Yeah. The thing I did notice, I mean, the first time I watched The Host back in the day, the effects were obviously a little bit better. Then they've aged well.
I agree.
Not perfect.
No.
But honestly, dude, if you put this in a context and you compare this to the movies that were coming out in 2006, which still CG was, you know, not at its best. It's always evolving and stuff. I think that the effects are actually quite well still.
If you compare this to movie like the sci-fi movies that are coming out, you know, last year, this movie looks amazing compared to all those ones.
It does.
They still, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say the effects are amazing, because to me they're not. They still look. It still looks like CG.
Yeah.
Well, of course
but
it does.
It's just that, like, you're invested in the story, so you're willing to cut them slack, because you can't do this whole movie practical. It's just impossible. No, you know what I mean? It's too big. It's fine for what it is. It fits. What I like about it is that back in the day, like the Sci-Fi Channel, they've always made these type of movies, but they used to take them seriously, even with a lower budget. This one seems to have a little bit higher of a budget, but like even with a lower budget, they would take the film seriously. That is what this film is. It's just it's like a, you know, CGI creature monster, giant monster movie, but it's just done seriously. And I'm not saying that there's not comedy in it and there's not ridiculousness in it. It's just that they're not trying to make he's not trying to make a bad movie. He's trying to make a good movie. Yeah, and it is good. That's what I like.
Well, the thing I like about The Host, it's not even really about the creature. It's about family and coming together.
Yeah,
it's truly about the story of a family that's so disconnected. And you almost, it's a tragedy in itself that you need something like this to happen for the family to come together. Mm-hmm. It's really saying what, you know, as humans, what we can accomplish if we just kind of come together. But it's sad. It's sad at the same time, because do we really need someone to get abducted and, you know, to come together and, you know, fight the forces and you know, create a new love for the family? It's kind of fucked like that, right? I mean, let's face it. The narrative with creating the ginormous fish is retarded. Formaldehyde?
Yeah, dirty formaldehyde.
I mean, how much did they pour down there? The river's fucking huge to mutate one fish.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
A little backstory. I have the DVD of this, and I went to watch the original language, and it wouldn't play. It's on the disc, but it wouldn't play, so I had to watch the American dub. And then
I don't think the original language works on that DVD.
Really?
Now when I think about it,
I was going to say it might be an issue with my DVD because it also skips with like 15 or 20 minutes left. So I watched the dub for like an hour and 40 minutes or something, an hour 45, and then I watched the damn original language for the rest of it. So they said formaldehyde in the English version, and I was like, is that a translation issue? Like, is it? As I'm like, it's just formaldehyde. Like, what?
Like formaldehyde would never mutate something. Like, it's not like it just. I don't know.
Yeah,
it doesn't. There's plenty of formaldehyde that got dumped into our rivers.
But I'm thinking, like, what do they dump like millions and millions and millions of gallons down there? I'm like, come on, man.
Dirty formaldehyde. Yeah,
it is. I mean, it doesn't matter what the setup is. No. It's like a huge MacGuffin.
It's a MacGuffin.
Yeah, we totally have a fucking mutated fish, and that's what matters. Like I said, it's not even about that. I mean, there is this low key kind of social commentary with basically saying fuck the United States, you caused this problem because your presence here is a piece of shit. And it kind of was. I think that's a little bit of what they are saying here. Yeah. It's not really overpowering, but obviously with the movie starting out with an American scientist making a decision to throw some shit down there, you can't deny it.
Yeah.
They're obviously saying fuck the military here because America playing God to the whole world again as usual. And then,
we created Godzilla as well.
This is what happens when you come and invade or try to take over our country. Not take over the countries, but be there. You guys pour heavy amounts of formaldehyde down there and create killer fucking fish. But no, it's just problems. But honestly, dude, it's a really, really fun movie. Even for like a 2-hour creature features, most of the times I would just be like so exhausted from it, because I like creature features not as much as Dylan. You know, I can watch them just like the next person and shit. I get a lot of enjoyment, but fuck me, 2 hours? You like a creature feature to me is 80 minutes tops.
Oh yeah,
because you're fucking with a creature.
Yeah,
right. Like, but I like this movie because for some odd reason, there's so many great scenes. Like, this fish has a crazy, like a really strange personality. Like, it hangs from the bridge and it does like weird things. It acts like a bat, but it acts like an actual slasher killer.
Dude,
like, it just jumps out of nowhere. It's fucking bizarre.
One of my favorite moments is when he's like, "How many bullets in your shotgun?" He's like, "1." And then the fish comes running up on him and he turns around and he's like, "Chick." And then it's like, and he looks over at him, and you see him counting on his hands, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're just like, not again. He's like, this is why this dude's such a fuck up.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's such a funny scene, but then it immediately turns into like this heart-wrenching scene right after.
I think that's one of the main things with Ho, is that he manages to, he knows when to turn it on and off. Yeah, it's the precise moments. It's not even, he just has this awesome kind of contrast, but like, he really knows when to just cut it off. He doesn't go overboard with it. When you cut it off, you move on. Yeah, it's great. It's like perfect timing. It's just great timing for filmmaking and shit. But
yeah, it's a very, very fun movie. I can see why this one's a very popular watch amongst you know, when people talk about good South Korean movies, because it's kind of appeals to everyone. You know what I mean? It's a fun one.
It's the setup that works for me, because when you create those type of characters and you feel that bond and you know what's going on with the family and shit, and like, if you just jump into it right away, you don't care about these characters, it changes the whole movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the point, again, is to be that fucking person rising from the depths and being the hero that, you know. Yeah. And I like that, man. You just don't see that in fucking creature features, because a lot of times the point of the creature feature is the creature, right? It's, you know, that's the focus point. Let's see how many fucking people we can gnarl up with this shit. The narrative isn't really, there's no substance to the narrative, which is crazy. I mean, we're talking about substance in a fucking creature feature here, but there is. But oddly enough, you can't ignore it. Yeah. You know, and I like the fact that this movie isn't just about, you know, the obvious social commentary that's kind of underlined here. Yeah. It doesn't take full force, because a lot of, you know, we can argue a lot of creature features are heavy on social commentary. You can always 100%. You can always pull shit out of these movies, and like for Godzilla and stuff, the social commentary, like these movies have heavy social commentary, right? Yeah. And this one has it, but it's more about family, and I like that. You know, it's more genuine. Yeah. Yeah.
So that one funny scene in there, again, cracks me up, when they eventually make it back to their own convenience store there, and Gang Do, that's the main character, who's a slacker. He's always falling asleep throughout the movies at like important times too. Like something major would happen, and then the next minute he's like sleeping.
The guy's like fucking narcoleptic or something.
Yeah. So sure enough, they're back in the convenience store, and you know, there he is sleeping, and you can tell the brother and the sister are just annoyed with it. Like, how can he be sleeping at a time like this? His daughter's missing, and he's, you know, passed out. And the grandpa, their dad, basically says like, is he really that bad? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's had such a tough life. Is he really that pathetic? And they pan back to the brother and sister. They're like, yeah, he is. Like, it's just so sad. They're like, yeah, he is that pathetic. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. But they actually kind of explain why he is the way he is in that scene too. So,
you know, the thing I didn't understand, I know this is like purely out of left field. You know the scene when, you know, they're watching the daughter, you know, compete and shit like that, and she's like, oh, getting ready to shoot archer, and the clock runs out on her. Yeah. Okay, you're in this highly competitive environment, and you're like, all eyes on you. You're fucking Tupac at this stage, right? Yeah. And you let the clock run out on you. You don't even shoot. Yeah. At least get the damn shot off. Give yourself a chance to fucking win. You can't score goals when you don't shoot.
Yeah, but she chokes. Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? How do you do that? I always pick up the most random things.
I love all the like the bones raining out of the mouth and stuff. That was a really cool scene.
That's a great scene. Yeah.
Yeah, it is awesome.
All right, ratings on this one?
Yeah, man, the host. I guess there's not really a whole lot more to say about it. I mean, we can just talk about comedic parts in it, but
don't really want to give away the ending either, too. So.
No, No, The Host, honestly, is a really, really good and entertaining film. And I was a little bit worried going back into this because I hadn't seen it in years. I did watch the full American dub because that was actually... Because I wanted to watch it in high def, and the link that Jeremy had found was that version of it, which I believe is the first time I watched it in a dub, too. I don't even know...
Oh, so you did watch it in the dub, then?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it in the native language before.
Oh, really?
Honestly, I don't think I did. I swear I watched it before in the dub, which is weird because I popped in the DVD and I probably just pressed play, and if it played on the dub, then I would have just
on the dub.
Okay, so then I wouldn't even have thought twice about it because sometimes I don't even think to check that there is a native because a lot of American releases will just have the dub or whatever.
Yeah.
So I watched this whenever the fuck 10 years ago, probably last time. So I didn't even think twice about it. So when I watched it this time, I was thinking, is there a native language? Because I don't know. I just thought it was kind of strange because the other ones are obviously in South Korean, but it's just a fun ass movie. The creature looks fantastic. I love the design on the creature. They did a great job with that.
Yeah.
Just a really good family dynamic, great character development and stuff. It's of course shot well. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's got a great ending. For a 2-hour creature feature, man, again, I was worried, thinking, fuck, is this thing gonna drag? It totally doesn't. It's entertaining throughout because there's so much enjoyable characters.
Yeah.
There's so much enjoyable shit that's happening and stuff. Like, I mean, dude, like when the fucking dad goes down and shit, like that's fucking brutal.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Like it's just painful.
It's such an emotional scene.
And it's brutal too because what the fish does, he just really treats him like a piece of meat. Like he fucking just wings him, dude, and he splats on the ground like a hot dog. You're like, oh, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? But it's shit like that really separates this movie from your average creature feature because it throws that emotion in there and you're like, God damn, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing to me? I'm supposed to be watching a killer bass.
Yeah, where you could just turn your brain off and just... Yeah.
I know, right? But then you find yourself invested in these characters and shit. And that's why I always preach about likable characters in films. If you don't care for characters, the meaning in the movie is just lost.
Yeah,
the translation's gone.
Yeah.
So... The Host is really good. I don't think the effects have aged 100%, but honestly, it still looks a lot better than some of the films you see today, for sure, man.
I agree.
They had a budget for this, you can tell. It's a big budget fucking creature feature, thank God.
Yeah.
Because, man, wouldn't that be out of place in a 3-film reviews like this? Like, just real low-budget sci-fi? You're like, what the fuck happened in this one?
Yeah.
I'm going to come in at an 8 out of 10 on The Host. I think it's fantastic. Honestly, it is one of the better creature features of all time. It's actually one of the better films out there, so
yeah,
I really enjoy it. So
nice.
Yeah, personally, I really enjoyed this film. I always thought that I was gonna like this movie just based on the things that I heard, like, oh, it's like a sci-fi movie, but it's done not shittily, and it's like not actually it's done like with intentions of making a good movie, which always is like, because I love creature features too. It's one of my favorite subgenres. So whenever they're like, I like the old Sci-Fi Channel movies, like Mosquito and Ticks and stuff that used to always be on there. But they're done seriously, even though the effects aren't the best. They're done with intentions of making a good movie.
This
so
actually like practical effects in them, though. They made films a little bit different back then.
Oh yeah, well those were the really early ones. But even stuff like They Nest from like 2002, that one is filled with CGI, but it's like fun. So yeah, coming in at a 7.5 out of 10 on this one.
Nice. Yeah, I love this movie too. Like, I'm a huge fan. This is probably one of my favorite creature features ever. I've seen it, I don't even know how many times now. And to answer you guys' question, I have the Blu-ray, and that actually starts out with Korean.
Oh, well, so, there you go.
Yeah, there is subs. And that beginning scene when they're talking about the formaldehyde, that's actually them speaking English.
Yeah. Well, that actor, that American actor, I can't remember what his name is, but yeah, it's obviously English.
Yeah,
right?
So
I've watched enough Italian and foreign films when they're actually, they're done in English.
Yeah.
Right? So they dub it in English and it actually matches up and stuff, so
But yeah, I'm a huge fan of this movie. I agree with you, Moodz. Like, the characters in this film just really do it. They make the film. You really get invested with all of them. I think honestly the CGI, I think it looks still really good.
It does actually.
The way I would describe this film is like, it's one of those CGI sci-fi films done by a great director. You know what I mean?
Right? Yeah.
Like that's just what its vibe is.
I mean, at this point, it's almost like Tarantino doing a creature feature.
Yeah.
I mean, Ho's films are so good.
Yeah. He's kind of like, you know what? I'll show you how to do these movies.
Yeah.
and he comes up with The Host.
That's what's kind of cool about this guy too is he's done some different types of movies. Like this one stands out. It's very different from the other two.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I'm gonna come in a little bit higher than you guys. I'm at a 9 out of 10 on this one. I love this film. There's not much that I can pick apart on it. I think it's a great creature feature with lots of depth to it. So yeah, 9 out of 10 for me.
Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome stuff. All right, so moving into the final flick tonight from 2009, and it is simply titled Mother. And no, it is not that piece of junk that came out a couple years ago.
Whoa! Relax. The Aronofsky film?
Oh, man, I'm a big Aronofsky fan, but I did not care for that hugely fucking misguided metaphor. I just was not fucking into that shit at all, man. It's just not my shit. But anyways, I digress into 2009's Mother, of course, directed by Bong Joon Ho. Quick synopsis. A mother desperately searches for the killer who framed her son for a girl's horrific murder. We're kind of running short on time. So what we're going to do here for JP is that he's actually got to get running. So he's going to quickly give his thoughts on this and quick rating. Then me and Dylan will take the rest of the show. So JP, get going.
Yeah, and I will leave my Skype open so you can just keep that recording. But yeah, so Mother, this one was different. It's sort of that mystery element like the first film, Memories of a Murderer. But this one follows, instead of a detective, the mother of a son who I think the one thing about because we've seen it in both like with special mentally handicapped people.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it translates as well because I couldn't really I can't tell like what level of mental capacity the character. It takes me a while to like understand like, okay, this person's like being called a retard or whatever, but is he like actually like retarded, or like is it, you know, I don't know if that's
I think
common.
he's the level of being from kind of like a maybe a broken home. He's a mama's boy and stuff. He almost has that appeal of being like homeschooled and just kind of over babied and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not actually mentally handicapped.
I don't think he's fully retarded. I think he's slow.
He's definitely slow.
Like he probably just has a low IQ, but I mean he's not like full blown, you know, mentally handicapped. He's just slower,
and
right?
Very, very like,
because he can function and he understands right from wrong and stuff. Like he understands the basic necessities to survive. He's just slower because he's obviously not like, I mean, look at his friend, right? He like kind of hangs out with this dude and stuff. Like the guy knows that he's slow, but he appreciates, like he can still function in reality.
Just influenced.
But I think
really
a lot
easy.
of his mentality it comes from his home life, which, you know, we don't really know a lot certain things, but except for certain visuals. I mean, there's obviously this really kind of strange almost undertone or overtone of like almost incest a little bit, but
I'm pretty sure he grabs his mom's boob at one point.
He does.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
He does, and there's that really strange scene where she's feeding him soup while he's peeing, and she's like watching him pee and stuff. But like,
wait, your mom never did that with you?
Not that I can recall, to be honest. But there's those strange scenes. But it's kind of funny because it never really develops anything further. Me and Dylan were actually talking about this last night. We're not sure if that's a product of him just being a straight mama's boy.
Yeah,
because because we do learn things about her, you know, at one point in the film where he remembers something about when he was 5 when she tried to kill him, blah blah blah. I think it's the overpowering love that she has for him and stuff. I think that actually kind of created his mentality a little bit, and that's the relationship is just a little bit odd.
So so yeah, the whole like special thing, I couldn't grasp like whether he was. So it sounds like he's not actually like retarded. He's, you know, just weird. But yeah, so I was really into it, and this one, unlike the other one, this one actually swerved me. I thought the film was going one way, and then it went a completely different way that I wasn't expecting, and that's what I liked most about it.
Yeah, I like that.
So that by the end, I was very satisfied.
Isn't it funny that you don't see this shit in like American Hollywood films? Like watching this movie, it probably goes in the direction where you want it to go, or not where you want it to go, where you expect it to go.
Yeah,
right? And this one
you
just
only
doesn't do
see
that.
in like the indie stuff that comes out here, not
Especially-
the like mainstream ones.
Exactly, and especially given what the character is, like he's a little bit slower and stuff like it. You think, oh, well, this is just going to be a happy story and blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's just a product of great writing.
It is a great.
I love that. I love that scene. Oh, it was funny. It's not. I don't know if it was supposed to be or not, but it just like, and then like flipping open the cell phone and like just the panic look. It was like done really well. But anyway, I have to roll. So I really like this film too. I'm sure you guys will get into it deeper. It's a good movie. Again, filmed really well. I like the mystery narrative. I like where the film went. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right.
Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. All right. Well, check you later. This is weird.
Dylan, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Definitely have to come back another time.
Anytime, man.
Yeah. And listeners, see you guys in a couple weeks with the Scream franchise. I'll let these two finish up. So peace out, guys.
Yeah. All right, Dylan, you want to start dropping some thoughts?
Yeah, we didn't quite really get into it that much, but
okay, you've seen this movie before, right?
I have, yeah.
Is it like your second watch or a third watch?
Third, I believe.
Oh,
I
wow.
believe I've seen it 2 times before.
Damn, dude, you dig deep into these. You watch these things multiple times, yeah.
And I wanted to be prepared for this too, so I definitely took some notes and stuff on these. But
yeah, for sure.
Again, like the other 2 films, like he's so good at playing such a serious story and yet adding comedy again, because we were talking about the dropkick scenes. There's another hilarious dropkick scene right at the beginning.
Oh my god, there totally is, man.
Yeah.
And like we even discussed last night, like it's actually kind of interesting, like how it happens, because you're not 100% sure exactly, what our character, like who he is, like, and then you learn very quick that. So what happens in the beginning of the film here is he's kind of fucking with this dog, on the other side of the road, and his mom's
playing with it. Yeah.
He's playing with this dog. And his mom's across the way in her shop or whatever.
Yeah,
working and stuff, and she's kind of watching him and stuff. And then this car rips by and actually clips him, right?
Yeah.
And they take off.
Yeah,
they just fucking take off.
Just hit and run.
Yeah, so they hit and run this our main character here. I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names.
Do June,
yeah.
Yeah.
And so his buddy, who is like obviously of mind and stuff, they jump in this car and they rip down to the golf course where these guys are golfing now.
Yeah.
And they go and take care of business or they go to try and take care of business. But this guy, buddy, comes ripping up and he fucking breaks this mirror off this Mercedes Benz, and then all of a sudden our main character again, he fucking comes out of the woodworks, drops the fucking flying drop kick.
Tries to do the same thing, take out the other beer and just completely misses.
He bounces off the driver's side window or the window or whatever, and just bails and hits the ground, and then it kind of shows him a little bit later. The buddy's kind of beating up these golfers and shit like that, giving it to him and stuff, and then we kind of learn a little bit about him. He's like more or less in the water. He's like in the water trap, and he's finding golf balls, and you kind of learn right away. You're like, okay, there's not something completely right about him.
Yeah, he's definitely because he doesn't remember why they're even at the golf course.
Yeah,
he's just excited to find golf balls in the water. So you find out right away he's definitely off, and he's definitely,
which I thought was a really important part of the narrative too, because you learn right away that he does have memory issues that are totally stemming from his childhood, the trauma that he's induced.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of background, I believe, on... Do they mention his father?
No.
They never do in the film, right?
No,
I wasn't sure if they
so.
mentioned him just for a second, but I was trying to think of that. So I was correct. They don't mention his father. So we don't really know. We just assume that he grew up as an only child with a single mom kind of thing. And obviously times were really hard when he was young. And there was actually a thing that he remembers later in the film, actually, when he gets charged and he's in jail for the murder of this girl and stuff.
Yeah.
And, his mom at this point is really trying to find out the truth because she believes that her son is completely innocent and he couldn't have fucking done this kind of thing, right? So he's trying to remember more about that night because he essentially, got really drunk one night and was walking home, and that's when this murder happened. And
follows this girl.
Yeah, he follows this girl, and and again, you have to remember he's not 100%, all there, right? And he's drunk and stuff, and so anyways, fast forward, he's in jail, his mom's talking to him and stuff, but he remembers something.
Yeah, and that's a great scene because, they're sitting between the glass and stuff like that, and he's like, I remember And his mother gets kind of excited because she's been trying to figure this out for so long. She's like, what do you remember? What do you remember? And he looks up at her and he says, you tried to kill me when I was 5 years old. And she just goes into a complete, like, hysterical...
See, again, some of the most powerful writing. Because I tell you, man, not only does this movie kind of switch where it's, like JP had mentioned, where you think it might be going, but even shit like that. Yeah. It's just like devastating, but it really adds to why he might be like this and everything. And then you're just like, holy shit. And it's almost like that moment in the film where it's like a sympathy type thing. You're like, okay, right? You're like, holy fuck, like what the hell, right? Yeah. So, but I tell you, man, this whole movie stems from the mother's love for her only son.
Absolutely. And you feel like you can tell the mother has not had a good life her entire life. She's always been struggling. Yet she always does everything for her son.
I like that they didn't develop the family history a lot. They give you glimpses into it, and and it was enough to really inform you on why he's like this and why she's like that. They struggled. Yeah, exactly. They had a rough life. Obviously, the father's not in the picture. Yep. They struggled with money. It was because they obviously really, you can tell they don't live lavish at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And but it's just it's one of those stories where you wanna always defend your child. No matter what. Yeah. And, so like we said before, he gets thrown in jail for this murder that happens. And basically the story is of her trying to prove his innocence.
Basically trying to solve and figure out what happened, yeah.
Yeah, and she goes that she's doing everything at all costs. And of course now because, she's defending who everybody believes is guilty. Yeah. Because, once someone's kind of, hit with that stigma, you're automatically guilty of it, right?
Exactly.
And, she shows up at this funeral and she's kind of shunned from there. And in this town, she's just nobody. Yeah. She's shunned from everybody. And it's just this really kind of hard way to deal with this shit because like she's got this undying love and she's trying to prove this shit, but it just
she believes he's innocent.
Yeah, the twists and turns, but the way the story develops and how she comes across and how one thing leads to another in the narrative, it's really interesting. And I won't lie, like this one totally caught me off guard where it goes, and what eventually becomes of him and her. Yeah, and I was like, holy shit, this is a really damn good movie because again, this is another movie that runs over 2 hours long. Exactly, it has a very kind of simple narrative with not a lot of characters, but it just does such a great job of holding your attention because holy fuck, man, it's just a great story.
Yeah, you're constantly guessing on what actually happened that night, right? Yeah, it's phenomenal writing.
And I like how like once the reveal happens of what happened on that night, it's not like it's not like an old film where the last 2 minutes of the film they tell you exactly everything you need to know and it just ends.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't, and it goes even fucking further into the psychosis of it, really. Yeah, like it's just fucking crazy.
And it makes you think back to previous scenes in the film
100%.
that it makes sense now why it happened the way it did.
It absolutely does. And that's what I like about this shit, man, because it's not one of those movies where, it's a non-linear story and you're just like, what the fuck? Like you're trying to follow this shit and stuff. It's very linear. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense and all the reveals actually make sense.
Absolutely.
So it really does work on all levels because there's always those points in these type of films, these thriller mysteries and shit of, really, does that add up properly? Yeah. Like, there's always that one moment in some films you're like, okay, that doesn't even make sense. Like
you're trying to think back on does it work? Does it not work?
And the other thing I like about this, her investigation, there was no convenience in what she was finding. She was generally finding out things and using that information in properly ways. That it was written properly. Exactly. It wasn't convenience. Oh, she found this. Oh, this, that. It's like
she happened to stumble across.
Right. There's nothing worse. I think the biggest downfall in these type of murder mysteries and these type of films is the convenience of writing. Yeah. They don't know how to really kind of show you something without just having it right there.
Yeah, they don't know how to go to A to B properly.
Exactly. So if you can go to A and they give you the right information to get to B, that's when it works. And I think again in this movie, it's exactly what it does properly on all narrative levels.
Absolutely.
Acting's amazing in this. I think there's the scene where she's at the dude's house, his buddy's house. Yeah. And she's actually, because now at this point she's looking for all type of evidence, right? Yeah. Murder weapons, all types of shit and stuff. So anyway, she ends up in this closet. I'll just leave it at that. She leaves at this closet, or she's end up in this closet. And dude comes home with this girl, and like she essentially has to watch them fuck from this closet.
Yeah, and I love that scene too because it's just focusing on her eyes, and she's like, you can tell she doesn't want to.
Yeah, but she
at
can't
the same
stop.
time she can't. She has to watch, right? So
I think it's also, if you kind of dive into the psychology of that too, is that she's fucking lonely, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
Right, and I'm watching this scene thinking like she's putting herself. I don't know why this came to my mind because she has this kind of weird relationship with her son.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people probably aren't thinking like that. It's probably just my sick mind, but I'm thinking as she's watching this, she's picturing herself and her son.
Oh,
like I don't know why. I
never thought of that.
Because she's so lonely and shit like that. But I mean, it's probably not what was intended there. It's just the way I was picturing, just because of the overtones that were happening earlier and shit.
Yeah,
and she's obviously a very, very lonely person, right?
Yeah.
But like, again, she doesn't look away. But then again, would you look away if you're you need to keep your focus just in case, right?
Yeah.
If they start coming at you.
Well, you never know too. She might pick up on, some sort of weird tendencies that the guy does that maybe would prove that he did it.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
yeah. I mean, at that point,
right?
You're looking at everyone as a suspect, right?
Yeah.
Because what you're doing here is you're trying to prove an innocence, so you're looking at every type of angle for sure.
Exactly.
I just couldn't get over this guy's fucking cleanliness, though. He's got open water bottles all over the floor, and what the fuck? Who the fuck lives like that?
I know. Yeah.
Like, why would you have open water bottles on the fucking floor in various places? Like, you haven't heard of a lid? It's a couple of cranks, man.
That actually adds to a great scene too when, after they're done doing what they're doing, they fall asleep, and now she's got to sneak out of the house. And sure enough, she knocks over one of those bottles of water.
He creates great tension there, man.
Yeah, and it's just like, you see the water slowly going over to his fingertips, and you're just waiting for the water to hit his fingertips, and you're like, oh, is he going to wake up? Like,
see, what's funny? After that scene, I watched that scene, and the first thing I thought of is, like, if I was writing a scary movie spoof,
yeah,
I would take that scene, but my version of that scene would have been hot water, and it would have hit his fingers, and he would have been rolling, and he would have been pissing. Right? I mean, how fucking comedic is that, right?
Absolutely.
Like, instantly thought of that right on the spot, and I made myself laugh out loud all by myself.
Yeah,
I am such a fucking dork.
Nice.
I am such a dork.
Nice.
But yeah, man, just an insanely awesome movie.
Like, the writing in this movie is perfect.
It really is. It really is. Again, music is awesome. Just,
yeah.
I mean, it's funny because all these movies, the one thing I like about these movies is that even though they're very vastly different, they all share the same similarities. They've got all great writing, they've got great character development, they've got this use of proper comedy, they all have drop kicks.
Yeah. Great scores in all of them.
Great scores,
which
cinematography.
really add to the movies too. Like,
and they're all 2 hours.
Yeah.
So he definitely doesn't short you on the goods and stuff,
exactly.
But he definitely has a certain style about his films. And I've learned, from, I guess I'd really only seen, I think The Host, I think is the only movie by him I've ever seen.
Is that right? Yeah.
So now I've seen these three. I'll probably see Parasite later on whenever I see it. So, but he's a great director. He's got great vision. He's got a style. And I like this about directors. Like certain directors like Carpenter and Fulci and things like that. And
you can tell it's them.
You can tell it's them. I like that. I like that about him. And, different narratives, different stories, different, like, totally different things. And to manage to just do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
To show the audience that this is who you are and stuff, and do that. I have so much respect for people that can actually pull that off. It's crazy. It's like Tarantino. Yeah. If you clicked into the middle of a Tarantino movie and you watched it for 5 minutes, you'd be like, Tarantino wrote this dialogue.
Yeah, exactly.
Because nobody fucking writes dialogue like that.
Yeah.
Right? You watch this movie for 20 minutes and, like, maybe a little bit more and stuff, but you're like, man, dude, like, that comedy seems familiar.
Yeah.
These type
subtle.
of characters. Yeah, everything seems kind of similar.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Forgot to mention the girl that's killed. They bring up that she has a boyfriend. Do you remember what his name was?
I do.
They call him Crazy JP from the sanatorium.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, I forgot to bring that up when JP was still on.
Crazy JP from the sanatorium. Yeah, that's right.
I thought maybe you would have done that on his intro too. Crazy JP from the sanatorium, which actually comes up kind of at the end too. So not to give away anything, but he actually kind of plays a role in the ending.
Yeah, I think the reveal of how, she dies is actually, it's one of those oh fuck moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
I literally,
did you see it coming?
Not at all.
You didn't, eh?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Especially how she dies.
Exactly.
I had no idea, like, who, like, you know, where the narrative was really going on either side.
Yeah.
But the way she dies was one of those moments where my mouth opened and didn't close until, like, the whole... I was like, what the fuck just happened here?
Right?
And, like, it's just so powerful because it clearly... Like, what happens is just... It's clear as day.
Oh, yeah.
At that moment, you're like, holy fuck.
Whoa. Yeah.
Whoa is right. And you're like, wow, dude, like, really, really good shit, man.
Yeah.
Really good stuff. So,
Yeah.
wow, dude, very powerful films.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They do use the retard word a lot in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, they call him a retard a lot, and I'm just like, holy fuck.
It's
Like,
a little harsh.
It is a little bit harsh, man. I mean, honestly, I think if this movie was made, this is 2009, I think people weren't as uptight, I should say, or sensitive to the facts of using R words. I mean, on this show, we don't hold back on anything. We try to pretend that we don't live in the 2020 ideologies of this world, and the problems are self-evident. They're just bad. They're just bad. But anyways, this movie was made 10 years later in 2019. I don't think you'd be hearing the retard word dropped enough because people just get so offended by that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you could make this film now.
I know, right? Like, I mean, or just have different dialogue or something. But I mean, just it's so good. It's just really, really good. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, I don't think we can go into the ending, so I don't want to say too much more because it definitely, you don't want to know anything about how this movie ends.
No, I don't think there's any need to go in that part. I mean,
I agree.
I think a lot of people haven't seen this one before. Yeah. I mean, we did some spoilers for Memories of Murder because I think it was kind of relevant to notes of why, you know, or where that shit went in real life. So
yeah, I think just leave this as is.
Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, actually, one thing we didn't mention that we brought up earlier in the show was this movie actually starts out with a scene from the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And now, I've always stated it's always been a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's so fucking subtle because it's literally, okay, there's a scene of the mother here. She's just kind of dancing. She's just in this field kind of dancing and shit.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
It is very awkward. And you're thinking, like, right away, you realize that there's something not right and why she's doing this, but the credits are running.
Yeah.
So it's very subtle. And it only lasts for like a minute or two.
You don't think much of it, right? Like,
no, you really don't.
The movie's called Mother. There's this older lady dancing in a
well,
field.
it doesn't give you anything else but just her.
Yeah.
So then you get into the movie, and then, of course, that scene replays itself at the end of the movie, and then you're like, oh, fuck.
That makes sense.
It does, but it works.
Absolutely.
And I'm not just trying to justify it. It actually does work.
It really does, yeah.
You know, the comparison to, you know, Don't Breathe, when they literally show you this long scene of... I was like... It's just unneeded.
Yeah.
It really, really is unneeded. And, I mean, is it needed here? Not particularly, no.
But it's so well done.
But it's just well done, right? So, you know, there's times when I think it works and times where it doesn't. I think this is one of those times where it actually does work itself out.
Yeah.
And I just have no complaints with it whatsoever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they did showcase one thing in the movie, that the mom isn't a very good drinker.
No.
Like, I like that dude. He's just like shit faced. He's got hose all around him and stuff, and he
slides over the drink.
He's just dropping fucking, I don't know what the hell, whiskey shot in the beer or something. He's making her drink. Like, you want some information? Drink with me. And this guy's just fucking he was what, one of the lawyers or something like that, or
attorney.
Yeah. He's just like, talk about big pimpin' lawyer, man. This guy's got some hoes that are obviously young enough to be his granddaughters. Oh, it's so fucking funny.
Yeah. But yeah, what a great film.
Yeah, I mean, this movie actually has two really funny dropkick scenes, man. The dropkick scene in the in the jail yard.
Oh yeah, I was like, "There's another one, another dropkick." Dude, I was pumped at this point. I'm like, "Yes!"
But it's all stemming from, like, she's like, you know, basically she kind of told him to meditate and stuff, and they're treating him like they're literally down on their hands and knees calling this guy a retard. Like, he's in there, he's just trying to do his thing and stuff, and he just it gets him so fucking hyped up.
Yeah.
That he fucking gets up when he obviously gets his ass beat down because he doesn't know anything else, right? He can't fight. But this dropkick dude is like straight Bruce Lee style. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's awesome.
But again, how they incorporate that shit, generally I would be like, dude, what the fuck?
This is silly, yeah.
Like, man, this is like Krampus with the fucking, you know, the the freaking gingerbread man.
Yeah.
Gingerbread man.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, I don't really have a whole lot more to say. I don't really want to say too much more because it is definitely a film I want to highly, highly recommend to people to see. Because
absolutely,
I think it's just a brilliant film all the way around.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
rating on it.
Yeah. Again, I couldn't agree more. I think the writing in this film is fantastic. There's nothing. You know, you can't go back and start questioning things. Everything is explained perfectly. Everything makes sense in the film. There's so many twists and turns, and when you finally get to the end, you're like, this is crazy. Like, it's mind-blowing. Like you said, your jaw was dropped when you figure out what actually happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then even after that, there's more things that are revealed that are just fantastic. Obviously, I don't want to get into it, but...
I think one of the reveals, like... Actually, I don't even want to say that. I don't even want to say it. I was just going to... It's on the lines of how the body was placed and, like, where it was.
Yeah.
But I think that whole... the way that develops and what we learn and shit, you're just like, what?
I know, right? Yeah.
Right? It's like crazy because, that's all I want to say. It's just really damn well done.
But I'm with you. I highly recommend this film. Like, it's fantastic. Again, great score. Like, it's got like it's a nice acoustic score to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think works so well with the film. The acting is phenomenal.
The mom steals the show in this movie.
She's so good in it, and she just always has this, like, you feel so bad for her because, like, her intentions are good, and you can tell she's had just a rough life her entire life, right? Yeah. Acting's amazing. Story is amazing. Everything about it is just such a good film. So I'm coming in at a 9 out of 10 on this one too.
9 out of 10. Yeah, I am going to be a little bit higher on this. I'm going to come in at about a 9.5 out of 10. I think, again, just like Memories of Murder, every technical aspect of this movie is really brilliant. It's very much on par with that movie in terms of filmmaking.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, it's got, great characters, great character development, cinematography, acting, use of score, the narrative, but the writing is so good.
Yeah.
He writes the right dialogue for these characters. Like, the dialogue is appropriate.
Yep.
Right? It's appropriate. You ever watch movies and you're like, I don't think that character would say something like that. Like, you ever have those moments where you're like, that's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, it's out of character.
Yep.
You have those out of character moments in films and you're like, no. And it's offbeat. When things go offbeat, I'm just like, oh man. Like, you're a musician too. Like, you know it right away.
You pick up on it right away.
Right away, right? You just can't help but notice. And that's what sometimes happens to me when I'm watching film. I'm like, no, that's wrong.
Yeah.
That's totally wrong. But I feel like this instance, and I believe the script was actually developed over years too. I think he actually came up with the idea for this movie, I think before he did The Host or something like that. It took a while to develop it.
Yeah.
But I think that's what I read. I can't remember. I could be wrong on that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But it's on the lines. But it shows to me that he really
takes his time with it.
He does. He takes time with developing these types of stories. Because when you look at the core narrative, it's actually quite simple.
Yeah.
It's a murder mystery.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's execution that separates these type of movies from the good and the bad.
Yeah.
This is a great example of a great movie. And again, this dude just has so much fucking talent. He just knows what needs to be done for making a great movie.
I agree.
He's
a fantastic
execution,
director.
man. Again, movies that are over 2 hours long, you're fighting for the audience's attention, but again, you can't even deny the fact that he's not really fighting here because he's giving you so much intrigue that you can't look away from this shit, man. I was fucking just glued to this shit, man. I was like, I can't wait for the reveal on this shit. Like, that's the sign of a great, true, pure filmmaker, man.
And it delivers too.
So I'm in at a 9.5 out of 10.
That's awesome.
I think it's a fantastic film. Everybody needs to see this.
Yeah.
And that's it, man. That is it. That was Bong Joon Ho. I really did we mention who actually Patreon these picks for us?
I'm not sure,
because I always feel bad because I always forget to mention who Patreon these. And you know what, man, I don't think we even have this written down anywhere. No, I really don't.
Whoever it was, though, great choice.
But awesome choice. I really like these Asian ones. And since we just figured out this is very easy to podcast, together, since me and Dylan actually live in the same town and he's sitting right in front of me, I think we're probably going to have him on the show a little bit more often, because
that would be awesome
if the schedule works out. I mean, of course, because this just actually really does work. Even though this was a complicated episode, because we actually started recording this last night.
Yeah.
And we got through basically the intro, exactly the intro, JP's internet went out due to a snowstorm.
Yeah.
And wouldn't come back on. So we said, well, fuck. And then, we just started this back up 11 o'clock in the morning our time, 2 o'clock his time.
Yeah.
We were supposed to have an extra hour, hence why JP had to duck out of here.
Yeah.
But it turns out he didn't, so we got as far as we could with him, and then we finished off the show kind of thing. But it worked out. I mean, I had hockey this morning. I got home, got on here. Everything kind of worked itself out.
Absolutely, yeah.
So... that's going to conclude episode 177. Dylan, thanks for making your podcast debut. I think everyone's probably really going to enjoy the episode because, I mean, it's not a marathon video, which we did explain.
Yeah.
That'll be coming sometime when we can actually shoot this. Not, I was going to say bonus footage, but the newly incorporated footage to fill out the
reshoots.
Yeah, the reshoots for the final product here. Just podcast and once again, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on, man. I was really honored when I got asked to come on here. So
did you get the itch now? Now you want to do more?
I kind of do, unless people tell me I'm terrible and then they don't want to listen to my voice. But
dude, Jeremy's never been this good on an episode, and he's done. I don't even know. He honestly, dude, he's missed probably 50. I'd probably say 60 plus episodes that we've done.
Yeah,
not maybe 70 episodes. He's missed a lot. But yeah. Fantastic stuff. I'm not going to go through the outro because I don't do the outros and stuff. You guys all know the links. They're all down below in the descriptions, whether you're watching this on a video or if you're on Horphilia. The links are everywhere. 22 Shots, Moodz and Horror group Facebook page. I'm not even going to attempt this because those guys are just better at that shit. I don't pay attention to anything. So I'm really bad.
Yeah.
But, Dylan, we're out of here, man. That concludes episode 177. Check you guys in a couple weeks. We're going to have 2 weeks off here just due to we actually can't record. February 14th, JP's got shit going on. I'm out of town the following week. I'm in Vancouver for a concert. We'll be back at the end of the month for the Scream franchise show, which I believe is going to be featuring... We don't actually have a guest for it, but there'll be somebody on that episode because I don't think Jeremy's going to be on that one either. So... see you guys then for the longly anticipated Scream franchise. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not overly excited to do it. I'm not like the hugest fan of the movies, and I feel like JP is gonna be just gobbling massive cocks on this one, so because he kind of likes that floating head era where I'm not a big fan. I digress. We're out of here. Deuces.
See ya.
You need to shut the fuck up.